Dreamscape presents The Setup by Meghan Quinn. Narrated by Kelsey Navarro and Connor Craze.
Prologue. Lincoln. I've fallen victim to a heinous act. An act so vile, so downright dirty that I'm not sure, as a son, as a member of society, as a 20-year-old man, I will ever recover. Ever. I see the concern in your eyes, your hand wandering up your chest to clutch the collar of your sensible cotton shirt, scared to find out the truth. Brace yourself against something sturdy because what I'm about to tell you might just knock you back on your ass in horror. Deep breaths, everyone. I've recently become the pawn of a meddling mom. Yep, you read that right. A meddling mom. The bane of a son's existence. I know what you're wondering. What did she do? Make me pick up my socks during summer break? Eye rolling, woe is you. Grow up. You grow up. That was a little harsh. But before you go and put your judgy face on, you need to know the difference between a nagging mom and a meddling mom. A nagging mom is one who storms into the living room while you're trying to watch the series finale of Game of Thrones, complaining about the dishes in the sink you swore you'd take care of once you found out who took the throne. Nag, nag, nag. Part of the daily routine of the person who birthed you, or in this case, one of two moms who adopted me. But a meddling mom? Oh boy. They're a fresh kind of hell wrapped up in high-waisted leggings and muted tunics. This isn't some everyday mom who texts you gifs of squirrels playing with a hula hoop. Nope. Meddling moms have an agenda. An agenda that they believe benefits their children, but it really benefits them and only them. In this case, my mom's agenda? Get Lincoln to fall in love. I understand it's not a crime for a mother to want her child to fall in love, but let me tell you, when she makes it her mission when you're home from college, it should be classified as a misdemeanor. That's right. All freaking summer, my mom has made it her duty to set me up with girl after girl, all of whom she's met in our hometown Kalamazoo, Michigan. I'd like to say I'm exaggerating that she made a list and set me up with every eligible girl, one by one, but I'm not. I saw the Excel spreadsheet on her computer. Girls who were highlighted in red were a no-go. Girls in green still had a fighting chance. Girls in yellow? Apparently, I had a lukewarm interaction with them, but they showed promise. Why is she so desperate for me to fall head over heels? Can you believe she's spending time on the internet, researching relationship statuses of Major League Baseball players? Well, she has. Too much time. And she said she didn't want me to end up 40, about to retire, with nothing to say for my life other than I was able to throw a ball off a mound. She also wants a girl to fawn over. When my mothers were adopting, Mom hoped for a girl, but Mama hoped for a boy. Don't get me wrong, my mom loves me more than anything, hence the meddling and nagging. But she always wanted to do girly things with me, like have tea parties, get our toenails done, shit like that. Side note, I've done the pedicure thing with her, and it's not that bad. But she wants a daughter, and apparently a daughter-in-law is the next best thing. Which brings me back to my summer of not love. I wanted nothing to do with these girls, and after my mom's 8th attempt to set me up, yes, 8, I told her enough was enough. I was done. And thankfully, she listened. Until the last Saturday before I left for school. The evil matriarch in the devil's leggings made her final stab at finding a girl for me. And I hate to admit it, but she saved a doozy for last. A fucking titan in black skinny jeans. A boss of nonchalance. And a girl who will not only turn my life upside down, but do it while juggling a soccer ball, looking effortlessly gorgeous, and is 100% against relationships. Of any sort. Thanks, Mom. Thumbs up. You're meddling, has made me absolutely miserable. Chapter 1. Lincoln. The party is going to be epic, dude. You have to come back. I slip on my jeans and button them up while the phone is on speaker. My moms won't let me go back early, you know that. Why did you even ask, man? Hartley Dashel, my best friend, sighs. Can you tell them there's some sort of sweetheart dance happening with a speed dating twist, and you're afraid if you don't go, you'll miss out on meeting the love of your life? It's a solid attempt, knowing what my moms would like, but they're not stupid. Laughing, I say, if only they'd fall for that. Sorry, man, I have plans with my mom. She wants to take me out one last time before I head to Brentwood on Monday. You're breaking my heart. I'll make it up to you when I return. Are you talking Frankie Donuts making it up to me? Looking around my room, I see a white shirt draped over an armchair and pick it up. I give it a quick sniff. Clean. Perfect. I slip it over my head, find my cologne, and then give my chest a spritz. Gotta smell good from my mom. Frankie Donuts with a coffee while walking down the boardwalk hand in hand. You won me over with hand in hand. He sighs. I'll hold down the fort until you get here. Hurry home, sweetie, Hartley says sarcastically. I will, schnookums. Laughing, we both hang up, and I slip on my white Adidas and head downstairs. When I reach the kitchen, Mama is sitting at the table in front of her computer, glasses on, and a concentrated furrow to her brow. Everything okay? I ask, catching a glimpse of the code on her computer. I'll never understand how she grasps that shit. It's all just a bunch of letters and numbers to me. She leans back and presses her fingers to her temple. The porn site I'm working on won't search butt plugs, and I have no idea why. It's frustrating. Oh, did I mention she takes on any job when it comes to website design? I mean, any job. Oh, and my mom? Yeah. She does the graphics for Mama, making them quite the team. The logo for this website is an erect dick, so helping them scour mock-ups for said dicks has been horrendous, to say the least. Look, Mama says, switching over to the website where a man's bouncing in front of a camera holding his penis. Jesus Christ. I hold up my hand so I don't have to see a random dick flapping around. Ignoring me, and the penis, I guess an easy job for my lesbian mom, she clicks on the search feature and says, I type in butt plug, and when I press enter, we get butt play, but no plugs. And I know there are plugs on this website. I tagged them. I run my hand over my forehead. A real conundrum. But, if you don't need my assistance, I'm going to the car to wait for Mom. No need to wait. I'm right here. Mom appears, wearing leggings and a button-up black and red flannel with the sleeves rolled up to her elbows. Of course, she has the same shoes as me, which is normal at this point, and she's wearing her signature red lipstick. Look at our handsome boy. He's so grown up. Mom places a kiss on my cheek and then turns to Mama, who has her hand on her chin, deep in concentration, while the dick aerobics happen in front of her. Not batting an eye, Mom bends down and kisses her on the lips. I know you'll be able to find the glitch, honey. You'll soon bring butt plugs to all. Huffing and turning back to the code, Mama adjusts her glasses and studies the screen. Thank you. Have fun, you two, and bring me home some potato skins. I'm going to need them after this. As long as you don't eat them while watching that man jiggle his penis, I say. Oh, honey, when we eat potato skins, we watch cock ring stimulation, obviously. I throw up a little in my mouth, as both my moms laugh and then give each other one more kiss. Mom takes me by the hand and leads me to the garage where she tosses me the keys. Care to drive your old lady around? Depends. This is just a date for you and me, right? No hidden agenda? We both get in the car, and after she buckles up, she tilts her head and says, This is my last night with you before you go back to Brentwood. Do you really think I'd forfeit it to another woman? Yes. I start the car and back out of the garage. I really do, Mom. Then you, obviously, don't know me. She turns away, and I swear I catch a glimpse of a smile on her lips. This better not be a setup.
These potato skins are positively orgasmic.
Mom licks her fingers and moans. I die, slowly, inside. Can you not do that shit, Mom? Jesus.
What?
She looks around, confused. Leaning in and whispering, I say, call things orgasmic and then moaning?
Is that not appealing to you?
She laughs out loud. Even though with me she's massively inappropriate most of the time, I still soak up these moments with her. The sound of her laugh so familiar that it feels like a warm blanket wrapped around me when I hear it. The adoration in her eyes when she looks at me. A look so full of love I don't think I could ever do wrong. And that smile. I have so many pictures of that smile staring back at me, and it reminds me of what happiness looks like. Not appealing.
Such a shame.
You know, if you really want to talk about that kind of stuff, I could talk to you about it. Give you a taste of your own medicine. She rolls her eyes.
I've been working on a porn site with your mama for 2 months now, so I'm pretty sure anything you have in your arsenal is going to go in one ear and out the other.
Maybe, I say, biting the corner of my lip, trying to think of anything shocking from my vanilla sex life. Yeah, vanilla. I didn't lose my virginity until I was a freshman in college. I was too goddamn scared of getting a girl pregnant, thanks to my mama who showed me videos of childbirth and made me walk around with a fake baby on the weekends. She thought it was a good form of birth control. It was. Until a girl touched my dick during my first week of college at a baseball loft party. Yeah, one touch and I was done for. 2 weeks later, I lost my virginity, came within a minute, and embarrassed myself completely. Thanks, parents. I then did all the research I could about sex. I read about clitoral stimulation until I actually felt like I had a clit from the number of pictures I looked at. After that, I was smoother with every encounter, until I was known around campus for giving girls amazing orgasms. Yeah, sure, being known as the guy who delivers orgasms is great and all, but when I come, it feels subpar. Like I'm missing something. I don't have that blackout moment, that toe-curling I might die moment. Concerned for the well-being of my penis, I asked Hartley if he'd ever come so hard he blacked out. He said once, and then reassured me my dick wasn't broken, but maybe I hadn't found the right girl yet. Which, of course, made things worse given my mom's meddling, because all I could think about was, does her vagina have the magical blackout powers?
Trying to think of something to scare me away?
Mom asks, smirking while finishing off the last potato skin. Is it pathetic that I can't come up with anything? She laughs and pats my hand.
Just makes me love you even more. Don't worry, Link. You'll lose your virginity someday.
When I give her a look, she laughs harder. I've had plenty of sexual encounters, thank you very much. Smirking over her drink, she says,
maybe your problem is that you call them sexual encounters.
I lean back in my chair and say, being roasted by my lesbian mom about using my penis isn't boding well for my self-esteem. Mom throws her head back and lets out a wallop of a laugh, just as someone says,
Laura, is that you?
Slowly, Mom focuses on a woman over my shoulder and the corners of her lips turn up.
Beth, how lovely to see you,
my mom says.
I didn't know you were a boondoggles kind of girl.
A woman my mom's age, wearing high-waisted mom jeans and a frilly blouse, comes up to the table and gives my mom a hug.
We can't get enough of the potato skins. They're what wet dreams are made of.
Smiling even wider, my mom says,
I was just telling Lincoln here that they're orgasmic.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, goodness, is this Lincoln?
Beth says, turning toward me. Because of our bar-high table, I come eye to eye with a very done-up lady. Brown hair curled and sprayed down with hairspray, purple metallic lipstick, and bright blue eyeshadow. Whoa.
Yes, this is my Lincoln. Lincoln, this is Beth, my hairdresser.
Because I was raised right, I take her hand in mine and say, it's very nice to meet you.
Oh, what manners! And look at these hands, they're huge.
Okay, this is uncomfortable.
And who's this lovely lady with you?
My mom asks with a coy smile. Oh, sweet mother of God. I know that look, that smile, that tone of voice. I've seen that twinkle in her eye all summer. I've been subjected to that evil grin over 8 dates, and that lilt in her voice like she's about to do something purely spontaneous, but it's actually contrived to the very last second. Yep, I'm about to be set up.
This is my daughter, Indy.
I don't even look to my side. Why bother? Plus, I don't have it in me. Instead, I press my forehead into my hand and rub it back and forth, feeling the tension move up my neck to the base of my skull where it starts a low, thrumming beat. A thrumming I know will grow into exponential annoyance.
Indy, how lovely to meet you. Your mom has told me so much about you. You play soccer at Brentwood, right?
What? I release my head and look to the side to see a slender frame. My eyes travel up her torso. Tight-fitting yellow shirt, medium-sized breasts, smooth, tan skin, clenched jaw. Ha, I know that clench. When I reach her face, I can practically feel the daggers coming out of her mossy green eyes as Indy stares down her mom, her long brown ponytail swishing behind her. She's not wearing makeup, but she doesn't need to. She's gorgeous, and those lips, fuck, they're enticing, plump and pouty. Okay, I'll give it to my mom. Indy's hot. But that doesn't mean I condone this type of behavior.
I do play soccer,
Indy says, arms folding over her chest, pulling down on the V of her collar, showing the smallest amount of cleavage. The attitude in her voice is intriguing. Her mom notices it because she laughs nervously and says,
She just loves it at Brentwood. Hey, Lincoln, don't you go to Brentwood as well?
Would you look at that? 2 meddling moms. They should start a club.
He does,
my mom answers for me.
How crazy is that?
And there it is. The setup. The hook. And how coincidental that my mom got her hair done the other day. Wonder what they talked about for 2 hours. My guess is, how can we get our 2 kids together before they go back to school? Played again. By my mom. Yeah, that's so crazy, I say through clenched teeth, giving my mom a look that she completely ignores.
Lincoln, why don't you go play some games with Indy while I talk to Beth? I meant to ask her something private while I was getting my hair done and completely forgot.
Why don't you grab her number and call her instead of talking about the private thing in a public restaurant surrounded by arcade games and potato skins? I try to give her my best, I will murder you tonight look, but she's unfazed. She tosses the game card at me and says,
This isn't phone conversation material. It's face-to-face stuff.
Isn't it great that we have FaceTime now so we can have face-to-face conversations without being in the same room?
Beth has an Android.
Mom shoos me away with her hand.
Now go on.
Beth nearly scoots me off my seat and sets her purse and phone down, her iPhone kicking me out, and without blinking an eye starts gabbing with my mom. It's really disturbing how fast my mom had me on my feet. The lies. So many effing lies. Awkwardly, Indy and I stand off to the side together, staring at our moms who have put up some kind of invisible shield to block them from the world around them. They laugh. They use their hands to talk. They ignore us completely. On a sigh, I turn to Indy and say, Do you want to play air hockey? She gives me a slow once-over, arms still crossed, and says, Fine, on a less than amused sigh. Great.
This is my last night with you before you go back to Brentwood. Do you really think I'd forfeit it to another woman?
Well played, Mom. Well played. This is going to be a fan-fucking-tastic night.
Chapter 2. Indy. I don't think I've ever felt more hatred for a person than I do for my mom right now. Harsh, I know, but you must understand where I'm coming from. It's been the summer from hell. I begged my parents to let me stay in Brentwood with my team. We were all going to get jobs, work at night, train during the day. We had it all planned out. But my mom demanded I come back home and spend one more summer with her and Dad. Guess what this summer has consisted of? My dad working on his computer, wearing noise-canceling headphones, writing top-secret computer programming he can't talk about, and my mom working at her salon, coming home most days to tell me about this boy I have to meet. He has a 4.0 GPA, so he's super smart. Okay, he might be shorter than you by 2 inches, but you don't wear heels very often. Yes, he might smell like cheese, but look at your dad. He smells like cheese, and I still married him. It's been one guy after the other. Where she keeps finding them, I have no idea. But after she came home the other day saying she had someone really special to introduce me to, I told her enough was enough. I yelled at my mom. And I never yell at her. But I let loose. I asked her what her incessant need was to get me to meet a guy. And her answer? She said I have a stick up my ass and she wants me to loosen up. Endearing, right? You're in college. Have fun. When was the last time you went on a date? Have you ever been on any dates? Are you still a virgin? Newsflash. I don't tell my mom everything. Can you tell? And there's a reason. We live just outside Kalamazoo, in a small town. Population, tiny enough to know everyone's business. And guess where the gossip mill hub is? The hair salon. Who has the megaphone up to her mouth feeding all the gossip mongers? My mom. Carl over at the gas station knew I got my period before my dad knew. Marlene, who owns the coffee shop, congratulated me on my new bra size when I was a sophomore. And Madam Baker, my French teacher, pulled me aside after class one day to ask if my dad's scrotum would be okay after he sat on a pen without realizing it. Nothing has been off the table when it comes to my mom and what she says to her clients. That's why she has no idea that, yes, I lost my virginity. Yes, I've been on dates. And contrary to what she might think, no, there isn't a stick up my ass. Luckily, I've been at school for the past 2 weeks for intense mandatory conditioning, free of my mother. But Coach Wilson always gives us a few days off before school starts, and my mom knows it. So she picked me up, and I've spent the last few days listening to her go on about my love life. Trust me, I can't wait to get back to school where Coach will run us into the ground with suicides and ball drills. Thankfully, tomorrow we pack up and make the 2.5-hour drive to Brentwood. Certain teams report to school early to start training. Soccer is one of them, and baseball another. Did you think I had no idea who this kid is, standing uncomfortably next to me? Nah, okay. He may not know who I am, but I sure as hell know who he is. I would have to be living under a rock to not know who Lincoln Castle is. Not only is his face plastered all over campus, but he's best friends with Hartley Dashel, quarterback for the football team. They throw epic parties at their house that's split between football and baseball players, and they walk around campus as if they own every inch of it, which they practically do. So it's not surprising that he doesn't know who I am. Because honestly, The women's soccer team is a small blip on the Brentwood radar. Our paths don't cross unless I have the crazy notion of going to one of their parties, which has happened once in the 2 years I've attended Brentwood, and ended with me head deep in the toilet from drinking far too much from their famous jungle juice barrel. Need not repeat. But, of course, my mom somehow does his mom's hair and offered the ridiculous suggestion of getting us together. My mom hates boondoggles. The arcade games are too loud for her, and she says it's crawling with germs because nothing is ever wiped down. So when she suggested we come here, I had my suspicions. When we ran into one of her friends, suspicions increased. And when her friend had a son my age, yeah, it was a setup. "Do you want to play air hockey?" he asks. Do we even have an option at this point? Our moms have completely cut us off, and even if we attempt to interrupt their conversation, I know we'll be put in our place. 20 years old and still unable to make my own decisions. On a sigh, I say, "Fine," and turn toward the arcade. Lincoln falls in step with me and, being the outgoing people person that he is, says, "I'm Lincoln, in case you didn't get that." I glance in his direction and catch a charming smile, the type of smile that pulls the attention of everyone around us, even the men. "Indy," I say, and leave it at that. "So, you play soccer at Brentwood?" "Yep." "Cool. I play baseball." "Yeah, I know who you are." Uh-oh. Why doesn't that sound like a flattering "I know you," but more of an annoyed "I know you"? He pulls on the back of his neck. "Did we... you know..." I pause and snort. "Seriously? You don't remember the girls you've slept with?" "No, I mean, there have been occasional drunk nights." I snort and shake my head. "Trust me, Lincoln Castle, if we'd fooled around, you'd remember." I snatch the game card from his hand and walk over to the air hockey table where I swipe the card, turning the machine on. Air floats up from pinholes in the table. A cheap version of Jock Jams plays through the table speakers as I grab my paddle and the puck. Looking shy and not like the confident guy I've seen around campus, he says, "I feel like a dick that you know me and I don't know you. I don't know you personally, I just know of you. Kind of hard to go to Brentwood and not know every guy on the baseball team. Yeah." He looks to the side and says, "We don't see much of the women's soccer team." I grin at him and place the puck on the table. "It's because we don't tend to hang out with douchebags." I cock back and hit the puck right down the middle, scoring a point before he's even gripped his paddle correctly. He blinks at me and then down at the goal. "I wasn't ready." "Not my fault," I shrug. He bends down, grabs the puck from his slot and places it on the table. He pins it to the table as he looks me in the eyes. "We're not douchebags." Then he whacks the puck off the side, but I track it perfectly and return the shot, bouncing off a bank and into his goal. When he looks up at me surprised, I smirk. "Did my mom bring you here so you could bust my balls?" He grabs the puck and sets it on the table. He whacks it up the middle this time, so I hit it back, barely missing the goal. It bounces off his paddle, right back at me, so I angle it better and score. "I think she brought you here hoping for a love connection." Grumbling, he grabs the puck and says, "That's going to blow up in her face." "Are you telling me you're not instantly in love?" I roll my eyes and we volley the puck back and forth until I shoot it down the middle into his goal. The only instant thing that's happening right now is the blow to my pride. Can't handle losing to a girl? I raise a brow at him. He hits the puck and we go back and forth. He almost scores a few times, but then I double bank the puck and make it in. That was a little trickier. Can't handle losing. Doesn't matter what sexual organ you carry in your pants. We go back and forth a few more times, but once I hit 7 goals, the table cheers, announcing player 1 as the winner, and then turns off. Lincoln tosses his paddle on the table and then grips the sides, staring me down. How are you at basketball? Want to find out? I smirk. You know, I'm kind of scared you're going to annihilate me at that too, but I'm too tempted to find a weakness at this point. I brush past him and head toward the basketball games. It's going to be difficult to find one. Are you always this cocky? He asks, catching up to me. Not cocky, Castle. Confident. I wink and then slide the card through 2 machines, releasing the basketballs into the bin in front of us. Want to play random? Sure. We both push the button for random and the clock counts down from 3 until it beeps for us to go. In rapid-fire motion, we both shoot our basketballs. I don't bother focusing on how he's doing, even though I can hear his points dinging next to me. I focus on my basket, shooting ball after ball. I'm so in the zone that I lose track of time, and when the buzzer sounds, I glance at my score of 63 and quickly look at his. 63. A tie. Fuck, are you serious? Lincoln laughs and lets out a heavy breath. He leans against the machine and sizes me up. Rematch? Obviously, I answer, sliding the card through both slots again. There's no tying in sports. At least we have that in common. You crossed the line. I did not cross the line, I counter. I saw your toe cross the line. You're delusional. You're fucking cheating, he shoots back. I cross my arms over my chest and turn toward a sweaty Lincoln. I do not cheat. Maybe not intentionally, but I was watching your foot and it crossed the line. The rules we created on this napkin. He waves our rules napkin in front of my face. It clearly states if you cross the line, you're immediately disqualified. I know what the napkin says. I wrote it down. I snatched the napkin from him. But I didn't cross the line. Shall we review the footage? Lincoln asks, holding up his phone now. You recorded me? Of course I did. After I saw your foot inching forward during the first round, I knew I had to keep an eye on you. Not worried, I nod at his phone and say, sure, review the footage. It's going to be really embarrassing when you're wrong. We'll see about that. He makes a show of typing in his password and pulling up the video. At this point in the night, I honestly wouldn't expect anything less from him. After 9 rounds of basketball, he was the winner. I took him down in skee-ball, and now at the football tossing game, he's held the high score for the last 3 rounds, putting me behind. When we reached the football game, Lincoln grew more serious than before, and he demanded we come up with rules to abide by, because, according to him, I like to lean forward, bringing me closer to scoring. Can you tell the boy's reaching? But I gave in to his demands and we wrote up a contract, one he apparently has memorized. Coming up next to me, Lincoln holds his phone, which has a crack right down the middle, and I can't help but notice how big his hands are. Long fingers, wide palms, hands that could handle a ball. And a woman. This might be embarrassing for you, so I want you to prepare yourself. I clear my throat and lean in closer, ignoring the masculine and earthy scent of his cologne. Just play the damn thing. He chuckles and presses play. The video lights up with arcade sounds, but you don't see anything but my feet. We both lean in closer, watching carefully. And just as the video starts to come to an end, clear as day, my foot passes over the line. Son of a... Aha! Lincoln shouts. I fucking told you. He raises his hand over my head and points down at me. calling out to anyone who wants to listen. Cheater, we have a cheat. He stops and looks down. Hey, where did our moms go? I turn and spot the table they had commandeered. It's vacant. They can't possibly be playing games. My mom hates them. Lincoln looks around, his brow creasing in concern. He checks his pockets and says, Well, my mom couldn't have gone far. I have the keys to the car. Let me text my mom, I say, pulling my phone from my pocket. Indy, where are you? I press send and almost immediately my phone starts to ring. Hey, Mom, where are you? Lincoln leans in, as if he's trying to listen in on the conversation. Hey, honey, Laura started to get a headache from the loud arcade games, so I took her home. We didn't want to bother you two since you were having so much fun. You left? I ask, as Lincoln's eyes grow wide. Well, yes, for Laura. Headaches can be a real cause of pain, Indy. That's great, Mom, but how do you expect me to get home? Laura told me Lincoln is quite a responsible driver. I have the utmost confidence that he'll be able to handle my girl. When you two are finished, have him drive you home. Okay, gotta go, love you. You can't be... The phone goes dead. Serious? I finish lowering my phone and then look at the ceiling in frustration. Honestly, I'm not surprised. My mom has gone to great lengths before to get what she wants, but this, leaving me at a restaurant, now that's a new level for her. So your mom left? Lincoln asks. I pocket my phone and say, both our moms left. Wait, my mom left too? I nod, lips pressed together, only to form a pop when I say, yep. I point at him. Your mom is the reason they left so early. Apparently, she's been hit with a headache. Lincoln rolls his eyes and takes a seat on the football arcade game. He picks up one of the footballs I never got a chance to throw. Yeah, I'm sure she's really aching right now. His head drops as he shakes it and laughs. Monday can't come soon enough. Tell me about it. I wanted to stay in Chicago this summer, but my mom wouldn't have it. She needed one more summer with her girl, as she put it. More like one more summer meddling in my life. From the way tonight turned out, I'm going to assume you've had a similar summer to mine, constantly being tricked into going out with someone. Yup. I lean against the arcade game as well, and our shoulders touch. The worst date of them all was with the kid who works at the ice cream stand. Apparently, my mom thought he was my age. Turns out, he's 17. Oh, shit. Lincoln laughs, still tossing the football. My gaze travels to his forearm and hand. I watch as they flex and retract with every catch and throw. Wow, he really does have great hands. So, what you're telling me is that I'm not the worst date you've had this summer? I wouldn't qualify this as a date. No? He turns to face me. What would we have to do to make this a date? His charming smile releases a wave of butterflies in my stomach. A feeling I don't think I've ever felt when a guy has looked at me. I've spent so much time training to be the best, to earn a full-ride scholarship from Brentwood, the premier college in the country for sports, that I've never put any effort into dating, or men, for that matter. They've just been a means to an end for me. When I've needed the adrenaline release, a moment to escape my busy schedule, I've hooked up. Some repeats, some one-night stands, but nothing of any substance. Nothing that's even remotely given me butterflies. But that one look, that one lift of his lips has my stomach twisting and turning, sending signals to my heart to stay away. Stay so far away from this one. He's trouble. So many things would have to happen for this to be a date, I answer, standing from the arcade game. I toss the ball I've been holding at him and he catches it with ease. Trust me, you don't have it in you to make this a date. nor am I interested in it becoming one. He sets the ball down and stands. He must be at least 6'2", if not taller. I'm not short by any means at 5'8", but he towers over me, his broad, fit shoulders filling in all the space of his shirt, his bulging arms a product of the Brentwood weight room. I get it. I truly get why girls are always talking about Lincoln Castle. His picture is one thing, but his presence is a whole other weapon. He's confident in the way he carries his body, flawless when it comes to his looks and style. Obviously, he's outgoing and has no problem teasing and joking, not to mention his body. It's the work of God himself, chiseled in all the right places. I can only imagine what he'd look like without a shirt. But the thing that's been eating away at me all night is his personality. Strong, bold. But then he whines when necessary, effectively playing the cute card. He's captivating and annoying at the same time. How do you know I can't handle turning this into a date? I give him a smooth once-over, arms folded across my chest. Have you ever taken a girl out? I mean, yeah. When you answer with a pause, then you haven't. But it doesn't matter, because I'm not interested in dating anyone. Why not? Why don't I want to date anyone? I shift in my spot and hook my thumbs in my back pockets. For a split second, I catch his gaze dropping to my chest, but then it ricochets back to my eyes. Typical. I don't have time to date, I answer. Training and school are my #1 priorities. If I have time to relax, it usually consists of lying in bed naked, watching disturbing jail documentaries on Netflix. Naked? He asks, his brow lifting. You're a naked sleeper. Yep. I roll around way too much at night and my clothes get tangled, so I sleep naked, sometimes in just underwear. He slowly nods, his eyes looking hazy. Ugh, men. Rolling my eyes, I turn away from him just as he calls out. Where are you going? Leaving. How are you getting home? He asks, catching up to me. You're taking me home. Who says I'm ready to leave? I look up at him and then grab his arm. I do. Let's go, Castle.
Chapter 3. Lincoln. I will not give my mom credit. I will not give my mom credit. Yeah, so I might have had a little bit of fun tonight. And I mean a little. Indy is... Hell, she's different. Bossy, demanding, competitive, relentless, opinionated, annoyingly funny. Pretty much unlike any girl I've ever met. Not to mention the girl is hot, especially with her arms raised above her head as she jumped up and down, her tits jiggling in her shirt as she celebrates a win. Between you and me, I might have let up a few times so I could watch her celebrate. Perverted? Maybe. But it was a damn good show. I lost track of time playing arcade games with Indy. I didn't even notice our moms had gone. And I know. I just fucking know the minute I step into my house, my mom is going to give me the I told you so look, the one that will haunt my dreams for months because she succeeded. She finally succeeded in keeping my attention with a girl. And not only did Indy keep my attention all night, she fucking commandeered it. She made it impossible for me to think about anything but our competition. And her jiggling tits. I don't want to go home just yet. I don't want to face my mom's gloating. I don't want to see the look on her face, nor do I want to hear her giggle and squeal with excitement when I open the door. That's why I'm pulling into a Sonic drive-in. What are you doing? Indy asks. I want a milkshake. You're supposed to be taking me home? I roll down my window. I realize that, but I want a milkshake. Therefore, I trump you because I'm the one driving. She huffs next to me and I pull out my wallet. You can huff all you want, but we're not going anywhere until I get a milkshake. So, do you want to join me or not? She tilts her head, blinks, then looks out the windshield. Oreo chocolate, please. Smiling, I order for both of us and pay. I open my car door and she quickly asks, "Where are you going?" It's one of the last days of summer in Michigan. I think we should take advantage of it. I get out of the SUV and open the tailgate, then pull out 2 camping chairs, which I take to the front of the SUV, just as our milkshakes arrive. I thank the car hop and nod for Indy to join me. Unsurprisingly, she doesn't move at first. I've come to realize how stubborn she is, but then she exits the car and flops her body into the chair next to mine. I hand her the milkshake and say, "You're welcome." "Thank you," she mutters, and then we both sip and regard the wooded area behind the Sonic that's nestled between our homes. "So, you went to Carver High?" I ask. "Yeah, I'm guessing you went to St. James?" I nod and chuckle. We grew up 20 minutes from each other and didn't run into one another until tonight. We've also gone to the same college for 2 years and play for the athletic department, yet this is the first time you've noticed me. I swallow a chunk of Oreo and say, "Wow, bitter much? If you wanted my attention, babe, you should have asked for it." "Don't call me babe, and you know damn well I don't want your attention." "Actually, I don't know that." I take another sip. I have no idea if this was a ruse. If I think about it, how convenient that I ended up meeting you right before we go back to school. Your mom just happened to do my mom's hair, and then she just happened to leave, so I have to take you home. Seems too convenient. How do I know you didn't plan this? You even admitted to knowing who I am. For all I know, you could be a stalker, watched me all summer, took my mom captive, forced her to bring me to boondoggles, and then stole me away for your own benefit. On the inside, I'm cracking up. On the outside, deadpan. She stares at me, blinks, stares, and I wilt slightly under her gaze. The girl has a look, that's for damn sure. If you really think that's true, you're more deranged than I thought. Prove me wrong. Tell me it's not true. It's not true, she says without even batting an eye. How do I know? Because, she turns to me and smiles. If I was truly seeking your attention, I'd have sat in your lap and stroked your ego, like every other girl who's attempted to get your attention. Ah, so you've observed me then. Jesus, she mutters under her breath, turning away. You know what? It's true. You got me, she says in a monotone voice. I planned out this entire thing. Watch out, my next move will be taking advantage of you in the back of your mom's sensible Honda CR-V. I knew it, I say jokingly as she shakes her head. Can I suggest, though, when you do take advantage of me, please know my nipples are quite sensitive, so go easy? She snorts and covers her mouth, then swallows hard. Are your nipples really that sensitive? I puff out my chest. See for yourself. She looks down at my pecs and then back up at me. You want me to touch your nipple? Don't be shy. Give it a boop with your finger. I show her an example of said boop. She doesn't move. I can lift my shirt so you can see it better. I'm not touching your bare nipple. It's already excited at the prospect, see? Hard, I say, flattening my shirt some more so she gets a better visual. And it's tingling. I'm not touching it, she says, going back to her milkshake. Don't be shy. Touch it. No. Touch it. No. Give it the old touchy touch. Get a life. Touch it. No. Now. No. It wants your fingers. Touch it, come on, just touch it. Touch it, touch it, touch it.
For the love of God,
She says while flinging her arm to the side and running her fingers over my nipple. The moment her fingers connect with the hard peak, I let out a long, disgustingly sexual moan and tilt my head back. It takes everything in me not to laugh out loud as she retracts her hand quickly, shaking her fingers out.
What the hell is wrong with you?
I can't hold back anymore. I let out a rip of a laugh as she just stares at me, blankly. When I settle down, I say, "That was fun."
You need help.
You know, this is shaping up to be more of a date than you realize, I say, pulling out of Sonic. We threw away our cups, packed up the chairs, and set the GPS on my phone so I knew where to drop her off.
This is not a date.
I don't know. Feels like it. We went to a restaurant.
We didn't eat together.
But we still ate food, I say, holding up my finger. And then we played arcade games. I then bought us dessert, courtesy of my mom's credit card. She snorts. And now I'm driving you home. Feels like a date to me. The only thing we have left to do is kiss. I reach into the center console and pull out the chapstick I know my mom keeps there, and start lining my lips, making a show of it. She laughs, loudly.
Do you honestly think I'm going to kiss you goodnight?
I mean, I bought you a milkshake, so...
You forced me to get a milkshake, and I was forced to accept a ride from you. This was not a date.
Should I ask Siri what the definition of a date is?
Why do you even care? You didn't want to be set up by your mom, unless...
I stop at a red light and catch the large grin that stretches over her face.
Oh my God, you're crushing on me.
What? I say, louder than expected. I'm not crushing on you.
Oh, you are so crushing on me.
She points at my face.
You're blushing.
It's dark, you can't even tell.
This all makes sense,
she says, starting to run with her absurd idea.
The relentless need to keep challenging me, the disappearance of our moms. You probably sent them a secret text, giving them a thumbs up to leave, and then you just so happened to want a milkshake, and now you're puckering your lips looking for a goodnight kiss? Oh, yeah. You're crushing.
Huh. You wish, I reply lamely.
I really don't. It would be quite a nuisance if you crushed on me, actually, because then you would follow me around campus, puppy dog eyes, begging me to pay you some attention. Knowing what little I know about you, you're going to need attention. You seem very needy.
I'm not fucking needy. I can feel her studying me, and if I wasn't driving right now, I'd study her right back. Return the same sass she's shooting my way.
I'd like to believe you aren't needy, but I did attend one of your parties, and I mean only one. And yes, I might have had too much jungle juice that night, but I distinctively remember you standing on the kitchen counter, shouting to everyone in the house that you were amazing.
I chuckle. Did I flex my muscles?
In fact, you did.
I nod. Sounds like something I'd do.
And you said you're not a douchebag. Okay.
She scoffs. I rub my jaw while I turn right, down a residential road. When alcohol is involved, we all have our douchebag moments.
I'm glad you can admit that.
She points to a house on the right.
The house with the red Mazda 3 in the driveway, that's me.
I'm going to take a wild guess here and assume that's your car.
Why would you guess that?
She asks as I pull in next to it. Because it has sass written all over it, just like you. She removes her seatbelt and opens the car door.
That's Rita, and yes, she's mine.
Once out of the car, she turns to face me.
Thanks for the ride.
I pucker up my lips. Ready for you.
Get a life.
She shuts the door, but I roll down the window and call out to her. So this is how the night's going to end? It's so anticlimactic.
Walking backwards, she says, "If you were expecting more, you clearly didn't learn anything about me tonight. See you around, Castle." And then she takes off toward her door, leaving me with far too many unanswered questions and thoughts about her. The scariest thought? I think I like that girl. "Tell him." "Tell me what?" Hartley asks, pulling me into a quick hug as he meets up with us in the kitchen of our house. Freshman year, Hartley and I were roommates in the athletic dorm. We shared a suite with 4 other guys, 4 football players, 2 baseball players. When I got my rooming assignment, I remember thinking Hartley's last name was familiar, and then my mama made the connection. Hartley Daschle is the son of the soon-to-be Football Hall of Famer Mason Daschle. We, of course, went to our good friend the internet to confirm, and sure enough, my new roommate was a prince of football royalty. I had to play it cool, but when Mason Daschle showed up in our dorm room carrying a mini fridge, I nearly had a heart attack. Hartley let me have my fangirl moment, but after that, I was told I had to be cool. And I have been, ever since. We've also been inseparable since our freshman year. When we had the chance to move off campus last year, we took it. We found a great 6-bedroom house 3 blocks from Frankie Donuts and the boardwalk. We brought all the guys from our dorm and made it our own. The 4 rules are simple. Don't be a slob. Don't be a bitch. Pitch in for groceries. Knock before entering any bedroom, for obvious reasons. And we haven't had any problems. Most of the baseball guys my age moved into the baseball loft, which I frequent. But when given the choice, I stuck with my boy, Hartley. Mom pokes me in the arm and coos, "Tell him about the girl." Yeah, you can imagine how the last few days have been. When I got home from the date, I tried to slip in through the back door, but before I could even lock up, my mom was on my heels, asking me how it was and if I could smell marriage in the air. I gave her a pat on the head and walked up the stairs. She trailed after me, asking a million questions, but I didn't answer any of them. Instead, I kissed her cheek, told her I loved her, and then I went to bed, with thoughts of Indy's jiggling tits running around in my head. The next morning, I received knowing looks. Mama made waffles with blueberries, my favorite, and when I sat down, there was a piece of paper next to my fork with a phone number on it. Mom just smiled and said, "In case you wanted to call her." I rolled my eyes and ate my waffles. When I got up, I shoved the stupid piece of paper in my shorts and went to take a shower. That night, I stared at the number for what felt like hours. I considered texting her, but remembered how the night went. Yeah, she was teasing and joking a lot of the time, but I also got the sense that she honestly didn't have any interest in me. It felt like she was forced to stay and hang out with me, and that didn't sit well. So I tossed my phone aside, picked up a book, and started reading. "There's a girl?" Hartley asks, excited. "No way, man, your mom finally made a match?" "I did." Mom twiddles her fingers together. "And they're so cute together." Mama unloads groceries, not paying attention to the conversation, probably still mentally applauding herself for figuring out the butt plug debacle. Rest assured, people can search for butt plugs on that site now. Thank the high heavens. "Mrs. Castle, what an accomplishment. I know how hard you've worked this summer." Hartley is such a kiss-ass. "Countless hours," Mom says, playing up to Hartley's praise. Interrupting their minor celebration, I say, "She did not find me a girl. She thinks she did, but she didn't." Hartley's brow creases and he crosses his arms over his chest while leaning against the counter. "Mrs. Castle, were you just lying?" He shakes his head. "Do we need to go over the rules of the house again?" "Oh yeah, no lying. That's another rule. One Hartley strongly holds everyone accountable to." "I'm not lying. There was a true connection. He had heart eyes." "I did not have heart eyes," I say, picking up an apple from the bowl Mom just filled. "Back me up, Michelle. He had heart eyes, didn't he?" Mama's head pops up from the fridge. "I normally stay out of these things, but there might have been an extra bounce in his step." "Mama," I say in a stern voice.
She gives me an apologetic smile and then returns to loading the fridge. I turn to Hartley. I didn't have hard eyes. It was a weird evening, that's all. Different. You actually went out on a date with a girl. More like I was bamboozled into a date. I look sternly in Mom's direction. Hartley holds his hands out and says, "Hold on, I'm getting confused. What the hell happened?" Before my mom can chime in, I say, "Nothing. My mom tricked me into going to dinner with her, pawned me off to her hairdresser's daughter, feigned a headache, and left me to take the girl home. Nothing happened. End of story." "Oh, that's cold." Hartley laughs. "The old switcheroo. I just gained a whole lot more respect for you, Mrs. Castle, if that's even possible. For the love of God, don't encourage her." I bite into my apple, trying to get the image of Indy out of my head. I've been doing pretty well ignoring thoughts of her, but every time my mom brings the date up again, it takes a while to forget that night and how it was unexpected. By no means was it enchanting or magical like the cosmic forces brought us together. It was just different. It's the best way I can think to describe it. "You're not even going to tell Hartley who it is?" Mom asks, her smile practically tickling me from 5 feet away. That's how wide it is. "No, because it doesn't matter. We have no plans to see each other again." "Oh, wait. Would I know her?" Hartley asks, looking far too excited. "No, dude." I shake my head. "Indy Mayhem, she plays soccer," Hartley finishes for Mom. "Dude, you went out on a date with Mayhem? Damn, man, if I were you, I'd find out how I could see her again." Her last name is Mayhem? Sounds about right. That's what the date felt like at times. Mayhem. "You know her?" "Ah." Hartley nods and then leans toward Mom. "You see, Mrs. Castle, our boy here is kind of a snob when it comes to knowing other people on campus. Since he's in the elite circle of the baseball team, he doesn't need to get to know the rest of the student athletes. Those of us in the trenches, the rest of the athletes all know each other." "I'm not a snob," I say, even though I feel like that's a lie. Hartley pins me with a look. "Okay, I'm not a snob on purpose. I'm nice to people. But we train extra hours and we don't have a lot of time to hang out with the other athletes." Hartley gives me another look. "Parties don't count." Mama's head pops up from the fridge where she's squaring everything off perfectly so the labels are facing the right way. "At these parties, you're drinking?" "Orange juice," I answer, and Hartley gives me another pointed look about lying. "What?" I shrug. "There's orange juice in the jungle juice." Backing off, Hartley says, I love you, man, but you're not particularly in tune with the other teams, and that's fine. I know you're not being a dick, but if you were more aware, you know Indy Mayhem is untouchable. Many have tried to date her, all have failed." "Have you tried?" Hartley shakes his head. "Nah, rejection would break my already suffering heart," he says sarcastically while clutching his chest. "Would it bother you if he tried dating her?" Mom asks. "No," I answer quickly. "I told you, she doesn't matter to me. You might have thought there was a love connection, but there wasn't. It wouldn't matter anyway because I'm not about to date someone when the draft is coming up in spring. This could be my last year here." "Don't remind me," Hartley says. "It bruises my heart knowing I only get one more year washing our underwear together." "You wash your underwear together?" Mama asks, finally shutting the fridge and moving to the pantry. "And we take turns folding." "Things you don't have to admit to my moms," I say with an eye roll. Mom comes up to me and pats my chest. "You might think there's no future with you and Indy, but my mom gut tells me differently. I saw the spark between you. I think your story is just beginning." She winks and takes off toward the front door, most likely to grab another box of groceries that we picked up at Costco. Turning toward Mama, I say, "I think she's starting to lose it." She smiles softly at me and says, "That, or you're in some strong denial. Only time will tell."
Chapter 4. Indy. I can't feel my legs. Scarlett hobbles next to me. Those suicides yesterday broke me, mentally and physically. I honestly think Coach Wilson is trying to murder us using our own bodies. I'm never one to complain about training because I know, with more pain, I'm doing something to gain the upper hand over my competition. But hell has descended upon the women's soccer field this past week, and oh my Jesus, am I in pain. I think I put pants on today, but I honestly can't tell as my legs are numb, I say. Scarlett, my best friend and partner in crime, the girl with the sickest bend in her kick I've ever seen, looks at my legs. You're good. You're wearing leggings. Might feel like nothing, but you're all covered up. Thank God. We both laugh, then stop at the coffee kiosk right outside of our lecture hall. I'm so freaking excited you changed your major and we have some of the same classes now, Scarlett says. You can do all the studying for the both of us. How does that work? She shrugs. You can teach me? Scarlett has struggled with school her entire life. She barely made it through her freshman year. She came to me sobbing after finals, admitting to having dyslexia. She thought she could handle the workload of a Brentwood education, but because of her grades, she brought down the team average, which put her scholarship in jeopardy. The next day, we went into Coach Wilson's office together, and I sat next to her while she explained everything to Coach. Last year, Scarlett was on an individualized learning plan, and to her surprise, she earned B's across the board. I tap her leg with my foot. You know I got you. Anything you need, I'll help you. She smiles and shyly says, That means a lot to me. We step up to the coffee kiosk, pull out our meal plan cards, and ask for 2 caramel macchiatos. I'll need to prepare you. There are a lot of athletes in our major. Why would I care about that? I ask. Scarlett rolls her eyes. You are so oblivious. Oblivious to what? How many guys want to get in your pants? Whatever. Our coffees are set off to the side and we each grab one. I'm serious. The famous Indie Mayhem is in a lot of guys' wet dreams. Ew, gross. Don't say things like that. She laughs and links her arm through mine. It's true. Do you know how many guys have asked me for your number? 1. I deadpan. Oh, sweetie, I wish. Little do you know I've been cock-blocking for you for the past 2 years. They hear I'm roommates and best friends with Indie Mayhem, and they soon become buddy-buddy with me, hoping for an in. How the hell I became this untouchable legend is beyond me. Scarlett's not normally one to exaggerate, but this is crazy. I've slept with guys. I've never seen her bat anyone away. I shrug. Thank you, I guess. You're welcome. But now that you're in the class yourself, you can do all the batting away of penises. I'm retiring. Does your retirement come with a pension plan? Not that I know of. She chuckles. Then you were batting away penises for the wrong person. Clearly. She opens the door to the lecture hall and guides me toward one of the smaller classrooms in the right wing. Just a heads up, this is where most of your classes will be. Cool. She opens the door to our classroom, and it's much smaller than most of the lecture hall classes I've taken. But it still has a small auditorium feel to it. I'm glad to be back, ready for my new school year to begin. When we walk in, a few heads turn and then... Indie Mayhem. No fucking way. Barreling toward me is a 220-pound linebacker, so I brace for impact. Scarlett grabs my coffee just in time. Baby girl, when did you start taking these classes? Rusty Goodall, my life skills partner from freshman year. It was our first class of our first semester in college, and we were paired up. He made that class so much fun and helped me close the gap between high school and college. Rusty! I let him scoop me up into a bear hug. It's so good to see you. I just switched this year. Hot damn. I'm going to need to see your schedule because Papa is excited. He sets me down and holds me out at shoulder distance. Damn, you look good. So do you. I squeeze his bicep. Did you lose weight and gain a whole bunch of muscles? He gives me a goofy grin and strokes his thick beard. As a matter of fact, I did. Oh, that's my boy. Getting ready for the draft next year, huh? Got to make some money so I can buy my girl a ring. Are you still with Chrissy? He nods and pulls out his phone to show me a picture of her. 5 years and going strong. She started an online weight loss consulting business. Girl is supporting me right now, but when I graduate, Papa will bring home the dough. I have no doubt. I give him another hug. I'm so happy to see you. It's been too long. Far too long. Because you probably don't even know that my twin brother transferred here. Really? Yep. He bops me on the nose and wiggles his brows. I'll have to introduce you two. Scarlett snorts next to me. I ignore her. I'm about to answer when the professor walks into the lecture hall and puts his bag on the desk. Ooh, time to be scholarly. Rusty gives me a wink and returns to a seat up front. Never a front row person. I sit in the back, just as Scarlett follows Rusty. Damn it. I waver between going with her and not drawing attention to myself on the first day, so I take a seat and set my bag down. Hey there, mayhem. Someone whispers next to me. I know that voice. Why do I know that voice? I turn to my side just in time to catch the heart-melting grin of Lincoln Castle, sitting right next to me. Crap. Welcome to student teaching. I'm your teacher, Professor Adams, and the people around you will be your student teachers. Please say hello to the person sitting next to you, because they will be your partner through this entire course. Double crap. Where are you going? I ask Lincoln as he gets up from his seat and starts to leave. He looks around the classroom and then back down at me. Class is over. I'm leaving. Don't you think we should exchange numbers? Aw, damn, Castle. You're scoring Mayhem's number? Mind if I borrow it? George, a football player, says as he walks up to us, along with Rusty and Scarlett. I'd love to take her out. Lincoln's brow creases as he slips his backpack on. Already have it. He nods at me. See you around. How do you already have... I don't finish the rest of that sentence, knowing exactly where he got it from. The meddling moms. Want to hit up the student union with us? Rusty asks. I convinced Scarlett to pay for my lunch. Scarlett shrugs. He was very convincing in his debate. I glance back at Lincoln, who is still heading out of the classroom, and strangely, panic sets in. I'm a good student. Always have been. It's important to me, especially because when my soccer career is over, I plan on teaching kids myself. At least, that's the idea for now. This class isn't a joke to me, and for some reason, I get the impression that it might be for Lincoln. I'll meet you there. Save me a seat. Backpack slung over my shoulder, I quickly get up from my seat and chase after Lincoln. I don't spot him until I walk outside the lecture hall and see him talking with Hartley Dashel and Asher Peppers, Lincoln's teammate. Great. Just what I need. An audience. And not just an audience, but an audience consisting of the star quarterback of Brentwood and Lincoln's best friend on his team. Sucking it up, I go to them and feel the blaze of Asher's and Hartley's eyes on me when I step into their small circle. I tap Lincoln's shoulder and he looks at me. Then he smiles and reaches around to pull me into his side. Guys, do you know Indy? Hartley gives Lincoln a strange, questioning look and says, "Yeah, dude." Asher nods at me. "Hey, Indy." The shy one of the group, Asher looks down at his feet and plays with a rock. It's an anomaly that Asher is friends with two of the most outgoing guys on campus, but I guess it works. I push out of Lincoln's hold and turn toward him. "Can I talk to you for a second?" "Whatever you have to say, you can say in front of my besties." "Ah, Jesus," Hartley mumbles. He's in one of those moods. Hartley places his hand on Asher's chest as Lincoln and I stare each other down. "I think we should leave before the sparks fly between these two ignite. Catch you at home, Link." They take off, leaving me alone with Lincoln and his smarmy smile. "Can't seem to get enough of me today." "You're disgustingly full of yourself," I counter. "Hey." He holds his hands up in defense. "Where's all this hostility coming from? I didn't do anything to you." He's right. He didn't. I almost wish he had, because being angry with him is a lot easier than being nice. Looking off to the side, I say, "I'm just irritated." "Well, let's talk about it." He takes me by the hand and moves me through the passing students to a bench under a giant oak tree. We both take a seat and then he faces me. "Go ahead." He motions with his hand and I don't know why, but the gesture irritates me even more. How can you be so easygoing? Aren't you annoyed? What's there to be annoyed about? He looks up at the blue, cloudless sky. It's a beautiful day. School just started. The air is filled with that familiar, freshly cut grass smell. It's a great day. I'm not annoyed about the day, about our situation. What about it? He drapes his arm over the back of the bench. You didn't even know who I was, and now we're partners in class. Seems like kismet, doesn't it? He winks, and I groan. I try to stand, but he pushes me back down on the seat. Dude, lighten up. It's not a big deal. It's a big deal to me, I yell. I have no idea how you conduct yourself in the classroom, but I take my education very seriously. I don't want to be partnered with someone who's not going to help and will just use me for a free ride. His eyes narrow and his easygoing attitude vanishes. He sits up and sternly says, I take my education very seriously, too. I've been on the dean's list for the past 2 years, but you don't hear about that, do you? You only hear about my partying and baseball life. He looks me up and down. Maybe don't judge a book by its cover. Oh, crap. I bite my bottom lip and let out a slow breath. I'm sorry. I just assumed wrong. I did. I nod. I'm sorry. You bolted out of the classroom without talking about the assignments. I freaked out. He leans back on the bench again and says, I told you I had your number. Yeah, but that could have meant anything. Well, let me put your mind at ease. I have your number, and I plan on texting you tonight to figure out what we should be doing for this week's assignment. Let me get through weightlifting and practice, and then we can discuss. He lifts my chin up. That work for you, Mayhem? I nod, feeling incredibly stupid. He must sense it because he says, I feel like we got off on the wrong foot somehow. You have a lot of anger toward me, and I'm wondering why. Because you're incredibly hot. Because you're also really nice, and the combination of both those things is making me think things I shouldn't be thinking about. But I don't say that. I think I'm projecting my anger at my mom onto you. It was a rough summer. The whole setting me up one last time before I came back was incredibly irritating. I take a deep breath and look him in the eyes. I did have a good time, though, in case you hadn't gathered that. He chuckles and reaches out to tug on my ponytail. Despite what people might think, I'm not a dumb jock, and I can read people really well. I knew you had fun. You were just playing it cool. He claps his hands together and leans forward. How about this? We start over. I'm an ass for not knowing who you were, and you were ungrateful for the milkshake. He flashes that smile. Let's make a wash of it and start over. As friends. I mull it over. Friends with Lincoln Castle? I don't know. You seem a little high maintenance. The pathetic friend that needs his hand to be held. Hey, I'm not going to balk at the idea of you holding my hand. I roll my eyes and stand. If we're friends, you can't hit on me. I get enough of that from everyone else. Oh, yeah? He stands as well. Like who? As your friend, I think it's important that I know who the horn dogs are. I'll be sure to make a list for you. I stand and start to back away, but he tugs on my hand and brings me into his chest. He wraps his large arms around me and gives me a brief hug before letting me go. Have a good day, Indy. I take a step back. You too, Lincoln. And then he takes off, giving a few people high fives on his way. I blink several times, trying to figure out what just happened. I am not a hug-it-out girl. In fact, it takes me a while to warm up to people. But Lincoln Castle just hugged me, and it was a good hug. Both arms, snug into chest. Momentary happiness. Rare. And I allowed that. Sort of. Am I friends with Lincoln Castle now? I guess I could have worse friends. At least he's a good one to have at my side. I'm going to give you a helpful hint, Scarlett says as I sit down with a steak salad and water. Don't buy Rusty lunch. He will max out your meal plan. Rusty laughs and says, I didn't max it out. He winks at me. I did make a good dent, though. He pops open a bag of chips and offers them to those of us at the table. If I wasn't watching what I eat, I'd partake in those chips, Scarlett says, since I bought them. But we're getting tested on the field soon, and I want to be in the best shape possible. At the start of every season, our endurance and agility are tested. It's a rigorous Saturday that kicks us all in the ass, but it gives Coach Wilson a good idea how we're doing physically, if we took the off-season seriously, and if we've earned the right to be a starter. My freshman year, I threw up from nerves right before we went out on the field and overexerted myself trying to impress. When we got to the sprints, I was gassed and almost didn't make the time requirement. Last year, I paced myself and held the top spot with Scarlett. I've trained even harder this past summer, and I feel prepared. But I'm right there with Scarlett, trying to fuel my body in the best way possible. You girls will do great. I know it, Rusty says, chips falling into his beard. So, what's with you and Castle? Seems like there's something there. Scarlett rests her chin on her hand and stares at me. I was going to say the same thing. I pop open my salad and skip the dressing, using my fork to pierce a chunk of steak and eating it. We were set up on a date by our moms a few days before I left to come back. He didn't know who I was. I knew exactly who he was. We played arcade games, our moms left us. He drove me home. Nothing happened. Nothing, so don't even ask. Wait. Scarlett holds up her hand. Your moms set you up? I nod. Apparently, we grew up 20 minutes from each other but went to different schools. My mom does Lincoln's mom's hair. They thought it would be fun to secretly set us up. And was it fun? Scarlett asks. I shrug. It was okay. We were both pissed initially, because apparently both our moms have been trying to set us up with people all summer. And then it turned into a competitive thing. We just left it at, thanks for the ride, see you around. And why didn't you tell me this the minute you came back to school? Scarlett asks. Rusty's eating his chips, looking back and forth between the two of us as if he's watching his own movie. Didn't think it was worth mentioning. Like I said, nothing happened, just a random night. Rusty shakes his head and says, I can't believe he didn't know who you were. Typical baseball player at Brentwood. Stuck in their own world, Scarlett says. Most of them are pretty good guys, Rusty says. I'm surprised about Lincoln, as he's a really good guy. I would have thought he knew everyone. Well, not everyone. It's fine. I really don't care because I'm not interested in him other than as partners in student teaching. You're not interested in Lincoln Castle? Rusty asks, his eyes wide. I think that's the first time I've ever heard that sentence come out of a girl's mouth. Hell, my good friend Amber on the basketball team, who's a lesbian, said she would throw away her rainbow flag for a passionate night with a man. I say, not my type. Oh, okay. Scarlett scoffs and laughs. He's not. I like bigger guys. Meat on their bones. I smile. Like Rusty. He pats his muscular stomach with pride. If you like this physique, I have an identical man I can match you up with. Mind you, he's a little skinnier, more in shape, doesn't have the burly beard, and doesn't have the bear hug quite down yet. But he's awesome. I think you two would hit it off. Rusty, I'm not dating this year. Who says you have to date? He leans forward and whispers, just let him take you out to dinner and get a free meal out of it. I chuckle. Wouldn't that be leading him on? The guy needs some more friends, and you're a sweet girl. I know, if anything, he'd value your friendship. Give him a shot. I sigh and lean into my booth. What's his name? Deacon. He just moved in with me and the boys. Yeah, and where's that? Rusty smiles brightly. Hartley and Lincoln's house. Of course. Of course.
Chapter 5. Lincoln. Hartley holds up his soda and says, "To our junior year." "To our junior year," the boys all say together and then clink cans. Every Wednesday, no matter what we're doing, we always have a family dinner. Hartley got the idea last year when one Wednesday night, we were all in the kitchen trying to figure out what to eat, and he said, "Let's make a family meal together." And we did. Ever since, we sit at our dining room table, which doubles as a drinking table when we throw a party, and we have a dinner together to decompress. We lost 2 seniors from the football team last year, so this year we have Hartley, me, my boy Asher, Hutton Marshall, a wide receiver on the football team, and Rusty and his brother, Deacon, who just made the football team as a linebacker. It's a good group of guys with 0 drama, which is what we prefer. "Dig in, boys," Hartley says, passing the bowl of homemade sweet potato fries. Tonight we made burgers on the grill with all the fixings, homemade fries, a salad, and Hutton cut up some watermelon, because he's a master at it. We go in a line, handing things off, loading our burgers and filling our plates until there's barely anything left in the serving dishes. I'm the first to dig in, going straight to the salad because I'm the person who needs to eat their greens first to get those out of the way. "First things first," Hartley announces from the head of the table. "Let's talk about our valleys for the day." Just like Hartley's family did when he was growing up, he makes us talk about our peaks and valleys of the day, or week for that matter. At first we grumbled about it, but now I find myself thinking throughout the week what a good peak and valley would be to bring to the table. "Asher, you're up," Hartley says. "Valley, I asked a girl out and she turned me down." "What?" I ask, confused. "First of all, you asked someone out?" Asher is painfully shy, and to hear he asked someone out is shocking. Secondly, who was it? "Well, technically, I asked her out for Barry on the lacrosse team." Why isn't Barry asking his own girls out? And why is he asking the shyest guy in the athletic department to do his dirty work? "We were doing a deadlift challenge. He maxed out more than me, and we made a bet. So I had to ask Charlize out for him. Backfired badly." Asher shrugs, then picks up his burger and takes a huge bite. Hutton's up next. "Deacon caught me jacking off in the shower." The boys all groan and Deacon buries his head in his hands. Which reminds me, we need to add to the rules. Knock with bathrooms, too. Deacon goes next. I saw Hutton's O-face. Not sure I'll ever recover. We all laugh, and Rusty puts his hands on his identical twin brother's shoulder. I caught Lincoln last year. Dude jerks it hard. Will you shut the fuck up with that? I told you I was almost at completion, okay? Christ. Harley looks around the table. Am I the only one who knocks in this house? Asher raises his finger but says nothing as he bites his burger. Rusty chimes in and says, I split my pants yesterday in class when I sat in my seat. I sat through the whole class with a rip in my pants trying to figure out how I could leave class undetected. The table roars with laughter. What did you do? Hutton asks before plopping a fry in his mouth. Walked out of there with a split in my pants. There was no other option. I did consider buying the sweater off the girl next to me, but realized it would barely cover one of my ass cheeks. It's all those squats. My thighs are gigantic. Papa needs new pants. Once I'm done laughing, I say, my valley would be... I think about it, unable to come up with anything. I've had a pretty good few days. Shocking. Lincoln had a good week. Again, Hutton says in a teasing tone. Oh, I know. I asked for skim milk in my coffee, and they gave me whole. The table goes silent, and then Rusty starts to slow clap. Wow, you brave soul. How are you able to hold your head up right now? Shut the fuck up. I laugh, while Hartley takes the lead. Valley for me would be listening to Lincoln's Valley. I am positively devastated. Whatever, I say, while the guys all break out in laughter again. Peaks, Asher, go. PR'd on the bench this week. Coach Disick was impressed. It's a hard thing to impress our coach, so that's a major peak. We all offer congratulations. Hutton didn't drop one ball at practice. Deacon is taking some girl out this week. Rusty found an egg roll at a secret kiosk near the events center that made him weep real man tears with how good it was. When it comes to me, I say, I have Thursdays and Fridays off classes, which means I get to sleep in tomorrow. Hartley says, make room in your bed for Snuggles. You know I got you, boo. So, who's the girl? Hutton asks Deacon. Not sure. Rusty's setting me up. All eyes turn to Rusty, who holds his hands in the air as if to block all incoming questions. Don't even ask. I don't want to scare her away. But if you are wondering, yes, I'm playing matchmaker, and I've got to say, it gives me life. Not as much life as the egg roll, but it gives me life. Why are you hooking us all up? Hutton asks. I feel like taking part in a relationship this year. Are your whoring days over? Hartley asks. Possibly. Depends on the girl. Not all of us can be celibate like you, Dashiell, Hutton says to Hartley. Not celibate, just picky. Out of all the guys that have been in the house, Hartley and Asher are probably tied when it comes to who's brought the least girls home. I'm in the middle. Hutton has stuck his dick in more women than he can probably remember. What about you? Deacon asks me. Plan on bringing any girls home, Link? My mind immediately goes to Indy, and I fucking hate that it does. I texted her the other night like I said I would, and we planned out the assignment. But that was it. She was pretty cold, but I won't hold it against her. I see the determination in her eyes. She doesn't want to be distracted. She wants to train and do her schoolwork. There doesn't seem to be very much else on her mind, which is fine with me because it's not like I'm looking for anything else either. This could be my last year at Brentwood, which means I need to double down on my time in the cages working on my spin, in the weight room increasing my strength, and out on the field building endurance. Nah, I answer, popping a fry in my mouth. I'm probably going the Hartley and Asher route this year. Damn, Hutton says. Look at us being mature assholes. You stuck an uncooked sweet potato fry in your nose in the kitchen, Hartley points out. I wouldn't call yourself mature just yet. Hutton nods toward Rusty. At least I didn't split my pants in class. Hey, Rusty says. It's not like I let out a giant fart and the impact ripped my pants. My man thighs were too much for the fabric. I chuckle to myself and watch my boys go back and forth, ribbing each other, genuinely enjoying family dinner night. I'm going to miss these moments when I move on, so I cherish them now. Peps, hold up, I say, hobbling up to Asher using his nickname. I grip his shoulder and steady myself. Carry me, man. Carry yourself, he says, shrugging out of my grasp. I can barely hold up my own body. We walk out of the stadium to the parking lot. We drove together because saving the earth is a pretty cool thing to do, and if we can carpool from the house, we will. What was with the weighted box jumps and burpee combo today? I ask, as we both fall into his car and shut the doors. Asher doesn't start the engine right away, but just stares back at the stadium. I don't know, but that was brutal. Did you see him smirking after we did 20 box jumps and he yelled 50 burpees? Everyone saw it, Asher says, starting his car. Fine, make us do shit we hate, but don't be a dick and smirk about it. He pulls out of the parking lot and starts driving toward our house, which is no more than 10 minutes from campus. 6 minutes, if we don't hit lights. I knew it was going to be hard here, but I thought once I got to my junior year, I'd be used to it. He shakes his head. It's not. I can't wait to get drafted and move on. Asher has never been a fan of the college life. He doesn't like parties, he doesn't like all the attention he gets on campus, and he certainly doesn't like it when Hutton walks drunkenly into Asher's room with a girl, mistaking the door on the left for the door on the right. As one of the best center fielders I've ever seen, he's ready to move to the majors and live his own life. You know the attention is only going to be magnified when you're drafted and make it to the majors? Yeah, but at least I'll have my own place. It's not that bad, man. He sighs. It's not, but being at Brentwood feels like being in a fishbowl, you know? Everyone is always watching everything you're doing on campus. I'm over it. Plus, fuck, I hate school. He laughs. I'm good at it, but I'm over it. I feel you there. I know it's important to get an education, but... Yep. We pull into our circular driveway and park. I grab my bags and we both head into the house where I set my shit down in the entry, and then walk toward the kitchen where I halt immediately. Asher runs into my back. Indy, I say, surprised to see her at my house. What are you doing here? She's sitting on the kitchen island wearing a pair of black Adidas leggings and a sweater that's hanging off her shoulder, showing a hot pink sports bra strap. Her hair is in its classic high ponytail, and she doesn't have an ounce of makeup on. She nods toward the fridge where Rusty pops his head up. Rusty claimed he needed help with understanding elementary school student behaviors. I do. Uh-huh. Indy rolls her eyes and hops off the counter. Rusty tosses her a water and she catches it with ease. That's why you keep talking about your brother, telling me he's going to be home any second? Can a guy talk about his brother and not get chastised about it? Rusty asks. I told you I'm not interested in dating anyone. And I told you, free dinner. Rusty gives her a pointed look. Indy turns back to me, gives me a quick once-over and says, Why are you standing like that, all bow-legged? Like you're not sure if you should sit or stand. Trying to clear my head of the whole Deacon and Indy thing. Was that who Deacon was talking about last night? I say, rough practice, burpees and weighted box jumps. Oof. She squints, and in that moment, I realize something significant. I like that she can empathize with me. I like that she knows the pain I'm talking about. That sounds like a nightmare. How many rounds? 5, I answer, while Asher quickly grabs a protein shake from the fridge and retreats to his bedroom. 5 rounds? Damn, I think I'm having sympathy pains for you. I smile. Look at you, being kind to me. You said you wanted to be friends. She winks. I'm nice to my friends.
right, Rusty?
The best. He rubs his chin and says, "You know, while we wait for Deacon, maybe we should go." His phone rings, and he checks the screen, smiling like a doof. "It's Chrissy. Do you mind if I take this?"
Go ahead,
Indy says. Once Rusty is upstairs, I work my way around the kitchen and say, "So, a date, huh? Thought you were against those."
I am. But I'm assuming you know Rusty. He doesn't take no for an answer. Figured I'd meet Deacon, give him a pat on the shoulder, and tell him I'm not interested in starting anything.
I go to the sink where I rinse out the Tupperware container from the lunch I took with me to campus. Since I didn't have classes today, I spent the entire day between practicing and weights studying in the library. When I have a long day on campus, I always make sure to take food with me. So, when you're done with your days, you're sleeping in bed naked, by yourself? Don't ask where the question came from, or why I asked it. But there it is, out in the open, collecting all the awkward points that it can. She makes her way around the island and lifts herself onto the counter next to the sink.
Are you asking if I'm banging anyone, Lincoln?
Christ, she's direct. Although I don't know why I'm surprised, as she's been nothing but direct with me since I met her. Laughing awkwardly, I say, "Honestly, I have no idea where that question came from."
I do.
She crosses one long, toned leg over the other.
You tried to deny it, but I know your infatuation. It's getting stronger, isn't it?
My eyes practically roll out of their sockets. Please. I think we both know why you're here. It's all under the guise of meeting Rusty's brother, but truthfully, you want to catch another glimpse of me in my natural habitat, where I kick my feet up and relax.
Oh, yes, you got me, she says sarcastically. I had Rusty drive me over here just so I could see you walk around your house in sweaty ankle socks.
I glance down at my feet, and then back up at her. How do you know they're sweaty?
If they're not sweaty, then you clearly didn't do 5 rounds of burpees and weighted box jumps.
Observant. I point at her and pull out a prepared meal I have delivered to the house. 3 meals a week makes dinners easy for me, especially during the season. But I'm glad you can admit your need to see me. It will behoove you to make such admissions.
It will behoove me.
Yeah. Makes life easier when you can admit to your feelings rather than bottling them all up inside.
Like you are.
I'm not bottling up anything. I put my meal in the microwave and start it. I turn toward her and brace myself against the counter. I catch her eyes briefly take in the way my shirt pulls across my pecs, before her eyes shoot back up to mine. Like what you see? Not faltering, she plainly says,
Your nipples are hard.
I glance at them. It's because they're remembering the way you touched them when we shared an evening out with milkshakes.
Well, I hope they never know that was a one-and-done thing.
I wink. Never say never. The microwave beeps and I pull my meal out and plop it onto a plate before grabbing a fork. I set my plate on the island, lean down on one forearm, and start moving the food around, allowing the steam to billow up.
That smells disgusting, she says.
Wow, that's rude. I laugh. She shrugs.
It does. What is it?
Some uber-healthy Brussels sprouts dish with steak. She pinches the collar of her shirt and pulls it over her nose.
You can really smell the Brussels sprouts.
I fork one, bring it to my lips and blow on it, then pop it in my mouth only to spit it back onto my plate and quickly reach for my water. Oh, fuck, that's hot. Indy laughs out loud enough that it reverberates against the oak kitchen cabinets.
That was so revolting. If I had even the slightest crush on you, which I don't, that would have extinguished the flame quickly.
Wait. I look around and lean in toward her. Are you telling me spitting food back out onto your plate isn't sexy?
Afraid not.
Such a shame. I blow on another Brussels sprout, this time taking a little longer, and then I chew on it. I hold my plate out to her and say, "Want a bite?" She holds her hand up and cringes.
I'm good, really.
"Your loss." I smile and continue to dig in. When silence falls between us, I rack my brain for anything to say. But all I can think about is how she's sitting in my kitchen waiting to meet another guy. And for some reason, that feels weird. "So, Deacon, huh?" I say, feeling like a moron even mentioning it.
Am I detecting a hint of jealousy?
"No, just trying to make conversation." I wipe my mouth with a napkin and stand tall. "If you're thinking identical twin to Rusty getting a burly guy, you're going to be sorely mistaken. He's more ripped."
Oh no, really?
Indy places her hand on her heart.
What a travesty. I don't know if I can go through with this. A ripped guy who plays football? What did I get myself into?
I cut a piece of meat and say, "I can see your sarcasm is on point today."
I dusted it off last night in case I ran into you today. Thankfully, I did. I wouldn't want to go to all that trouble for nothing.
"You're such a smartass." She smiles brightly.
I think that's the nicest thing you've ever said to me.
Just at that moment, Rusty walks back into the kitchen and says, "Sorry, Deacon called me while I was on the phone with Chrissy. Coach is making him stay longer at study hall since he's a transfer. He won't be back for a while."
What a shame. No awkward encounter forced by a brother,
Indy says, making me snort into my food. Rusty lets out a hearty laugh. "Free dinner, Indy. Keep thinking free dinner." She pats the big guy's belly and says,
Not ruled by food, buddy. You should know that. Anyway, I should get back to my house. We have testing on Saturday. I need to get as much sleep as possible beforehand so I'm refreshed and ready.
"Okay, give me a few and I'll take you. I just have to call Chrissy back really quick." "I can take her," I say, wiping my mouth and tossing my napkin in the garbage. Not pleased with the idea, Indy folds her arms and stares at me. "Are you sure, man?" "Yep, got all my work done earlier during study hall. I'm not doing anything." "Okay, yeah. I mean, if that's okay with you, Indy." Even though she doesn't seem to like the idea, she goes for it.
That's fine. Come on, Castle, she says, walking toward the front door, but not before giving Rusty a quick hug. Tell your brother I said hi. Maybe I'll catch him around campus.
"He wants a rain check. Don't discount him. I promise he's worth the wait." Calling over her shoulder, she says,
And yet, I'm not looking to date anyone.
Rusty goes to respond, but she stops him before he can.
I know. Free dinner. Bye, Rusty.
"See ya, Mayhem." Man, she smells good. Now that we're in my Jeep, driving to her place with no Brussels sprouts to drown out her scent, she's all I can smell. All girly and shit. Sweet. And fucking good. I want to bury my head in her skin and soak it up.
Why do you look like you're trying to hold in a fart?
She asks. Okay, maybe not bury my head in her skin. You hold nothing back, do you?
Call it like I see it. You look pained. Dude, just let it loose if it's going to cause you that much discomfort.
I don't have to fart, but thanks for that.
Huh. Could have fooled me.
The GPS tells me to turn right, but I keep going straight.
You missed the turn?
I know.
Is this another one of those milkshake things? Because I have to tell you, I'm not eating anything bad for me right now.
So Frankie Donuts is a no-go?
That's a giant no, which is painful to say because I would do just about anything to eat one of their strawberry lemonade donuts right now.
Strawberry lemonade? Are you insane? Pistachio all the way.
What? Only 70-year-old ladies with cat-themed canes eat the pistachio donuts.
Have you even tried one? I ask, then make a right onto the street that leads straight to the small parking spot overlooking Lake Michigan.
No.
Then how the hell can you say they're not good?
I didn't say they weren't good. I just scoffed at a 20-year-old eating one.
I back into the parking spot and then put my Jeep into park. "Come on," I say, nodding toward a bench that overlooks the lake. There's hesitation in her eyes, as if she's unsure if she should tell me to take her straight to her house. I hold my breath for a few beats before she sighs and opens her door. Getting her to come with me is like pulling teeth. We sit on the wooden bench, and I drape my arm over the back while she pulls her knees to her chest and wraps her arms around her shins.
Why did you bring me here?
I tap the back of the bench, staring at the small waves that crash against the water's edge. Looked like you needed some fresh air, after the Brussels sprouts and all. I come here when I'm feeling overwhelmed or just need a second from everyone. Living with 5 guys can make you a little crazy at times.
Did I look overwhelmed?
You hide it well, but I sensed you were antsy to get out of the house. She doesn't answer, but stares out at the lake instead, resting her chin on her folded arms. After a few seconds of silence, she says,
Rusty was my rock my first semester of college. We both didn't know what we were doing, but he practically held my hand through all the firsts of college, especially our first party. I drank way too much, and if it wasn't for his intervention, I don't know what would have happened to me that night. I honestly can't even think about it. I feel like I owe him so much, and when he asked me to meet his brother, I felt obligated.
Even though you don't want to date.
Exactly,
she says. Surprised that she's actually opening up given the sarcastic facade she likes to present, I say, I'm sure if you said that to Rusty, he'd be horrified. He does things out of the kindness of his heart. He would never want to push you to do something you really don't want to do.
I know. And I'm sure if I told him I truly wasn't interested, he'd back off. I just don't have it in me to say anything.
Want me to tell him to back off?
No,
she says, horrified.
God, please don't do that. I think he'd be more insulted if I didn't talk to him myself.
You're probably right. Even though I hate to admit it, I say, Deacon is a good guy. Who knows, you might hit it off.
Maybe. But I really don't need the distraction.
I feel you on that. But maybe he won't be a distraction, I say, feeling like I'm actually talking about myself. I would never admit this to my mom, but I enjoy Indy's company, even when she's prickly. When I saw her in the kitchen, excitement bloomed in my stomach, and when I found out she was there to hang out with someone else, it didn't settle well. That's why I ate my stinky Brussels sprouts in front of her and why I so quickly offered to take her home. I want to be around her, to hear her talk, to have her listen. It's a different feeling, something I'm experiencing for the first time with a girl. I kind of like it. Maybe you need someone to escape with, I say.
Escape, huh?
She smiles at me.
Isn't that what we're doing right now?
I guess so. She nudges me with her foot.
So does that make you my escape buddy?
Not sure you could handle me as your escape buddy, especially since you're not partaking in milkshakes and Frankie donuts.
Just until after testing. And during the season I try to keep it clean too, as best I can. I have my moments where I find myself standing in line at Frankie Donuts, trying to fill my stomach with the air alone.
I gained a cool freshman 15 because of Frankie Donuts.
No, you didn't.
She laughs, and it's such a great sound. It has an unexpected rhythm to it, smooth and a little throaty.
How could you possibly gain 15 pounds on Dizik's program? Aren't freshmen basically running machines for the first year?
Trust me, I ate a lot of donuts. Harley had to have a conversation with me because he felt the weight tack on from the donuts I took back to our dorm.
You're going to have to show me pictures because I don't believe it. And I can barely remember what I looked like as a freshman, let alone someone else.
I reach into my pocket and pull out my phone. I sift through my Instagram pictures and find one of me, Hartley, and Asher at the baseball loft. I chuckle and hand her my phone. She sits up as her mouth practically hits the top of her knees.
Oh my God, I can practically see all the pistachio donuts under your shirt.
Told you. She hands me back my phone, and I watch as her eyes travel over my body.
Well, you've worked them off, that's for sure.
Are you saying I have a nice body, Mayhem?
I'm not going to lie and say you don't. You're shredded.
She shrugs as if it's an everyday comment. It's not. Not from her. I gather she's not one to throw compliments out into the universe like that. If you want, I can take my shirt off while we have this conversation, so you can get the full effect of it all.
Not necessary.
Okay. Then do you want to take your shirt off?
Oh my God, Lincoln.
She laughs out loud.
You're better than that.
I laugh along with her. I'm really not, but thank you for thinking that I am.
Unbelievable.
Come on. I tug on her ponytail, which keeps whispering over the back of my hand. Even as a friend, I'm allowed to admit that you're hot. And even though I'm putting myself in the friend zone, I can tease you about taking your shirt off.
Pretty sure I stuck you in the friend zone and you didn't voluntarily put yourself there.
No. I said, let's be friends.
No, I don't recall that.
Oh, fuck. I shake my head, smiling. You're infuriating, you know that?
I know,
She says so cutely that it makes me want to kick her off this bench and right onto the sand.
but if we're talking about rules for this friendship, then I guess we can say talking of taking shirts off is okay, as long as you don't ask me to touch your nipples again because, Link, that was weird.
Are you saying you've never touched a man nipple before? She shakes her head.
Never said that. I've sucked on a man nipple.
Ah, shit. That makes my good old loins stir a bit.
But I've never touched a friend's nipple, and not by force.
It wasn't force. It was more annoyance.
Either way, it was weird.
But you liked it. She chuckles and turns completely toward me now, giving me her full attention.
It was a nice nub.
I fist pump the air. Fuck, I knew you liked it. Gesturing to both nipples with 2 fingers and a whistle, I say, don't even need to ask. They're yours for the taking, Mayhem.
I'll keep that in mind.
She looks down at her Apple Watch.
I should really get home.
Got it. I stand from the bench and think about offering my hand for Lord knows what reason, but she hops off the bench and walks toward my Jeep, so carefree and light in her step. There's no awkwardness between us. No uncomfortable feelings. Just 2 college kids, fighting through the life of education and athletics, finding our way. And that, I can appreciate.
Chapter 6. Indy. Lincoln. Good luck today. I smile at my phone as I walk into the women's soccer team locker room. We by no means have the state-of-the-art locker room that the baseball team or even the football team possesses, but it has what we need: showers, lockers, and a whiteboard. I sit on the metal seat of my locker and type back to Lincoln. Indy. Thanks. Feeling good. And no, before you ask, I did not eat the breakfast you suggested the other night. Lincoln. What? That's the magic breakfast. You can never go wrong with eggs and pickles. Indy. Pretty sure there are many ways you can go wrong with eggs and pickles. Lincoln. Suit yourself. But I'm telling you, eggs and pickles give you superhuman powers. Indy. Of projectile vomiting at record levels? Lincoln. Maybe. Maybe. But consider it like a booster rocket. Indy. Do you find this text thread useful? Lincoln. Not particularly, unless it got your mind off things. Did it? Fingers crossed. Indy. Maybe a little. Lincoln. I'm such a good friend. It's borderline disgusting how good I am. Indy. And modest, too. Lincoln. Always. Okay. Good luck, Mayhem. Sprint as if there's a strawberry lemonade donut at the finish line. Indy, the only true motivator. And thank you. I set my phone down and look up to find Scarlett staring at me. We're the only two in the locker room because we like to get here early and prepare. She motions her finger at me and says, "What was that all about?" "What was what all about?" I ask, tearing my shirt over my head, leaving me in my black sports bra. Thankfully, even though we're lower on the totem pole when it comes to sports, we do still have a lot of perks, like an equipment manager dedicated to our team who washes our uniforms and practice clothes and hangs them up in our lockers for the next day. You were totally gone for a second. I said your name twice. Oh shit, really? I laugh. Sorry, just texting Lincoln. Lincoln Castle? Yeah, I answer casually. Am I delusional or were you totally hating on him before? I wasn't hating on him, just indifferent. But we're cool now. Cool as in friends. I pull down my white workout shirt from the hanger with the Brentwood women's soccer logo on it. I slip it over my head and pull my ponytail out the back. Are you sure you're just friends? Positive. Trust me. If I were to start something with someone, and we both know I won't, but if I were, it would not be with Lincoln. There's too much fanfare surrounding him. It would be far too much to handle. But he's hot. He is, I admit, but too much. Which reminds me, Rusty's coming over tonight with Deacon, bringing pizza to celebrate. Deep dish? Scarlett asks as she changes into her shorts. No idea. If he's the smart guy, he'll bring deep dish. The locker room starts to fill with our teammates, and before we know it, we're all walking out to the soccer practice fields, white shirts and green shorts flashing in a single line. Our cleats click against the concrete sidewalk until we reach the turf, where the field is set up for what is known in Brentwood as the most rigorous physical test amongst the teams. Some of the other coaches threaten their players with the women's soccer yearly physical training test as punishment. Coach splits us into heats, so we're not all going at the same time. We're separated by class, the poor freshman being the last to go. As a freshman, I'd wanted to go last, but the nerves that eat away at your stomach, doing strange things to your system where you feel like you're going to pass out or vomit, or maybe even both at the same time, are horrendous. Hope everyone is well hydrated and got plenty of sleep last night, Coach Wilson says. She's a badass, with her dark hair flowing out the back of her hat. She played professionally for a few years before she tore her ACL and had to quit. She has 5 championships under her belt as head coach at Brentwood and is a recruiting genius. When she sees a weakness, she knows exactly how to remedy it or replace it. As you all know, we're starting with 8 laps around the field, staggered starts. You have 12 minutes to complete 8 laps, and that's just your warm-up. Her voice booms across the field. Surrounding us are other practice fields and teams. Men's soccer, lacrosse, softball. And they're all practicing, probably thanking the high heavens that they're not us right now. After the 12-minute challenge, we'll go into strength. 40 push-ups in a minute, 60 sit-ups, then 5x5x10s. This will measure how quick you are to change direction. You have 5 of these, and you must be under 10 seconds each time. From there, we'll move to 30 burpee push-ups in a minute, and then vertical jumps. There's no requirement for vertical jumps, as this is just to see where you're at and if you can improve. She pauses and looks at the upperclassmen. Everyone but freshmen better have improved from last year. If not, you're going to give us an extra mile after we're done. That was me last year. I made sure to improve my vertical this go-around. And finally, we'll end on your favorite, the 105. 15 100-yard sprints. You have 25 seconds to make it downfield, 35 seconds to make it back to the starting point. Helpful hint to the freshmen? Stick with the upperclassmen. They know the pace. She claps her board and says, "Let's get to work, ladies." Scarlett and I share a 2-bedroom townhome. It has great living space, a cute kitchen, and is close to campus. Right now, as I lounge on the couch in nothing but a pair of clean underwear and matching Calvin Klein cotton bra, I could not be more grateful that it's just me and Scarlett, that we're not sharing with more girls. "Jesus Christ," Scarlett says, flopping onto the couch wearing an oversized t-shirt and no pants. Our wet hair dots the gray couch while we stare at the ceiling. Why did that feel more brutal than before? I don't know, I say, gripping my forehead. I honestly didn't think we were going to make it at the end. I had a hard time keeping up with Sandra. If it wasn't for her, I don't think I would have beaten the yard sprints. Well, you did run 8 laps in 10 minutes, so you gassed yourself early. I nod. Yeah, I pulled a rookie move on the 8 laps. The doorbell rings and I groan. Ugh, that's Rusty. What were we thinking telling him it's okay to come over? We weren't, Scarlett says, reaching for her bike shorts and slipping them on. Too tired for even a shirt, I pull on a pair of black sweatpants, twist my hair up into a wet bun, and go to answer the door. When I open it, I'm greeted by a smiling Lincoln standing on the other side with a box of Frankie donuts in his hands. His eyes immediately take me in, and a sly smirk crosses his lips as he moves his gaze over every inch of my torso. Slowly. He bites on the corner of his lip and says, "Damn, Mayhem, you have abs." I look at my stomach and then back at Lincoln. Maybe I should have taken 2 more seconds to put on a shirt. Already pink from sunburn, the heat of my cheeks intensifies from his compliment and blatant staring. A little self-conscious. Not sure why, really. I reach out and lift his chin. "My eyes are up here, Castle." "Yeah, but your abs are down there, and they're carved," he says with awe. I'm simply too tired to stand in my doorway and go back and forth with Lincoln. "Are those donuts for me?" "Depends." He nods toward the inside of our townhome. "Can I come in?" Calling over my shoulder, I say, "It's Lincoln with donuts. Should I let him in?" "What kind of donuts?" Scarlett calls back. "Frankie donuts." "Good God, woman, of course, let him in." I chuckle and prop the door open. As he walks in, his eyes roam my body once more. Then he takes his shoes off. I shut the door behind him, and together we join Scarlett on the couch. Lincoln sits next to me and pops open the box. The sweet smell of grease and calories permeate the air as I count a dozen donuts, half strawberry lemonade and half pistachio. This man might have just won a special place in my heart. "Before you can have a strawberry lemonade, you must at least have a bite." He doesn't have time to finish his sentence before I have a pistachio donut hanging out of my mouth. "Yoink," Scarlett says, grabbing a pistachio as well. She holds it up to a shocked Lincoln and says, "Cheers, bro." We both lean back against the couch and moan. It's been a long few weeks of training and eating clean, so this donut is hitting all the right spots. Lincoln clears his throat. "Should I leave the box on the coffee table so you 3 can have some privacy?" "We don't mind voyeurs," Scarlett says. "Makes things more exciting when someone watches. Am I right?" She winks at Lincoln, and from the look on his face, I'm pretty sure he doesn't exactly know what to do with Scarlett yet. I nudge the box in his hands and ask, "Are you going to have one?" "Yeah. I was going to have a strawberry lemonade, but now I'm worried if I don't have a pistachio, they'll all be gone." "I would suggest you grab what you want sooner than later," Scarlett says around a mouthful of donut. "You can never tell with us." Noted. Lincoln snags a pistachio donut and takes a huge bite. "Fuck, these are amazing." Frankie cake donuts are good, but their yeast donuts have got to be the best in town. And I like that they don't try to do all the fun flavors on a cake donut, that they use the yeast base too. It's why it's so popular, I say, right before shoving the rest of the donut in my mouth. Cheeks puffed, I say around the donut. I love yeast. Lincoln snorts as Scarlett reaches past me and grabs a strawberry lemonade. Come to, Mama, she says right before taking an impressive bite. Mouth still full, I stand and ask Lincoln, "Want a drink?" "Yeah, whatever you have." From the kitchen, I hear Scarlett mumbling something about sweet strawberries, and when I come back into the room and hand Lincoln a bottle of Powerade, I catch him staring at Scarlett, confusion laced in his brow. She's in her own world, let her be. Got it. He uncaps his drink, and I shamelessly watch his hand wrap around the bottle and bring it to his lips. The liquid flows down his throat. The muscles contract. It's surprisingly erotic, and I have to look away because it feels wrong staring at his neck. Half the drink is gone when he sets the bottle on the coffee table. So, from the way you're both not crying in the corner right now, I'm going to guess your tests went great today? I pick up a strawberry donut, break it in half, and hand the other piece to him. Naturally, he takes it and leans back on the sofa with me. But instead of facing toward the TV, he's facing us. I wouldn't particularly say it went great, but we did pass. Barely, Scarlett says. The burpees ate me alive, and Indy didn't pace herself during the 12-minute test. Gassed out at the end, I admit, and take a bite of my donut. I almost didn't make the 105s. Oh shit, really? I know how hard those are. Coach Disick makes us do them sometimes. They're brutal. The worst is jogging back to the starting point. Yes, I say, almost a little too loud. The actual sprint you black out during, but the jog back is an impending doom of torture. Lincoln and I both stare at each other. How odd. We're finishing each other's sentences now. Scarlett perks up from her donut coma and says, "That was weird." She motions between the two of us. That was weird. I'm not mad about it, Lincoln says, smirking and raising both eyebrows. Frankly, I am. Scarlett leans over me, her boob pressing against my leg. Scarlett. She holds out her hand. You know, since our friend here is rude and didn't introduce me. Lincoln reaches out and shakes her hand while introducing himself. Oh, I know who you are. Indy hasn't shut up about you. Is that so? Lincoln asks, with such an annoying grin that I want to push his face away with one of the couch cushions. No, it's not so. I mentioned you for a second. I push Scarlett off me and ask, "Are you wearing a bra? I felt the definition of your boob on my leg." With her hand on the collar of her shirt, she lifts the fabric away from her body and peeks down. Nope, I'm not. She smiles and reaches for another donut. I honestly have no idea where she puts it all. No bra, no shirt? I feel left out. Should I take my pants off? No, I say, just as Scarlett whistles obnoxiously. Oh yeah, take it off, big boy. Let me see those undies. Turning my head to the side so I'm just speaking to Lincoln, I say, she soaked up too much sun today, so ignore anything that comes out of her mouth. Lincoln stretches his hand over the back of the couch, his fingers brushing against my wet hair. It's a small touch, but causes a decent reaction from my body, as if he just pulled a string and all my inside shrunk. I like what comes out of her mouth. Seems like she's speaking the truth. And what truth would that be? His fingers now press into my scalp, the light massage of his thick fingers making my eyes feel heavy, like I could go to sleep right here on the couch. That you talk about me all the time. She does, Scarlett says, before taking out her phone and starting a game of solitaire. Do you? he asks, his eyebrow lifting. No. But I smile and it gives me away. Not all the time, but enough. Maybe. What do you say? He asks, his fingers reaching the back of my scalp. I lean in toward him, giving him better access. How annoying you are? He chuckles. What else? Told her about our moms. By the way, has your mom asked about me? Because anytime I talk to my mom on the phone, she's always asking about you and whether I've seen you around campus, if we've hung out. Lincoln smiles coyly. He's so freaking cute in this moment. His messy hair, his soulful eyes that capture my full attention, the light scruff on his face making him seem older than his boyish grin suggests. She has. Oh, God, what did you say? Because whatever you said is going to get back to my mom, and I've lied to her, telling her we don't even have the same classes. Lincoln looks to the side and winces. Yeah, I told my mom we were partners in class. Oh my God, Lincoln, I groan. Now my mom is going to think something's going on between us. Isn't there something happening? Scarlett asks, head still engrossed in her phone but clearly listening in. We're just friends, Lincoln and I say at the same time. Turning away from Scarlett and facing Lincoln now, I lean the side of my body against the back of the couch and bring my knees to my chest. Lincoln's hand, which is still resting on the back of the couch, reaches down and draws small circles on my shoulder. It feels nice, comforting, and it must comfort him too, because he relaxes a little more into the couch. I didn't say anything else, just that we were paired together. When she squealed, I reassured her that nothing was going on, that it was a simple coincidence. I'm sure she's already told my mom and they're coming up with some crazy ideas together. Most likely. He sighs. Sorry, I shouldn't have said anything. It's fine. I smile at him and then nudge him with my foot. Thanks for bringing over donuts. That's what friends are for, right? Yeah, they are, I answer. And then we stare at each other, smiling like fools. His fingers trace over my shoulder and my hands itch to touch him as well. Secretly, I wish Scarlett wasn't right behind me playing solitaire, making little commentaries to herself about how the computer is not going to get her this time. What do you... Knock, knock. Pizza is here. Scarlett jumps off the couch and tosses my shirt at me. Put this on. No one wants to stare at your tits all night. I mean, I'm not objecting, Lincoln says, wiggling his eyebrows at me. I put my shirt on just as I remember who is bringing the pizza. Oh, hell. Congrats on passing! Rusty's voice booms from the entryway. Got some sun on those cheeks too, huh? I look past Lincoln to see Rusty bend down and give Scarlett a hug. Behind him, I spot a bulkier guy, fit in all the right places with an almost identical face to Rusty's. Instead of a beard, he has a 5 o'clock shadow. His blue eyes connect with mine and... Okay, yeah, he's hot. But then I knew what he'd look like because they're identical twins. And perhaps because Rusty's been with Chrissy for years, therefore unavailable, he's been in the friend zone. Deacon is like seeing Rusty 2.0. I thought that was your Jeep out front, Rusty says, coming up to Lincoln. What are you doing here, man? Clearing his throat, Lincoln shifts awkwardly away from me and says, just brought the girls some donuts, but I'll get going. He stands but doesn't glance at me again as he starts toward the door. Stay, I shout, feeling awkward from the way the words sounded coming out of my mouth. We have plenty of pizza, so you should stay. Yeah, man, Rusty says. He's constantly the nicest guy ever. Lincoln glances back at me, uncertainty in his features. I can see him wavering. Confusion and acceptance pass through his eyes before he finally nods. Okay, yeah, I can stay. Awesome! Rusty claps and then brings his brother forward, while Scarlett sets the 2 boxes of pizza on the coffee table, shifting the donuts to the side. She sets a roll of paper towels on top, and that's the extent of her hostessing. When Deacon steps forward and smiles at me, I feel a small piece of me melt inside. He's hot, really freaking hot, and checks all my boxes when it comes to the opposite sex. Indy, this is Deacon. Deacon, meet Indy Mayhem, the swiftest pair of cleats you'll see on the soccer field. Hey, Scarlett says, I scored more goals than her last year. By 1. I roll my eyes. And the reason you scored those goals was because of my assists, which I led the league in. No one asked for your stats, Scarlett mumbles, while tipping open a box and grabbing a slice of pepperoni. Deacon holds his hand out and says, Nice to meet you, Indy. Oh, even his voice is nice. Deep, seductive. He's a whole package of sex wrapped up into 6 feet plus of muscle and athleticism. I take his hand in mine. It's large like the rest of him, but for some reason, my mind goes immediately to the size of Lincoln's hands. Nice to meet you, Deacon. Smiling, he leans in and whispers, Sorry that my brother is being incredibly awkward. We both look to where Rusty is standing, clasping his hands together, looking like a proud papa bear. No worries. I'm used to his weirdness. I gesture toward the pizza. Grab a piece. I'm going to get some drinks for everyone. I'll help you, Lincoln says before Deacon can offer. Sure. Yeah, thanks, I say. When we reach the kitchen, Lincoln moves in close and whispers, So, Deacon, huh? I look over my shoulder as I stand in front of the fridge. What about him? He takes some of the drinks from me as the corner of his lips tilt in a knowing smile. Please. I saw the way your eyes lit up when he walked into the living room. There was no lighting up. If you saw anything, it was probably indigestion. Lincoln lets out a full-on belly laugh, the sound almost too loud for the small kitchen. Okay, Indy. I'm serious. Sure. He draws out sarcastically. My lips purse as I stare up at Lincoln. You're annoying me. How is that different to any other time we've hung out? Not sure. I try to move past him, but he stops me, blocking my path. Are you interested? He asks. And for a second, I see insecurity wash through his gaze, but it's fleeting. That teasing glint comes back before I have a chance to digest the other look in his eyes. Am I interested in a guy I just met for the first time for 5 seconds? Yeah, he says, his chin lifting. No. I told you. I'm not interested in starting anything with anyone. Okay, he says, and I watch as his chest deflates. Weird. He's being really freaking weird right now. Okay, so can I take these drinks to everyone? Sure, yeah. He steps to the side, and as I pass him, my shoulder grazes his, and I feel a moment of total weakness, softening my legs, making me want to lean into Lincoln's body for support. That is so not like me. Must be from the test today, and the sugar high from donuts. No other reason. He must see me pause because he quickly asks, You okay? Yeah. I take a deep breath. Just tired. Want me to ask everyone to leave? I shake my head. No, I just need to sit down. Lincoln takes the other drinks from me and nudges me to sit on the couch. Everyone moves around me. Lincoln hands out the drinks. People grab their pizza, and Lincoln gives me a slice on a paper towel. As he's about to sit down, Deacon takes the seat next to me and rocks the cushion with his weight. It's then I catch the dejected look on Lincoln's face, which causes my stomach to tie itself into the most impressive nautical knot out there. "On the way over here, Rusty was telling me about your physical test," Deacon said. "If our coach made us do that, I don't think I'd survive. I'm impressed, girls." He's sweet, really sweet, just like Rusty. And even though he's really attractive, my eyes keep drifting to Lincoln, who's sitting on the floor, leaning against the wall, looking like he wants to be anywhere but here. "You know, I'm going to head back home with Lincoln," Rusty says, not being subtle at all. He tosses Deacon the keys to his truck. "Before you come home, pick up some milk, 2 gallons. No problem," Deacon says, snatching the keys in the air with ease. Lincoln stands at the doorway, his keys in his hands, head bent forward, avoiding all eye contact with us. Rusty pulls me into a hug and says, "Thanks for letting us crash your house." "Thank you for the pizza," I say, as Scarlett comes up beside me and pulls Rusty into a hug as well. "Yeah, thanks for the pizza, big guy." She waves toward Lincoln. "Thanks for the donuts." "You're welcome," Lincoln says from far away. Tonight felt awkward. Probably not for everyone else, but for me, it was uncomfortably awkward. After we all grabbed our pizza, we talked about the different physical tests each team must pass in order to play, and the women's soccer team has the most challenging one by far, even harder than the men's soccer team. Deacon was attentive, listened well, and added thoughtful commentary. He's incredibly easy to talk to, but that doesn't surprise me. He's more reserved than Rusty. Or is that just because I've known Rusty for 2 years and we're practically brother and sister at this point? When Lincoln announced he was leaving, I wasn't surprised, because he'd been quiet for most of dinner. He listened, catching my gaze every once in a while. His demeanor was different, as if the minute Rusty and Deacon walked into our house, someone sucked all the smartass out of him. I'm realizing that oddly, the smartass is what I like the most about Lincoln. He speaks his mind and challenges me. But he was a different person, and it made me sad. Before I can stop myself, I push past Rusty and walk up to Lincoln. When he sees me approaching, he straightens his shoulders, and when I wrap my arms around his waist, giving him a hug, he encircles me with his arms. Hesitantly. It's a brief hug, but it's enough to make me realize that it was probably a mistake, especially when I feel his hand linger on my back as I pull away. "Thank you for the donuts." "You're welcome," he says quietly, tipping my chin up with his finger. "See you on Monday, Mayhem." "Yeah, see you Monday." Rusty gives me a brief wave and takes off with Lincoln. Once the door is shut, Scarlett stretches her arms above her head. "I'm going to take a bath. That shower did nothing for me. I'll be upstairs with my vibrator and a good book, so please don't disturb me." Deacon nearly chokes on his own saliva. "She's, candid." "You have no idea," I say to Deacon, going back to the couch where I crawl my legs under me and take a seat. But unlike when Lincoln was on the couch, I keep my distance. "You don't care if I stay a little longer, do you?" "No, you're good. I would just be watching something on Netflix while Scarlett masturbates in the tub." He chuckles and shakes his head. I think that's the first time I've ever heard a girl announce that. Well, she's a different kind of girl, has 0 boundaries. The amount of times we've seen each other naked because she's clueless is far too high to be considered normal. You get that when living with other people. I just moved in with the boys, and I've already caught Rusty with his hand down his pants while talking to Chrissy on the phone. Oof, I cringe. "And you can still see, okay?" I was temporarily blind, but after some deep cleansing therapy, I was good as new. Thank God for that. He turns toward me, just like Lincoln did. But instead of reaching out and pressing his fingers into my scalp, Deacon keeps his hands in his lap, behaving like an utter gentleman. So, do you like it here so far? I ask. Yeah, love it. Where did you transfer from? A community college in Nebraska, where we're from. I didn't have the grades in high school to come to Brentwood, whereas Rusty is just naturally smart. And as you know, it takes a lot of athletic talent and intelligence to be recruited by Brentwood. So I went to a community college and worked my ass off to get my grades up. Rusty helped me train virtually, teaching me everything they did at practice so I could replicate it. I was a walk-on, had to try out, and then, luckily, made the team. He smiles. Might have cried a little into my brother's arms when I saw my name on the roster. Wow, that's amazing. Congratulations. It must have felt good to see all that hard work pay off. He nods. It did. And I was grateful there was a spare room where I could live with my brother and not have to share a room with him, because that's what we were planning on doing. Oh, that would have sucked, because those conversations with Chrissy would have been increasingly awkward. Tell me about it. He rubs the side of his jaw. And when she comes to visit from Nebraska, yeah, that would be even more awkward. Is she going to make some trips again this year? Deacon nods. Yeah, she always does. To be honest, I miss her. We became really good friends while Rusty's been in Chicago. He asked me to watch over her while he was gone, and now that we're both here, he worries about her more. Keeps trying to convince her to move to Chicago. Why doesn't she? Deacon sighs and says, she's scared. She doesn't want to move everything and then have something happen to their relationship. But Rusty is crazy about her. They've been dating for 5 years, right? Deacon nods. Yeah, but her parents are divorced, so she's extra cautious. Rusty realizes that and is patient, even though I'm pretty sure if I handed him a ring, he'd propose to her right now. I clutch my hand to my heart. Ugh, that's so cute. Yeah, they're pretty awesome together. She's family at this point. He smooths his hand over his thigh and asks, do you have any siblings? Nope, just me and my parents, which makes their involvement in my life difficult at times. Oh, damn, really? I nod, smiling to myself. That's how I met Lincoln, through our meddling moms. I relay the story, Deacon laughing through the entire thing with a couple oh damn outbursts. The whole time I'm telling the story, I realize what a great listener he is, just sitting there, interacting, asking questions. He's pretty awesome. I can understand why Rusty wanted us to meet. Any girl would be lucky to meet Deacon. Could have been worse. You could have been matched up with someone like Barry Winston on the lacrosse team. Oh, God, you're right. I cringe. Barry likes to sniff his armpits for fun. Yeah. Deacon drags out. I met him for the first time this past week, and I'll tell you right now, he likes to have other people sniff his armpits for fun, too. Disgusting. Plus, you're lucky. Lincoln's a really great guy, even if he didn't know who you were. He is a good guy, surprisingly. My mind drifts back to the way his fingers felt in my hair, his sexy smile, the way he smelled like fresh-cleaned man. He doesn't really venture outside of his circle. Not sure if you see it, but the baseball team deals with a lot of pressure, not only from their coach, but from the school and the fans. There's been drama from players behind the scenes because of the legendary locker room. I roll my eyes, thinking about the myth of the baseball locker room. According to the legend, if a baseball player takes you to the locker room to have sex, you're meant to be together forever. I don't buy it. And then, of course, the rapid rate of Brentwood players going pro. You find out who's genuine and who's not. The boys are closed off a lot of times. So the fact that he's included you and Scarlett in his circle means something. Huh. I never thought about it that way. I just assumed he was being nice. But if I think about it, I've never spoken with any baseball player for that matter. They're a close-knit bunch, probably for the very reasons Deacon stated. I guess I won him over. Deacon chuckles softly. Pretty sure you didn't have to put in much effort. He glances at me and my heart trips. Would it be cool if I took you out for dinner sometime? I look away, unable to meet his eyes. I swore I wouldn't date. It's not what I need right now when I'm so hyper-focused on school and soccer. But, God, he's so nice. But I know myself. I don't want nice, nor a man who seems like relationship material. And yet, I could do dinner. He doesn't seem needy and he's good company. As long as he knows there will be nothing more. That is not happening even if the guy is sweet and hot. On a deep breath, I nod. Yeah, that could be fun. Really? He asks, surprised, and it's adorable. Rusty did say I should get a free dinner out of you. Deacon shakes his head. Of course he did. Chapter 7. Indy. I love Sundays. They're our only day off during the week, and Scarlett and I both spend them isolated in our rooms, relaxing and doing absolutely nothing. Well, I have done laundry, read over my notes from Professor Adams' lecture, and done our meal planning for the week. My version of nothing. So when my phone vibrates with a text message, I consider not answering it as I lie naked in a coma-like state, staring at the ceiling, my muscles on fire from yesterday's physical test. But when it vibrates again, I pick it up with a huff. Better not be my mom wanting to hassle me about dating. Lincoln. Whatever you talked to Deacon about after we left has him walking around with hard eyes over here. I roll to my side and type him back. Indy. He asked me out to dinner. I said yes. Lincoln. You did. I chew on my bottom lip and wish I could hear him ask that question. You can never tell someone's inflection in text messages. And I want to know if that was a sad "you did" or a sly "you did." After Deacon left last night, we parted with a quick hug and a wave. I went to my room, thankful Scarlett was done in the bathroom, and got ready for bed. Lincoln was on my mind the entire time. I couldn't forget the dejected look on his face during dinner. I haven't known him very long, but I do know he wasn't himself once the guys showed up. I almost wish I had taken him up to my room to talk privately, ask him if everything was okay. Let him press his fingers into my scalp, massage it some more. Choosing my words carefully, I type him back. Indy. I did. I didn't want to be rude, and he was cool. Lincoln. Deacon is awesome. A great guy. Indy. I got that last night. Just like Rusty. Lincoln. Yeah. I stare at my phone, wondering how I respond to that when the dots appear, indicating he's texting again. Lincoln. What are you doing right now? Indy. Lying in bed, staring at the ceiling, trying to convince my muscles to stop aching. Lincoln. Lying in bed. If I recall correctly, that would make you naked, right? Indy. Of course you remember that. Lincoln. My memory is a steel trap, so don't say something unless you want me to remember it. Indy. Good to know, and yes, if you must know, I am naked. Lincoln. So am I, which means we're naked together. This friendship just leveled up. Indy. What's your excuse for being naked? Lincoln. Shrugs. Playing with my ding-dong. A loud laugh bursts out of me, and I quickly cover my mouth. Indy. LOL. Why do I envision you just tapping the tip of your dick for the fun of it? Lincoln. Because you're right. After I did some jumping jacks in front of a floor-length mirror to watch the old cock bounce up and down, I took it to the sheets to see if I could get aroused just from flicking my dick. Indy. And the verdict? Lincoln. Turns out any kind of stimulation works. Indy. It's because guys are horn dogs. Lincoln. Up arrow. Facts. So, you're sore? Indy. Very. And before you get any smart ideas, no, you can't come over and massage me. Lincoln. Ew. I would never. Gross. The thought of touching your naked body makes me dry heave. So much puke. All the puke. I would rather scrape a rusty fork over my scrotum than be forced to touch your naked bodice. Indy. How flattering. Lincoln. Oh, fuck. I just threw up in my mouth thinking about it. Indy. You done? Lincoln. Sorry. Just ran to the bathroom. False alarm. I'm good now. Indy. Glad to know where you stand. Lincoln. Gotta keep it real, Mayhem. But if you're not doing anything and you're sore, I have an idea. Indy. Does it involve me having to put clothes on? Lincoln. I mean, you don't have to. That's your right, but I think nudity is frowned upon in public. Indy. Ugh. You want to do something in public? Lincoln. It will be worth it. And you know just as well as I do, the worst thing you can do for your body right now is lie around doing nothing. You need to stretch out your limbs and get them moving. Indy. I'm not going for a run. Lincoln. Neither am I. Meet me outside your place in 10 minutes. Indy. This better be worth it, Castle. Lincoln. It will be. I promise. It takes me 5 minutes to roll out of bed. So when I open my front door to see Lincoln sitting in his Jeep, the canvas cap taken off, I'm not surprised. I'm grateful there are only 3 steps as I hobble down. Keeping it casual, I slipped on a pair of leggings and a deep purple tank top. I didn't bother with any makeup, only a little sunscreen for my already burnt cheeks, and I put my hair up in a messy bun rather than a ponytail. Lincoln leans over the center console and opens the door for me, holding his hand out and helping me in. Normally, I would have scoffed at the help, but good God, my legs hurt so bad. You look like you're in pain. I buckle up and let out a long sigh. I am. He reaches into the cup holder and says, "This is for you. I put in some of my electrolyte tablets that help me the day after a rough workout. It's strawberry lemonade flavor. Thought that was a safe bet." That's thoughtful. It's nice, too. He's nice. But different nice to Deacon. He winks and starts his Jeep. What are friends for? When he takes off and pulls onto the road, I ask, "So, any hints where we're going?" "Nowhere super special, but I thought some fresh air and a walk would help you." The breeze filters past me, the open-top Jeep increasing the circulation and the excitement running through my veins. I didn't realize how much I needed fresh air until now. We drive in peace, letting the rock music on the radio fill the silence between us as I stare out the windshield, sipping on my drink. I glance down occasionally to Lincoln's hand gripping the gear shift, taking in how he expertly shifts. It's mesmerizing to see his masculine hand hold the gear shift tightly, his forearm rippling when he moves. It almost feels erotic, and I avert my eyes before my mind starts getting carried away. When we pull up to a parking spot along the boardwalk, I have an idea why he's brought me here, and I couldn't be happier. It's a beautiful day out. 75, sunny, with just enough breeze off Lake Michigan that it's not too cold and not too hot. Sublime. When he shuts off the engine, he turns toward me. "Want to go for a walk?" Sounds like a great idea. Perfect. He unbuckles himself, and instead of opening his door, he pulls himself up by the crossbar and goes through the window, then comes to my side and opens my door. When I give him a questioning look, he shrugs. Was raised by two moms. It's habit. And I don't mind that at all. Chivalry is not dead. We both have a water bottle in hand as we join the boardwalk trail that runs along the lake. For a Sunday, the trail isn't busy at all. A few bikers, some jogging moms with their strollers, but other than that, it's pretty clear, providing some privacy. I notice that Lincoln isn't wearing a single piece of Brentwood baseball clothing, but has on all black with a plain black hat, backwards, and black Ray-Bans covering his eyes. Makes me wonder, does he get recognized often? If you're in a 3-mile radius of Brentwood, you'll see his face on a banner somewhere. What would it be like to have to deal with that? Especially since it's just college. It's one thing when you're a pro. Comes with the territory. But college? Some of these kids are still trying to figure out their skincare routine, let alone learning how to talk to the press and die-hard fans. He's fairly level-headed. Is that innate or trained? Are you incognito? Is it obvious? He asks with a smile. I think to someone else, no, you're just a regular guy on a walk. But to me, it looks like you're trying to hide. Just didn't want to run into anyone today. I honestly don't mind talking to patrons and fans outside of campus, but today I just wanted some time alone. With you. I hide the smile itching to cross my face. Not easy. Did you have to go through media training? Oh, yeah. He chuckles. It's one of the first things you do as a freshman. Disick doesn't fuck around. He doesn't want anyone embarrassing him or the program. And the training is intensive. More than what every other sport has to go through. We didn't get any training. I pushed my sunglasses up on my nose. In case you didn't realize, we don't get much press or fans in the stands, for that matter. The only reason most of us are on full-ride scholarships is because of Title IX. Come on, you have people watch your games. We have our families, but the student body couldn't care less, despite how great we are. He doesn't say anything, and I ask, have you ever been to a game? When I look in his direction and he winces, I know the answer. I want to say we have a busy schedule, but that would be an excuse. Hell, I don't even know when you play. We have our first game in 2 weeks. Shit, that's soon? Right after you had your test? I nod. Yeah, we're still conditioning, but now we're focused on grouping together as a team, rating each other. But the build-up before that is important. We train through the summer, come to school early, as you know, train, and then we have our test. Coach knows who's serious and who's going to warm the bench. And starting tomorrow, we dig into the details of the game, the fun stuff. Damn, I had no clue. He scratches the back of his neck. I think I need to pay more attention. Why? I mean, I have no idea what you guys do over at your mega stadium. He chuckles. It's a little obnoxious, isn't it? Maybe a little. I smile. But you guys earned it too. The program has produced some of the best players in baseball. Are you a baseball fan? I'm a fan of sports in general. I could probably sit and watch any athletic competition just because I know what it takes to play at a high level. But if I had to pick a favorite baseball team, probably the Bobbies. But only because they drafted Knox Gentry, and when I was wishing to be recruited by Brentwood, he was all the rage. The dude has major skills. He was just called up to the majors. Really? See, that's what I'm talking about. Player after player makes it to the majors. I grow silent for a second and say, I'm assuming that's your future too. If all goes right. He answers, looking out toward the water. Aren't you eligible for the draft this year? In the spring, yeah. And if you're drafted, will you sign? Depends. If it's a late round, there'd be no point. I'd rather stay at Brentwood, finish my major, and build up my strength than spend one more year with Coach Disick. That makes sense. Is that why you chose to go to college instead of being drafted straight from high school? I was debating between the two. But when I came on my recruiting trip to Brentwood, Coach Disick pulled me into his office, which was intimidating as fuck. And he basically told me I had the potential to be great, but only under his wing. He said he had no doubt I'd be drafted out of high school, but it would be a long, rigorous road for me. And depending on who drafted me, he could see me having a long career in the majors, or no career at all. Lincoln smiles. Then he took out this folder and laid it in front of me. It was a timeline of my 3 years at Brentwood. It pointed out my flaws and weak points and how over the course of 3 years, he'd break me of my bad habits and get me ready to take on the big leagues. Are you freaking serious? Lincoln nods. It was insulting and amazing. I told my moms about the entire conversation, and as I was telling them, it felt like a no-brainer. A free education while being trained to be one of the best pitchers in the country? I would have been stupid to say no. Plus, I meshed well with the guys, and the facilities are sick. That they are. I take a sip of my drink and close the bottle. What I wouldn't give for a file like that. Coach Wilson is amazing and runs us into the ground, but she doesn't spend much time with me. I only have 1 more year after this, and if I want to go pro, I'd really like to know what I need to work on. Maybe you don't have to work on anything. You and I both know that's never the case. There's always something to work on. True. His shoulder brushes against mine, and a tingling warmth spreads down my arm to my fingertips. I want him to do that again. So, you want to go pro? Yeah. I know women soccer players get paid absolute crap, but I play with a bottle in my hands. I'm just not ready to give up the thrill of the game. Yet. I understand that. I honestly think about how some college athletes have their last game ever and that's it. They never play competitively again. The thought of dropping it all makes me feel sick. Not having one more chance to step out on the field, feel the dirt under my cleats, hear the roar of the crowd, the umpire staring me down, waiting for me to throw my next pitch. It would be really fucking difficult. I think the only people who understand are the ones in our position. My dad has made comments here and there about me getting a real job when I graduate, working hard on my teaching degree and finding something stable. He's never been a huge fan of sports, nor has my mom, for that matter. So it kills me inside every time he makes a comment like that. He clearly doesn't understand what it takes to play at the elite level and to just drop it all. I shake my head. I can't think about it. Not to insult your dad, but it seems like he doesn't get you at all. Just from our non-date at the arcade, I knew you were on a whole other level. Competitive, but the type of competitive that knows what it takes to give up everything in your life to make a dream come true. And man, did I give up everything. Same. He stops and nods toward a stone wall that overlooks the lake. Want to take a seat for a second? Maybe stretch? Good idea. We walk over and both take a seat on the wide, flat wall. I bring my legs into a butterfly position and groan. Oh, Jesus. Please help me through this time of need. Lincoln laughs next to me. You know it's bad when you're calling out to Jesus for help. Or is it good? I ask, wiggling my eyebrows. I see him gulp hard and then look away. Depends on whether or not you're faking it. Oh, good point. Have you? Lincoln asks, keeping his eyes trained on the water. Have you ever faked it? Yeah. And before you think you're God's gift to sex, I bet you anything there's at least one girl who's faked it with you. Never claim to be God's gift to sex, but I will tell you this. I do eat a lot of pineapple. It's the polite thing to do. Ah, look at you. That is very polite. He flashes me one of his sexy grins. I hate to be admitting this, but I've heard rumors about you around campus. Oh, I'm sure you have. Lincoln sighs, staring down at his clasped hands. You're either practically celibate like Hartley and Asher, or you deal with the talk. He tilts his head to the side as the sun starts to set behind him. I feel my breath catch as I stare at this man who I can only describe as a real-life Ken doll. What have you heard? I switch to stretching my glutes and try to erase the butterfly feeling in my chest from that one look from him. You know, the typical stuff. Amazing body, big dick. He smirks and looks away. Can't argue with that. You're also terrible at calling people back when you say you will. Lifting up his hat, he pushes his hand through his hair. I never make promises to girls. I always leave it with, maybe I'll call you sometime. Easier that way. Trust me, I'm nowhere near man-horse status. I don't have the time and energy to go looking for women. I don't think you'd need to look hard. Pretty sure if you said you were looking to bone, half the school would line up. He presses his hand to his chest and says sarcastically, "Thank you for the compliment." When I roll my eyes at him, he says, "What about you? Thinking about having sex with Deacon?" So we're crossing that line, huh? I mean, we are friends after all. I switch legs and groan some more, using my hands to get my leg into position. Deacon is sweet. He's hot, and jumping into bed would most likely be awesome. Lincoln tenses next to me, and it makes me chuckle. He asked. Just not sure I'm ready for any of that, especially with the season starting soon. I shrug. I don't know. I'll probably go out to dinner and see where it goes. Cool. Lincoln answers tersely. I release my stretch and poke him in the arm. Don't be weird. Please just don't have sex in our house. I don't want to hear you praying to Jesus. Are you assuming I'm loud when having sex? Loosening up a little, he makes a show of sizing me up, looking at my face and trying to peer around both my ears. He's being ridiculous, and I push his face away only for him to laugh that addictive laugh of his. Yeah, you're a screamer, all right. But not just for anyone. A guy has to earn a scream from you. That's disturbingly accurate. Very disturbing. I get chills from thinking about screaming during sex with. I bet you also make a gargle sound when you orgasm. Out of nowhere, he throws his head back, rolls his eyes, and convulses, arms stretched out like Frankenstein as he makes creepy gargling noises. I push him to the side, but barely put a dent in his position. That is not me. How do you know? Have you ever recorded yourself? Yes, and that's not how I look. He tilts his sunglasses down. His jaw falls slightly open. I'm going to need to review the footage myself. Get out of here. I push him again and hop off the wall. Come on, Castle. I'm buying us dinner.
Chapter 8. Lincoln. This makes me appreciate you so much more, I say, sitting on the bench across from Indy. She reaches to the tray of fries we decided to share and pops one in her mouth. The fact that I treated you to Chicago-style hot dogs, or because I got two? Both. I laugh. I never would have picked you as a hot dog eating girl. I don't live my life for hot dogs, but ever since moving to Chicago, I stop by dreaming of wieners when I'm in this part of town. Was it the name that pulled you in? At first, no. She chuckles. I spent the summer before college training and reading. I came across this book called The Mother Road. It was in my mom's stack of romance novels. The watercolor skyline of Chicago on the back caught my eye, and I thought I'd give it a try. The book was hilarious.
About a family's road trip across Route 60 to Chicago Dog in Chicago. There was more substance to it, but that's what made me think of wanting to try a Chicago dog. So, when I moved here, I had to find out what the big deal was. If an author could write so passionately about a damn hot dog, that had to be something worth trying, right? I went on Yelp, found Dreaming of Wieners, they won me over with the name, and I had my first Chicago dog right at this bench. It's when my life changed forever.
She smiles. Leaning forward, she whispers,
I think it's the celery salt that makes them so damn good.
She's cute. Really fucking cute. I'm sorry, I'm still caught up on the fact that you read a romance novel. She chucks a fry at me, and I catch it and pop it in my mouth with a grin. Was there sex in it?
Of course there was sex,
she scoffs.
Dirty sex, brother's best friend sex, oral on an RV kitchen counter sex.
Oh, damn. I chuckle. Vivid stuff, huh?
Yup.
My lips curve up. Learn any pointers?
Wouldn't you like to know?
I would. I really would. When I invited Indy out for a walk, I didn't think it would end up with us sharing a tray of fries and hot dogs. But I'm glad it has, because I really enjoy her company. I feel like she gets me on a whole other level. She knows what I'm going through, and I understand what she's going through. She's unpredictable, makes me laugh, and I love being around her. I considered texting her earlier in the day to see how she was, but it felt desperate, especially after Deacon came home boasting about how amazing Indy is. Trust me, buddy, I know. And I can't even be mad about it because I have no claim over her. Hell, I was the asshole who didn't know who she was when I first met her, and I kicked myself in the ass every day for that. But as time ticked away, I decided I'd text her around 4 to see if she wanted to go for a walk. Knowing her intense workout from yesterday, she'd be sore, so getting out would be helpful. And here we are now, eating dinner together. It's been a good fucking day. Do you have the book still? Maybe you want to lend it to a good friend.
It's my mom's, sorry. Check the library.
Maybe I will. I lift my hot dog, so does Indy, and we both take a bite. It's the fucking celery salt, I say through a mouthful.
Right?
Indy replies, mustard hanging off her lip. On instinct, I reach out and wipe the mustard away, and then lick it off my finger. Her eyes widen, shock and amusement written over her face.
Did you just wipe mustard off my lip and eat it?
Yup, I answer with no shame. Got a problem with that?
No, just surprised is all.
Why? You have a disease I should be worried about?
No,
she shoots back. Then we're good.
But how do I know when you last washed your thumb? You could have just wiped germs all over my lip.
You know, I say, pretending to give my answer great thought, I was dipping my thumb into random people's pants before I came here. Maybe you should be worried.
Why are you like this?
She smiles. Why am I like this? Why are you like this? I counter lamely.
You can do better than that, Castle.
I'm distracted by the celery salt, I say, and take another bite of my hot dog just as I hear someone call out Indy's name from a distance. We both look to the right to see Deacon, of all people, jogging toward us. Just fucking great. When he spots me, he does a double take and then laughs as if to say, "What are the chances?" High. The chances are apparently very high. Oh shit, I had no idea that was you, Link. We do a quick bro shake and then he sits down next to Indy. What are you guys up to? Now, if this was any other guy, I'd be fucking pissed, especially if Indy was my girl, which she isn't. But if she was, Deacon would be perceived as a total cockblock. A giant 200-pound chastity belt. Sir Caucus the Blockus of Cluelessville. A certified Jimmy Jacker. You get the point. It's obvious that Indy and I are enjoying a meal together. Hello, we're sharing goddamn fries, and he came and welcomed himself to our table. But that's not how Deacon is. He's genuinely a happy, outgoing guy who likes to hang out with people. He isn't malicious, nor does he plan things to grate on people's nerves. Nope. This is him, eating one of our fries without asking and hanging out.
Went for a walk on the boardwalk and did some stretches,
Indy answers and then elbows his arm.
What about you?
I watch from across the table, the ease they already have with each other, the glances, the way Indy's body almost leans in toward Deacon. It's not comforting. It's really fucking annoying, and I can feel the heat of irritation start to bleed up my neck to the base of my skull. That's going to be a tension headache. Yep, I can already feel the thrumming starting. Rusty, Hartley, and I decided to toss the ball around on the beach. Just grabbed some hoagies and we're headed back to the house. Deacon addresses me. We tried to text you, man, to see if you wanted anything. Oh, shit, sorry. I reach for my phone in my pocket, taking in all the missed texts. Nah, it's cool, I get it. Harley wants to watch All American on Netflix when we get home. Want us to wait for you? Go ahead, I can catch up. Cool, I'll leave you guys to it. Deacon grabs another fry and then winks at Indy. I'll see you later. Have fun, you guys. With a quick salute, he takes off toward the parking lot where I spot Hartley's black SUV. It's hard not to spot given it's a Tesla and fucking sick. Hartley's dad had an electric plug installed in our house for Hartley's SUV. As Deacon jogs away, I catch Indy's lingering gaze before she returns to her hot dog. And just like that, the bubble I was living in bursts. I'm left feeling annoyed because of a really nice guy who just bombed my second non-date with Indy. I just wish I knew why the fuck it annoyed me so much. I pull up to Indy's house. We didn't talk much the rest of the evening. I couldn't think of a damn thing to say, and it seemed neither could Indy. It was as if Deacon came along with his fucking friendly and jolly Santa-like attitude and threw a bucket of cold water over our impromptu dinner, dousing any flames that may have been sparking. Not that I'm looking for sparks, but our connection is hard to deny, especially our easy, witty banter. Either way, after Deacon left, our night ended abruptly. Once we finished our dogs, Indy said she should probably get back to her house to get ready for the school week, and I didn't argue with her. Now that we're in front of her house and she's unbuckling her seatbelt, I feel desperate to say something, anything that would keep her in my company for a few more minutes. Anything that would make up for my inability to hold a conversation after getting my dick stepped on and flattened by Deacon. Thanks for going on a walk with me, I say. And thanks for dinner. I think those were the best wieners I've ever put in my mouth. Not great, but it's something. She chuckles.
How long have you been waiting to say that?
The whole ride home.
What impeccable restraint.
She opens the door, and before she can get out, I tug on her hand and say, Hold on a second. I reach behind her seat and pull out a bag with a bath bomb in it. Here. Surprised, she examines the bath bomb and then looks back at me.
Is this a bath bomb?
It is. My mom sends a bunch to me every month. They're infused with homeopathic oils that help soothe my sore muscles. Fill up your tub when you get inside and try to hang out in the water for at least 15 minutes. You'll thank me later. Oh, and just so you know, I've never handed them out to other people, so consider yourself lucky.
You're giving me a bath bomb?
She says, still shocked. Yeah. Is that a problem?
No, it's just...
Her lips tip up.
It's really sweet. Thanks, Castle.
You're welcome. I shrug, trying to pass it off as nothing. Unexpectedly, she leans over the console and wraps her arms around my neck, pulling me into a hug. Only able to maneuver so one hand is free, I squeeze her tight, letting myself revel in the feel of her pressed against my body for a second before she pulls away.
I'll see you tomorrow, Lincoln.
She hops out and shuts the door. See you tomorrow, Mayhem. She gives me a cute wave and then disappears up her stairs and into her house. Letting out a long sigh, I rest my head against my seat and start my engine. Time to head home. Knock, knock. Come in, I call out. Are your pants up? Hand anywhere near your penis? I hear Deacon's voice call through the door. No, I'm not jacking off like your brother. The door slowly opens, and Deacon peeks his head through, but his eyes are closed. Are you sure? Yes, Jesus. I laugh. When he opens his eyes, he sighs in relief. Can't ever be too sure. When Rusty was saying yes, it was because he was ready to come, not telling me I could come in. Trust me, that's an image you don't get out of your head for a while. I believe it. I nod toward my bed for him to sit. What's up? Deacon takes a seat and clasps his hands together in front of him. Can I ask you something? And I don't want you to get mad at me, but I really need to know the answer to the question. Sure. What's up? I ask, feeling like I know what this will be about. You and Indy? Yep, I was right. Are you guys a thing? Before I can answer, he holds up his hand and says, The reason I ask is because I don't want to step on any toes, man. She's cool, and yeah, I would love to take her out. But if there's anything going on between you two, I want to steer clear of it. I rub the side of my face, scratching my 5 o'clock shadow. I appreciate you coming to me, I say, pausing to think about his question. Is there anything going on between us? Nothing more than what's probably happening with Indy and Deacon. I've noticed that Indy likes to flirt, and she's fucking good at it. But she also keeps everyone an arm's length away. So even though I would like to believe that maybe there's something there, I know there really isn't. And that should be okay with me because, just like her, I'm not in a position to start anything with someone, especially someone as strong-willed and determined as Indy. I wouldn't want to fuck up any of her finely engineered plans for her future. It might be great, having a shot at being with her. But I know that past the curiosity of it all, it's not what either of us needs. I shake my head. Nah, there's nothing going on. We're just friends. Deacon doesn't seem to buy it. Are you sure, man? I saw the way you were looking at her last night, and then today at the hot dog place. You looked like you wanted to shove your hot dog down my throat to get me the hell out of there. Shit. I guess I didn't play it as cool as I thought I did. I mean, yeah, she's pretty amazing. But I know we're in different places in our lives, headed in opposite directions, so friends works for us. Deacon nods. What kind of place is she in her life? Honest truth? Yeah. I bite on the inside of my cheek, wondering how much I should tell him, if I should speak for Indy or not. Hell, she said she'd go out to dinner with him, so maybe she is open to a relationship if it's with the right guy. Who am I to stop that? Then again, Deacon's my friend too. Indy has told me numerous times she doesn't want anything serious in a relationship. I could see Deacon falling for Indy and falling hard. That would be difficult on him if she didn't share the same feelings. Deciding to be careful with my words, I say, Not sure if she's looking for anything really serious right now. I think she's more about having fun. Deacon pulls on the back of his neck. Yeah, that was the impression I got as well. But who knows, I say, for some reason. Maybe she'll change her mind. Yeah, maybe. He leans back on my bed, his hands behind him as I sit at my desk, wishing for this conversation to be over. I think I might still take her out, if that's okay with you. You don't need to ask my permission, dude. I know, but... He bites on his lip and looks to the ceiling. Jesus, don't hate me for saying this, but I just get this feeling that you might like her and don't know it yet. Oh, I know I like her, but there's nothing I'm going to do about it, because when it comes to Indy, giving in to those feelings would be a slippery slope. Don't worry about me, I'm good. Take her out. You'll probably have a blast. Okay, he says with reservation. If you're cool with it, I'll text her this week. Do what you want. We're good, man. Despite going to bed early last night, it feels like I got 2 hours of solid sleep, max. I kept tossing and turning, uncomfortable in my own bed, with this heavy weight sitting on my chest from my conversation with Deacon. I meant what I said. He can do whatever he wants. I have no claim on Indy, but hell, I couldn't stop thinking about what happens if they did go out. If Indy did break her rule and decide to date Deacon. How would that make me feel? Not great. But then again, it's not like I'm making a move on her, or even like I should. We're both going different directions in our lives, and it doesn't feel right to even consider asking her out. Deacon is the more suitable choice, as if I'm the one to make the decision, as he has another year at Brentwood after this year, and so does Indy. They would be good together. At least, that's what I keep telling myself. Leaning back in my seat, I pull my hood over my head and close my eyes as I wait for class to start. Fuck. I'm going to have to take a nap in between classes and training today. Thankfully, our locker room has some really nice couches in it. Students filter in, but thankfully they don't bother me. They shuffle down into the small classroom, taking their seats and ignoring the guy in the back, trying to keep the world at a distance. That is, until Indy sits next to me. "Here," she says, setting something on my desk. "Looks like you need this more than me." Sitting up, I open my eyes to see a large coffee on my desk. I glance at her and she smiles, reaching out and lowering my hood. "That's better. Now drink up. Sleeping is not allowed in class." "Did you already drink out of this?" "Are you serious right now?" I laugh and bring the lid to my mouth to take a large gulp. I hand it back to her and she takes a drink as well. And for some reason, her not even caring that my lips were just on the lid does something stupid to my insides. Makes them all tingly and shit. Jesus Christ, man. "Why so tired?" she asks, getting out her notebook. Something I like about Indy? She takes handwritten notes unlike everyone else with their computers on their desks. And she changes the color of her pen so she knows when her notes start and stop from each class, alternating between blue and red. It's cute. Couldn't find my REM cycle? Mind was racing. "About what?" She hands me back the cup and I take a sip, faintly tasting her cherry chapstick. Now, I could tell her the truth. I could say the Deacon came to get my blessing last night, and I had to explain that you weren't wanting a relationship, just to see what she thinks after seeing him yesterday. Because if I'm anything, I'm mostly honest. But when I dig deeper, I don't think I want Deacon to be a recipient of Indy's hugs. The feel of her against my body last night was hard, no pun intended, to shake off. And if they date, well, he'll get way more than her hugs. Yeah. No. Let's not go there, Castle. "Everything, this season," I say, coming up with an excuse on the fly. "Coach wants me to up my velocity to 95 this year, which seems next to impossible. I tap out at 91. Can't seem to get over that hump." 95? Hell, I'd be lucky to throw at 50 miles an hour. I chuckle. "Yeah, and I'm sure it would take me about 50 tries to score a goal from midfield." "Only 50? I nudge her shoulder playfully. "I'm still athletic." "Pretty sure I'm more athletic than you." Are you serious with that?" I ask, feeling more alive. "There's no competition, Lincoln. I'm easily the more athletic one between the two of us." "How do you figure?" I ask boldly, feeding off her Spitfire attitude. "Well, the women's soccer physical test alone debunks your theory, but I have to be able to juggle a ball with my feet while keeping my eyes on the field. Agility alone, I have you beat hands down. All you do is stand on a mound and throw a ball hard." "All I do." I suck in a sharp breath. "I have to field, too, and bat." She rolls her eyes. "We all know batting is a joke when it comes to pitchers." Cupping her mouth, she whisper shouts, "Easy out, folks, easy out." With a raise of her brow, she chuckles to herself and drinks more coffee. "Wow. Tell me how you really feel." "Okay. Yes, you might have a great physique, and sure, you can toss a basketball at an arcade game,
But when put on the field, there's not a chance you'd be able to beat me. Hell, I bet you anything if you pitch to me, I'd be able to hit off you."
It's sickening how confident you are. We both laugh, still waiting for our teacher to show up. Anyway, Coach Disick says it's all in the legs. If I build up my leg strength, it will translate to velocity. I've been spending more time in the gym focusing my efforts there, but it seems to be doing nothing.
Maybe you're doing the wrong workouts. In soccer, we're all about leg strength and agility. I can take you on the field and teach you a few things.
Is that so? She smiles and removes the cup from my hand. After a large sip, she hands it back.
Yeah. Stick with me, Castle, and you'll be hitting 95 before you know it.
Just then, our professor walks in and sets his bag on the desk. He sits down and says, "Lesson plans, they're due in 2 weeks. I want drafts by the end of the week." Indy and I both look at each other, eyes wide. Whispering, I say, want to grab lunch after this?" She whispers,
"I think that would be best."
Chapter 9. Indy. "Where do you want to go?" Lincoln asks, hands gripping the straps of his backpack. Despite looking a little tired, he's handsome as ever in a black hoodie and jeans that hang low on his hips. It's casual, but his tapered torso does all the right things for his form and sex appeal. Not to mention his messy hair or the light tan on his face, which makes his blue eyes seem even bluer this morning. Lakeview? I'm down for that. As if it's the most natural thing, he loops his arm over my shoulders and we start walking toward the dining hall next to the athletic dorms. It's not only the dining hall I'm most familiar with, since my entire freshman year was spent eating there, but it's the prettiest because it looks out over Lake Michigan. Lincoln's cologne is making my head feel dizzy and possibly confused. Aren't you hot in that sweatshirt? Yeah. Why don't you take it off? You looking for me to take my clothes off, Indy? At least wait until we're somewhere private. I see that coffee has kicked in. He stops and takes his backpack off, handing it to me. I hold it for him as he reaches behind his head and starts to pull his sweatshirt off. As if in slow motion, the back of his shirt starts to lift, which then lifts the front of his shirt, showing off one of the most amazing six-packs and hip divots I've ever seen. No wonder his jeans hang low on his hips. There's nothing there to hold them up. The waistband of his black briefs hugs his muscled skin and rests low, just low enough that it makes my mouth water with curiosity. But those abs, oh my God, clearly defined and sculpted, stacked one on top of the other, with a thin line of trimmed hair that travels down to the waistband of his briefs. My fingers itch to reach out and touch that hair, to see where it leads, to dip my hand past his waistband and see if the rumors floating around school are true. Want me to take my other shirt off too? Lincoln asks, his deep voice startling my eyes up to his. What? No, sorry. I bite my bottom lip and look away, an awkward laugh bubbling up my throat. Sorry, I didn't mean to stare. It's just... I lean forward and say, "You have great abs." Right back at you, Mayhem. He winks and ties his sweatshirt loosely around his hips, and, for some reason, it adds about 20 more hot points to his overall appearance, if that's even possible. His light blue shirt clings tightly to his biceps, making them look like boulders in his arms, and the hem of his shirt is loose, accentuating how fit he is. I've always been into bulkier guys, men like Deacon, who fit the description of a lineman. But Lincoln is making me think I've been wrong about my own taste my entire life, because I can't seem to stop staring at him, especially after seeing his abs. That image has been burned into my brain, And I'm pretty sure it's going to be next to impossible to get it out of my mind. Come on. He wraps his arm around my shoulder again and leads me toward Lakeview. This time, I lean in closer, letting myself marvel in this moment. Is it weird that we got the same thing? Lincoln asks, looking at our steak salads. It would be weird if we were sharing one between us. He picks his fork up and points it at me. You're right about that. Fries is one thing, salad is another. Don't forget coffee and donuts. We've done both. How could I forget? Should we start making a list of acceptable shareable foods between us? Where's the fun in that? I say. If we want to keep things fresh between us, we live on the edge. No list. Lincoln playfully holds up his hands. Oh, damn. Look out. He makes me laugh. Way too much. I crave his company now. He's so playful and fun to be around. It's easy to see why everyone likes him. As Deacon said, he's a genuinely nice guy once he lets you into his circle. And I know that he's not intentionally a snob either. He's not even picky. He's just focused, looking at the end goal. And I admire that. It seems we're more alike than I thought. So, about those lesson plans, he says. Yeah, I blame my one-track mind on the physical testing as to why we haven't done any of it yet. He pulls his binder from his backpack and sets it in front of me. What's this? I ask. But he just nods for me to open it. When I do, I see lesson plans typed out with both our names at the top. You did all of this without me? You looked just as surprised as me in class that we hadn't done the draft. I was surprised, because I'd forgotten I'd put this together and hadn't shown you. I watch him shovel another impressive mouthful of his salad. The man enjoys his food. Mind you, this steak salad is one of my favorites, too. They're plans from a previous teammate. Slamming the folder shut, I shake my head and hand it back to him. I don't copy work. Neither do I, he says, sounding insulted. It's an outline, a starting place, and we fill it all out to what we want to do. Jesus, Mayhem. Instant guilt swarms me. Ugh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to insult you. He shrugs. It's cool. But contrary to what the basic student population believes about the baseball team, we're stand-up guys who work our asses off in the classroom and on the field. I know. I reach across the table and take his hand in mine to give it a squeeze. I'm sorry. His eyes soften and he squeezes my hand back. It's okay, Indy. For a few brief moments, we stay like this, holding hands, staring at each other. An unspoken promise of respect passing between us. It's an odd sensation, as if I've just discovered this undying loyalty deep inside my bones. I'm giving it to this man that I've only known for a few weeks, but a man I feel strongly about. Someone who'd offer the same unspoken loyalty to me. Hey, you guys, what's going on? Startled, I quickly look up to see Hartley and Deacon standing at the edge of our table. Deacon's slightly behind Hartley, but I feel the blaze of his eyes on me. Lincoln leans back and pushes his hand through his hair. Hey there. What are you two doing? Hartley's face is all smiles while Deacon looks concerned. This overwhelming need to explain consumes me, and it bubbles up and out past my lips before I can stop it. I insulted Lincoln. I was saying sorry. Hartley laughs, pulls out a chair and flips it around so he's sitting in it backwards but still facing us. We all insult Lincoln. Don't let him fool you. The boy has thicker skin than he lets on. He just likes to play the victim card for sympathy. Fuck you. Lincoln chuckles as Deacon takes the seat next to me. Best way to make it up to him? Rub his nipple. What? My eyes widen, mouth dropping open as I look at Lincoln. He just shrugs and continues eating his salad. He made me touch his nipple the first night I met him. Not surprised. Hartley plucks a piece of steak from Lincoln's salad and plops it in his mouth. He loves getting his coins caressed, especially when he's drunk. The dude runs around with his shirt off, thrusting his chest at you. I've seen pictures. Deacon chimes in. And I hate to admit it, but Rusty showed me a video. Okay. Lincoln says, trying to tamp down Deacon with his hand. No need to get into details. I prop my chin on my hand and look between all three men. No, please. Let's get into detail. Deacon looks for permission, but not Hartley. He jumps right in, stealing another piece of steak, this time getting a swat on the hand from Lincoln. Lincoln once ran naked down the street with a red cup covering his junk. Dude, come on, Lincoln says, giving me an apologetic look. What? It's true. It was one of your finer moments while wasted. And how many moments do you have in the drunk archive? I ask. Lincoln moves his fork around his salad and barely lifts his eyes to smirk at me. My breath catches, and my heart stills from that one shameless look. Enough, he answers. By far the best drunk on the team. Deacon groans. You're the fun drunk, aren't you? Yeah, Lincoln says, smirking, eyes still on me. Figures. Deacon rests his arm on the back of my chair, and I watch Lincoln's eyes quickly flick to where his hand falls and then return to his salad. Connection broken. I'm the annoying drunk who borders on one shot too many and spending the rest of the night in the bathroom. Hartley takes Lincoln's drink off his tray and manages a large gulp before Lincoln yanks it away. That's vital information to know if you're living with us. You're not a hamper puker, are you? Deacon shakes his head. Nah, even though I might be a lightweight, I know porcelain when I see it. I make it to a toilet every time. Wow, isn't this a great conversation? I say sarcastically while trying to eat my salad. Hey, you wanted the details, Lincoln points out. I tend to forget men are disgusting. Oh, bullshit, Lincoln says. I've heard some of the shit you girls talk about at parties. You're nasty. Chuckling, I ignore him and go back to my salad. Are we still on for this weekend? Hartley asks. Everyone's asking. On for what? Deacon asks, looking between the guys. Lincoln finishes up his salad and then pushes it to the middle of the table. Our house usually holds a party before the fall season starts. It's a big bash. I honestly forgot about it until just now. I think we should talk about it with the rest of the guys tonight, but I'm game. We have to throw something, and I'd rather it be now than later in the season since games are just around the corner, Hartley says. Yeah, I get that. Lincoln pulls on the back of his neck. I'm game if you guys are. I'm good with it, Deacon says, and then turns toward me. You coming, Indy? Indy doesn't go to parties, isn't that right? Lincoln asks me. Not usually, I answer, feeling a challenge in Lincoln's gaze. But I've been doing things a little differently this year, so maybe I will go. Bring your girls with you, Hartley says. We never get the women's soccer team to do anything. I smile and take a sip of my drink. That's because, like I told Lincoln when I first met him, we don't typically hang out with douchebags. Lincoln holds his arms out, and yet here you are, eating lunch surrounded by them. Speak for yourself, Deacon says, pulling me into his side. Stick with me. I don't carry a douchebag bone in my body. He might be right, Hartley says. I haven't detected any douchiness since he's moved in. Gripping Lincoln on the shoulder, he says, Now this guy, on the other hand, shall we revisit his obsession with people touching his nipples? I think we covered it, Lincoln says, looking slightly irritated. He looks at his phone and then shifts out of his chair. I have to get to the training room. I'll see you guys at the house. He nods toward me. I'll email you the outline, Indy. See you around. He's out of his seat before I can even say bye, leaving me with Deacon and a retreating Hartley, who says over his shoulder, I have class and want to get a good seat. This professor is so softly spoken I can barely hear her, so I need to sit in front of the class to avoid failing. Catch you guys later. And then there were two, which feels odd. Yet with Lincoln, it was easy. Deacon moves to Lincoln's seat, so he's sitting across from me. How's your day been so far? I run my tongue over my teeth, hoping there's no leftover salad bits stuck in them while I use all the energy in my body not to look at Lincoln's retreating back. Pretty good, I answer. Nothing too thrilling besides all the nipple talk. You? Good. Hit the weight room earlier this morning and now getting ready to go to the library to study. Where are you headed next? I have class in an hour and a half. I could probably go to the library with you if you don't mind company. I'd like that. Then he smiles, and even though his dimples poke through his cheeks, making him look extra adorable, I don't feel the stirring of energy I feel with Lincoln. This feels like friendship. Whereas Lincoln, when he smirks, laughs, puts an arm around me or on the back of my chair, it twists my insides, makes my knees feel weak, and causes me to lose my breath at times. That feels terrifying. After we return the salad trays, we head down the stairs toward the library. Deacon bumps my shoulder and says, You're quiet. Yeah, just thinking. About Lincoln? He asks, straightforward and upfront. There's no use lying to Deacon, and it wouldn't be fair to him, so I decide to tell him the truth. Yeah, a little. Figured. I saw it in the way your eyes saddened when you left. They didn't sadden. Deacon lightly chuckles. One thing I pride myself in is being observant. On the field, I watch all the guys, look for their tells, and that overlaps into real life. When Lincoln announced that he was taking off, I saw the drop in your eyes, the tiniest turn down of your lips. It's okay, Indy. I get it. I grip the folder Lincoln gave me tightly, pressing it into my chest, wishing I didn't have these weird feelings flowing through me. I wish I could forget about them, let them go and move on. But every time I even hear the mention of Lincoln's name, my mind reacts in a way that sends a signal through my entire body, warming it up from the inside out. It's complicated, I reply, feeling so guilty that my stomach grows nauseous. And it just came out of nowhere, Deacon. I don't want you thinking, hey. He stops me and pulls me into a hug, his strong arms so similar to Rusty's that they instantly comfort me. It's okay. I get it. I really do. I saw the way you kept looking at him the other night, and I thought maybe there was something there, but wasn't too sure. There's nothing there, I say. I mean, nothing of substance. We're friends, and I mean that. He holds me out by my shoulders and studies me. I see that, and it looks like a pure friendship. I twist my lips to the side, wondering how Deacon became such a good guy. Their parents must be amazing people to raise two such empathetic and kind individuals. I sigh and say, well, it doesn't matter either way, because we're just not on the same path, so... I shrug, unsure how to finish that sentence. Maybe your paths will cross at some point. Come on. He takes my hand in his and walks me toward the library. Let's get some studying done. And right then I understand the pull I have with Deacon. He's just like Rusty. With Rusty, I felt immediate friendship, like you would with a long-lost cousin. And it's here with Deacon, too. At least he knows where I stand, I think. but do I know? Deacon, thanks for the study sesh the other day. I got so much done. Indy, so you said. Deacon, okay. I'm awkward and weird and don't know how to talk to girls. But I was wondering if you wanted to go out for pizza or something. Strictly as friends. Indy, strictly as friends, huh? Deacon, yeah. I figured I could at least get you to hook me up with one of the girls on your team, given you're not interested. Indy, who's to say I'm not interested? Deacon, both of us. Indy, LOL. Want me to bring Scarlett? Deacon, as a potential love interest? Indy, problem number 1, saying potential love interest, and Scarlett is not for you. I love her like a sister, and I'm telling you right now, she's too much for you to handle. Deacon, I can feel that. As long as she's not taking off to masturbate in the restaurant bathroom, I'm cool. Indy, can't make any promises. Does 6 work? At DeLuca's? Deacon, works for me. See you then. Are you using me as a shield? Scarlett asks, blowing a bubble with the gum in her mouth. A shield? What are you talking about? Deacon asks you out to pizza and you bring me along. It's obvious you don't want to be alone with him. I was alone with him the other day in the library. We walk along the sidewalk toward DeLuca's, which is a few blocks away from our house. One of the reasons I chose it. If I don't have to drive somewhere, I try not to. Okay, so why am I here? Isn't this like a date or something? Scarlett has an ice pack on her head. We came straight from practice where she crashed into a freshman today who wasn't paying attention. They hit head on head. The crushing sound of their skulls a sickening sound that's finally starting to fade out of my memory, thank God. When they got up, I could already see the welts forming on a very unhappy Scarlett, so I can understand the current attitude right now. It's not a date. We came to an understanding that we're just going to be friends. Look at you. Scarlett pats me on the back. Friend zoning every hot guy that comes within a 5-foot radius of you. Hope you're good with celibacy during the season. Lord knows I'm not. Which reminds me, please tell me we're going to the Hartley's house this weekend. I could really use a hookup at this point. The vibrator is not getting the job done. We can, I say, even though I was already planning on it. Thank God. I'm going to find myself a beefy football player to get it on with. Maybe Hutton. Scarlett, you're better than that. She taps her chin with her finger. I'm really not. I have no problem going to the king of orgasms looking for a release. No problem at all. When we arrive at DeLuca's, I reach for the door and Scarlett pulls me to the side. Just so I have everything straight, this isn't a date, you're not looking to date Deacon, and we're here to try to find someone else to hook him up with? Pretty much. And you're paying for my pizza? Yes, I say on a sigh. Okay. She motions to the door. Then let's go. I need to sit down and remove this ice. We walk into the restaurant and immediately spot Deacon sitting in a booth in the back. It's hard to miss him. What on earth did their parents feed those burly boys? Ugh, you're stupid, Scarlett mutters as we walk toward him. He's so hot. Then why don't you go out with him? I ask through a smile as we approach. You know I would eat him up and spit him out. He's too nice. It's true. They would not mesh well together. Deacon seems to be the sensitive type, in tune with his feelings, so much so that it would not work with Scarlett. That's probably why it wouldn't work out with me and him either. We're not big express your feelings type people, which is why Scarlett and I are best friends. We don't deal with drama. We let it roll off our shoulders, and we aren't easily offended, unlike some of the girls on our team. It's also why we're in a townhome by ourselves, so we don't have to deal with the complicated feelings of everyone else. Hey, ladies, Deacon says, standing from the booth and pulling us both into a hug. Oh, you smell nice. Did you catch a whiff of that, Indy? Yep, already regretting bringing her to this dinner. I look up at Deacon and say, good job cleaning yourself. He laughs a good hearty laugh. Thank you. Scrubbed all the deep parts of my body. Cleanliness is key when it comes to landing a girl. Scarlett takes a seat and lowers her ice. Trust me, the dirty guys are talked about often in the locker rooms. Whoa, what happened to your head? Scarlett pours herself some water from the pitcher on the table. Freshman casualty. She was trying to prove herself and ran into me when not paying attention. Classic story of a rookie show-off. But luckily for her, my knee also crashed into her crotch and she was taken off the field telling everyone I broke her privates. I got off easy. And here I thought only guys had it rough when it came to the crotch. I shake my head. No, trust me, it hurts for a girl too. Good to know. He fidgets with his drink and looks toward the kitchen. I ordered a large cheese pizza. I hope that's okay. Scarlett takes one of the complimentary breadsticks and crunches down on it. Love cheese. Thanks. Chewing, she looks between the two of us and then groans. If this is going to be awkward, I'm leaving. It's not awkward. You're making it awkward. I snap at her. I never should have brought her. She points at her chest with her breadstick. I'm making it awkward? No. You two can barely look at each other. Let's just get it out in the open. Scarlett taps Deacon on the hand with her breadstick and then points to me. This one right here, issues. Okay? She doesn't know what she wants, and even though you're a great guy, you'll only get hurt in the end. Scarlett, it's true. Yeah, but we already talked about it. Sort of. Deacon clasps his hands together and, like the kind soul that he is, he says, even though it would be awesome if Indy was interested in dating, I know that's not the case. Link warned me, and I still tried. But at least I gave it a shot. Hold up, I say, sitting taller. From the corner of my eye, I see Scarlett's lips stretch into a full-on grin. Lincoln warned you to stay away? What? No. Deacon shakes his head. I didn't mean it like that. He's backtracking. I can hear the fear in his voice. I was just talking to him about you because I saw how he looked at you. Anyway, he just mentioned that you might not be interested in a relationship. He said that. Something like that. He was nice, though. Told me maybe I might be the one who could change your mind. Not that I have those powers, but maybe you would be open to me. But we know that's not the case, and Jesus Christ, I'm actually sweating. Oh, this is so much fun. I'm glad I came, Scarlett says, chewing loud enough for the table next to us to hear. Please don't be mad at him. He didn't do anything wrong, and I never should have said anything. Poor Deacon. An innocent slip of the tongue, and his brow is breaking out in a sweat. See, too nice for me. It's fine, I say, even though it doesn't feel fine in my chest. I want to leave this restaurant right now and charge toward Lincoln's house to confront him. I don't need him speaking on my behalf, especially about my dating life. But poor Deacon looks like he's about to have a nervous breakdown, which is why I find myself saying, it's cool, no problem. We're here because we're friends and we're hanging out, trying to figure out who would be perfect for Deacon. Uh-huh, Scarlett says, annoyingly. I kick her under the table and she buckles over. Oh, sorry, was that your shin? You know damn well it was, she says through clenched teeth. Just then, the pizza arrives and we clear the center of the table to make room for the giant pie. Before we dig in, Deacon clears his throat and says, maybe we should start this dinner over. Addressing Scarlett, he says, you scare me. She laughs out loud, and then he turns to me. We're friends. Could not have said it any better. Picking up a piece of pizza, he says, "Now, tell me about this freshman who clucked you in the head. Is she hot?" "She's hot for sure," Scarlett says with a teasing voice. "But she's also a lesbian, so I don't think your burly man bod is going to do it for her." "Okay, next." He chuckles, and we start going over the single girls on our team. We spend the rest of the night pulling up pictures on our phones, getting a feel for Deacon's type, and diving deep into his need to be in a relationship. He really enjoys spoiling his girl, doting on her. And even though I'm not there with him, it does make my heart grow fonder of Deacon. I want to find him the perfect person. Deacon and I split the bill. I made him. Then Scarlett goes to the bathroom while Deacon and I head out the front of the restaurant to wait for her. "Do you think Kennedy will be at the party this weekend?" Deacon asks about the girl we all agreed upon for him. "I'll make sure of it." "Thanks." He pulls me into a hug and kisses the top of my head. "I'm really grateful that we could be friends, Indy." I look up and prop my chin on the barrel of his chest. "I am too." Hey." Deacon and I both turn to see Lincoln standing in a pair of sweats, wearing a Brentwood baseball shirt and a hat that makes his eyes almost impossible to see. "Hey, man," Deacon says, releasing me. Lincoln looks between the two of us and clears his throat while pulling on the back of his neck and looking at the ground. "Picking up pizza for the guys. If I knew you were here, I would have made you bring it home. Yeah, sorry about that." Silence falls between us, and it has officially become the most awkward moment of my life. "Haven't seen you around," Lincoln says to me. "Busy," I answer, feeling this need to yell at him for some reason. A reason that I need to go home to dissect, not act on right now. If he asked me what was wrong, I'd have no idea how to explain it. "Well, guess I'll get the pizza." "Okay, see you at home," Deacon says, giving him a wave as Lincoln pushes past us. When Lincoln is out of sight, Deacon releases a pent-up breath and says, "That interaction just made my balls shrivel up." "Thank you for the comedic reprieve." I let out a low laugh and take in a deep breath as well. "That was weird, huh? Really weird." He goes to say something else, but I press my hand to his chest and cut him off. "Can you make me a promise, as your friend?" "Uh-oh, the friend card is being pulled already?" When I nod, he says, "What is it?" "Don't talk about me to Lincoln. Things are weird already with him, and having a third person in the mix would just make it worse." Could not agree more. Deacon pretends to wash his hands and then holds them up. "I'm stepping away. Whatever is between you two is between you two alone." "Thank you." I give him another hug. "And for the record, there is nothing going on." He smiles. "Okay, Indy." We head in different directions. As I text Scarlett to meet me at home, I keep thinking about how much I do not want to see Lincoln walk out with those pizzas. And even though I often want to be around him, right now, I'm too confused. And does he really make my eyes sadden? Is that actually a thing? Later that night, after I'm tucked into bed, ready to set my alarm, my phone vibrates in my hand. Lincoln, "Did you finish looking over the draft I sent you?" Weird that he's texting me now. Then again, there doesn't seem to be any rhyme or reason where this guy is concerned. Indy, "Was planning on sending it back tomorrow." Lincoln, "Okay, don't drop the ball." My brows furrow and I unplug my phone so I can roll to my back and text him. Indy, "I'm not dropping the ball. I just have a lot on my plate." Lincoln, "Okay." For some reason, that doesn't seem like an understanding okay. Indy, "What are you not saying, Lincoln?" Lincoln, "Nothing. Good night." Indy, "Oh no, there is something you're holding back, so just say it." Lincoln. Fine. Seems like you have time to go on a date with Deacon, so there can't be too much on your plate. My face flames with anger, and now I'm sitting up on my bed, typing away. Indy. You can't be serious with that comment. Lincoln. Yeah, this shouldn't be done via text. Just send it to me tomorrow and I'll give it one more look through. Good night. Indy. You'll get it tomorrow. Jesus, don't be an asshole, Lincoln. When he doesn't reply, I growl in frustration and plug my phone back into charge. Then I flop back on my bed and stare at the ceiling. What the hell was that?
Chapter 10. Lincoln. Didn't expect to see you in here, Asher says, coming into the ice room, where I'm sitting in a metal tub full of ice, stewing in my own coldness. He grabs a bucket from the ice machine and starts filling it up. Been working my legs harder. Needed to ice them down. Cool, Asher says over the tumbling of ice. Trying to hit 95? Yeah, clocked in at 92 today. So you must be doing something right. Or wrong, I mutter, still feeling the boil of anger simmering at the base of my spine. What do you mean by that? Asher asks. He comes over to the ice bath right next to mine and pours his bucket of ice inside. Pushing his shorts down and taking his shirt off, he steps into the water and hisses while he lowers himself all the way down. Fuck, he says quietly. Mean by what? I can play dumb. You've been doing something wrong. He finally looks over at me. I can't fucking lie to Asher, no matter how hard I want to. The guy has the most discerning eyes. They pierce right through you. Man, fuck, I don't know what's going on with me. Does this have to do with Indy? Jesus, am I really that transparent? I wish it didn't, but yeah, I think so. I'm fucked in the head right now, and I don't know how to get my mental game straight. I had so much anger built up inside me today. It was propelling me off the mound. But I don't work like that. I don't allow anger to fuel my game. So what happened then, in the last week? What made you all fucked up in the head? I don't think it's been the last week. It's been since before we came back to campus. Ever since I met Indy. I feel so fucking uneasy. I don't want a relationship. But I also can't stop thinking about her, man. Sounds like you want a relationship. I don't. I shake my head. I really don't. And then I keep seeing her with Deacon, and that's messing me up. I saw them hugging outside DeLuca's when I went to get the pizza for dinner. I felt like punching a hole through DeLuca's front door, and then that night, I was a total ass through text message. Dude, it's obvious you want her. Yeah. I push my wet hand through my hair. I know. Okay, then go get her. Doesn't seem like rocket science. Everything is so black and white with Asher, but it's not that simple. Won't work. For one, Deacon is into her. Yeah, that's not favorable. Thanks. I laugh and then dip my body lower into the water. That's on me. I told the dude to pursue Indy. Fuck, I just need to, I don't know, put my attention into something else. Or somebody else, Asher says as he winces and takes a deep breath, the cold probably reaching to his bones now. Is there anyone who you might be able to hook up with that could be a fuck buddy? Get your mind off Indy. I think about it and come up short. Not really. I've never had that relationship with anyone. I've only really double-dipped maybe a handful of times. Have you tried using your hand? Works for me. How have you been able to hang out with your hand for so long is beyond me, man. Easier that way, he says. No complications. That's why I'm over here with a clear mental game, and you're over there, suffering. Hung up on a girl that you think you like, but you don't want to like, that maybe likes you but doesn't want to like you, Hell, man, it's too much of a mouthful to even say at this point. And here I thought you'd be the helpful one out of all my friends. He lifts his hand out of the water and waves it at me. This was a very helpful suggestion. I already do that, I say, lifting my hand as well. And it seems to have increased lately. Nah, you gotta pace yourself, man. If you do it too often, then the buildup isn't as great. I study Asher, intentionally study him, and ask, dude, you need to get laid if you think buildup with your hand is foreplay. He scratches the side of his jaw. Maybe you're right. I know I am. The house party is tomorrow, so why not try to hook up with someone? Nah, you know that's not my scene. I'll be in my room with the door locked and my headphones on. It's true. I think there's only been one time since I've known Asher that he's gone to a party and had a few sips of beer. After a drunk girl stumbled into him and fumbled with his cock, he was done. This is our last year, man, so have some fun. After this, you're going to be working your ass off in the minors, vying for a spot in primetime. Yeah, I can't wait, he says with hope in his eyes. Sighing, I say, at least just sit out back with me for a bit. Have one beer. He looks off to the side and sinks lower into the bath. I'll think about it, but only because I want to see you embarrass yourself with mayhem. Thanks. You're such a good friend. Anytime. He smiles to himself. She's going to be there, right? Not sure. But if I were to guess, I'd say probably. And I bet she'll be with Deacon. If that's the case, maybe I'll have that beer with you. I pick up an ice cube and chuck it at him. He laughs and swats it away. You're gonna have to work harder than that to peg me. Wait until our next scrimmage. I'll make sure to nick you. Don't doubt it. The boom of the bass is thundering beneath my feet. The raucous sound of the student-athlete population fills our house. I can smell the beer. And instead of hanging out downstairs, I'm pulling an Asher and waiting in my bedroom. I'm dressed. Put on a pair of jeans and a simple navy blue shirt. Nothing too crazy. My hair styled, and I spritz some cologne on while I talk to my moms on the phone. Mama asked how my grades were doing, and of course, how my pursuit to 95 was coming along. And Mom, well, she was fixated on asking me about Indy. I finally told her she was seeing Deacon, one of my roommates. That shut her up really quick, and I felt bad, because I heard the disappointment in her voice. I think she was convinced there was a love connection at Boondoggles when, in fact, it was more of an irritation. Claiming my attendance was needed at a small gathering, which I know they know is a lie, I told them I loved them, and then hung up. That was a half an hour ago. The party has started. I can hear Hutton downstairs yelling every time he scores in beer pong, and Rusty's already starting to sing karaoke, his deep, off-key voice trailing up the stairs. Katy Perry is his jam. Harley texted me a few times, asking where I am, and I keep texting back that I'll be down there in a second. But I'm still holding out in my room. I don't want to go downstairs and see Deacon with Indy. Are they holding hands? Have they kissed? Have they had sex? I've watched Deacon constantly like a stalker, seeing if he looked happier, because that's a sure sign of a guy getting fucked, an ever-present smile. But the guy is already so goddamn happy all the time, I can't tell if he's just being himself, or if he's actually gotten anywhere with Indy. Christ, I mutter, pushing both hands through my hair and then pulling them back, sticking the strands on all ends. This shouldn't matter. It doesn't matter. I just need to convince myself that Indy was a temporary speed bump, but I'm moving on. Come on, Castle, I say into the mirror that hangs on my door. I straighten my hair out and then take a deep breath. Mind over matter. I open my door and follow the noise down the stairs where the living space is already crowded. That was quick. People call out my name and I toss around high fives while I make my way to the kitchen to grab a beer. That's where I spot Asher, and he's not alone. Hold my dick while I gawk because he's actually talking to a girl. What the? A hand clasps me on the shoulder and I hear, "Dude, don't stare. It might scare them." Hartley hands me a beer as I ask, "Who's the girl?" "No idea. I think she might be a roommate of one of the female athletes here. I haven't seen her around the events center or training room. She's dressed in a yellow dress that looks like it's made for Sunday school rather than for a party at an athlete's house." "Who does she remind you of?" "An extremely shy version of Zoe Deschanel," Hartley says without skipping a beat. I nod. "Yep, thank you. That would have driven me crazy." I take a sip of my beer and glance around the kitchen. "How's the rest of the party?" "Good. The freshmen are keeping a good—" "What the fuck?" Hartley yells, his voice angry. His eyes immediately go dark, and his brow narrows as he stares at something, or someone across the room. "What, man?" "I told her not to fucking come to this." "Who?" "Alice." "Alice, as in Alice Taylor?" "Yup," Hartley says. "I have to go take care of this." I press my hand against Hartley's chest. "Go easy on her, man. Don't embarrass her." But as I stare at Hartley's face, I know my words are going in one ear and out the other. He pushes past me and goes to Alice, who looks a little lost, but also excited to be here. Hartley has known Alice since they were infants. She's the daughter of Jake Taylor, the greatest quarterback of all time, and she transferred this year. Jake personally asked Hartley to keep an eye on his baby girl. Apparently Hartley is taking that request to heart. Looks like the party's off to a great start. Hartley's most likely about to get in a fight with Alice. She doesn't take well to his bossiness, or so I've been told. Asher is talking to some Zoe look-alike, and I'm just waiting for the moment when I spot. Holy fuck. Indy. Indy in a pair of jean shorts that barely cover her ass, a form-fitting black shirt. Her straightened hair is dancing across her shoulders. Fuck. She's hot. Her tits are barely contained in her shirt. Her lips are glossy and screaming to be fucked, and her eyes are heavily highlighted with mascara, making them stand out even more than before. I grip my beer tighter, not realizing how desperately I wanted to see her, and now wishing I never did, because she looks all kinds of good, and there's nothing I can do about it. Especially when Deacon walks up to her with a goofy grin on his face, pulling her into a hug and kissing the top of her head. She laughs up at him, cups his freshly shaven face, and then holds him around the waist. Yup. Can't do this. No fucking thank you. Beer clutched to my chest, I turn away from them and make my way to the back of the house, and into the backyard where there are fewer people. I spot a vacant chair near the property fence with absolutely no one in sight and claim it as my sulking spot. I take a seat and then lift my beer to my lips, gulping down about half of it before coming up for air. This is what my junior year has come to. Me, drinking by myself in a rickety lawn chair, scowling at the back of my house. How the mighty have fallen. Why does she have to look so damn good tonight? Then again, like it would matter. If she came here in sweats and a simple shirt with her hair tied up in a ponytail, I probably would have thought the same thing. She's so fucking naturally gorgeous. "What are you doing over here all by yourself?" Hutton asks, his eyes a little hazy, trouble written all over his face. There is an unsuspecting girl who's going to be wooed by this man tonight, and frankly, I feel bad for her. Hutton, although a nice guy, will never commit to anyone. "Needed some fresh air?" "It's stuffy as fuck in there. It got crowded faster than I expected. I told the freshmen to hold people from entering for now." "Smart." I take a smaller sip of my beer this time. "Well, you're boring." "Thanks, man." "Sure." He claps me on the back and goes to stand when I spot Scarlett walking up toward us. "Oh, shit," Hutton mutters. "Is it just me, or does she have dick on the brain?" "Nope, not just you." "Hey, boys," Scarlett says, sizing Hutton up, who stands and shifts in place. Out of all the girls Hutton knows, Scarlett's the one who has him tied up in knots. She could get him to do anything she wants at the snap of her finger, even though he's never fucked her. One night, he's told me multiple times, He just needs one night to get her out of his system. Then he can move past this strange obsession. Scarlett, what's up? Hutton says, sticking a hand in his pocket.
I'm sick of using my vibrator. I came here for you.
Damn. Looks like he's about to be granted that one night. A grin spreads across Hutton's face. Then get the hell upstairs, woman. If only it were that simple for everyone else. She holds out her hand and he takes it. Calling over her shoulder, Scarlett says,
Indy's looking for you, by the way. Pretty sure she's been chomping at the bit to chew your head off.
Great, I say sarcastically while drinking my beer. Tell her I'm back here.
You got it.
Hutton pulls Scarlett in closer and presses his lips to hers. They both stumble forward and laugh, then disappear into the house. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe Hutton is the one who's going to have to look out. Indy pops through the back door, brow furrowed, and I realize I was wrong again. Nope, I'm the one who's going to have to look out. I silently beg for the chair to swallow me whole, help me disappear into the grass, anything that will take me away from this moment. But then she spots me. She charges toward me, and even in all her anger, she's fucking beautiful. Her hair blows in the wind, her tits bounce toward me, and her long legs eat up the grass as she makes it to me in no time. Hand on her hip, she says,
Why are you being an asshole?
That's quite the greeting. I down the rest of my beer and set it on the grass next to me, then stand so we're eye to eye.
What did you expect? A hug?
I open my arms wide and say, yeah. She doesn't move. She's really pissed. Lowering my arms, I say, Look, Indy.
No, you look, Lincoln.
She steps up to me, her flowery perfume inching up my nose, shooting my brain into a dizzy spell as she pokes me in the chest.
You had no right to be rude to me the other night. I got the project done.
I know, I say, staring down at her lips. I'm sorry.
That's right, you're sorry. Friends don't treat each other like that.
Ah, yes. You're friends. Best be remembering that, Lincoln, as you stare at her tits and back to her eyes. You look good. The compliment slips past my lips before I can stop myself, and I wonder for a brief second if I drank more alcohol without knowing it, because that's how I feel right now. Drunk. But it might just be drunk with lust.
Do you really think a compliment is going to work on me?
Maybe, I try to say cutely.
It didn't,
she deadpans. I shove my hands in my pockets and shrug. It was worth a shot.
Whatever, Lincoln. Clearly you don't care about me like I thought you did.
She starts to walk away when I quickly grab her hand and pull her back. I care, Indy. Don't say I don't care, because I do. It's just hard.
What's hard?
She crosses her arms over her chest, waiting for a response I'm not sure how to deliver. What's hard? Well, my dick when she's around, but that's not really the answer I want to give her. I rack my brain as she stares at me, waiting. Tapping her foot, her eyes racing back and forth over mine, she continues to wait as a trickle of sweat hits the back of my neck. Fuck. Say something. Anything. She's waiting, and this girl is persistent. She will wait forever if she needs to.
What's hard, Lincoln?
I bite the side of my cheek and finally say, I've never had a girlfriend before.
Girlfriend? She asks. I didn't realize we were dating.
No, not like that. I mean a friend that's a girl. A close friend.
So are you telling me you get jealous when your guy friends are seen with another girl?
What? I scoff. I wasn't jealous. She laughs, louder than expected.
Oh my God, Lincoln, you had jealousy written all over you when you saw me and Deacon at DeLucas.
That wasn't jealousy. I was hungry. She rolls her eyes and says,
When you decide to be real with me, then you can come talk to me. But until then, just leave me alone.
Turning on her heel, she walks back to the house, and I stand there like a moron who doesn't know what the hell to say. Seems like that's the new normal at this point. Fuck. I pinch the bridge of my nose and turn away from the house, trying to figure out what to do. I'm so confused. Where is all this coming from? Her anger, my anger? This friendship doesn't seem to work. But when it does, I feel like I'm on cloud 9. And all I can think is if it wasn't for my meddling mom, I wouldn't be in this position. This weird position of being a girl's friend and wanting her so damn bad that I can feel my balls ache when she's around. And when she's not around, I need to jerk. If I were you, I'd go after her, a voice from the side says. When I look over, I spot Brandon, a guy on the men's soccer team. She's a fucking catch, dude. Everyone in this house knows it. And if she's giving you attention like that, it means something. Trust me, she doesn't give anyone that or talk to anyone with passion. He tips his bottle back. But that's just me. I don't know Brandon well. I think I've spoken to him twice in my years at Brentwood. But right now, in this moment, it almost feels like Brandon was placed on my lawn, beer in his hand, to kick some sense into me. I think you're right. I know I am, he says, leaning back in his chair. Indy Mayhem is one of a kind. If she was talking to me like that, I'd be one happy motherfucker. He smiles lazily at me and his head lolls to the side. Yeah, he's drunk. But a drunk guardian angel is better than none. I send him a quick mental thank you and then jog into the house. The crowd is even worse, and I move people to the side to make my way through the open layout. I scan the heads, looking for long brown hair, and when I spot her, by the stairs, trying to make her way through the throng of people, I quickly squeeze my way through and take her by the arm. She spins, ready to take out whoever is touching her. It's me, I say quickly over the booming music. Can we talk? Are you going to be real? Yes, I answer, looking her square in the eyes. Then let's talk. Not here, I say, taking her hand in mine. I thank the guys protecting the stairs who aren't letting anyone up to the bedrooms who don't live in the house. I walk past Hutton's room, where I already hear moaning, to my room at the far end of the hallway. I take the key from my pocket, unlock my door because sometimes people slip by the stair patrol, and I guide her in. I go to my desk and flip the light on, casting a light glow in the decently sized space. She shuts the door and then we both stare at each other, a few feet apart. My body itches with an overwhelming need to cut the space between us, push her down on my bed, and explore every inch of her with my tongue. And for a second, I get a bout of courage as if it could really happen, as if I wouldn't think twice about taking what I want. But when she crosses her arms with impatience again, I snap back to reality. I'm sorry, I start. I'm really fucking sorry, Indy. I didn't mean to be a dick to you, and I was. When I said it's hard, I meant... I take a deep breath and decide to just tell her the truth. It's hard trying to be cool around you. Hell. I think you're a goddamn bombshell, okay? Her eyes soften, and her lips curve into a smile. And yeah, I was jealous. I was jealous that Deacon was holding you and touching you. And I know I have no right to be jealous since we're friends, but I was, okay? I took my irritation out on you later, and it was wrong. She's still smiling, not saying anything. The silence is killing me. Can you respond? Christ. She chuckles. I knew you were crushing on me this entire time. Jesus. I groan and go to my bed where I lie down. I kick my shoes off and lace my fingers behind my head. Way to make it easy on a guy. When would I ever make it easy on you? Point taken. She sits down on the bed near my feet. I really am sorry. I didn't mean to make you mad at me. I do value our friendship. Yeah, I do too, she says. And my heart falls as I realize she just agreed with the whole friendship thing. I was hoping that maybe she'd see I was interested in being more than friends. But from the way she's twisting her hands and avoiding eye contact, I have to assume she's trying not to hurt my feelings by letting me down. Sticking with friendship. Okay, got it. Are we cool? I ask. She nods.
Yeah, we're cool.
Good. I reach for the remote to my TV and say, "Now, if you'll excuse me, I have no interest in being downstairs right now. I'm going to take my pants off and watch some TV."
Are you kicking me out?
She asks, a lift in her questioning eyebrow. You're more than welcome to stay, but watching season 3 of Ozark is as fun as it's going to get in here.
Ugh, you watch Ozark?
You don't?
It's so dark and the weird blue filtering depresses me.
I scratch the side of my jaw and flip the TV on. Yeah, it is quite dark. Hard to see sometimes. She takes her shoes off and bounds toward the headboard. She cuddles into my side and rests her head on my shoulder.
Let's watch something else.
Who said you could use me as a pillow?
I did.
She snuggles in even closer and my body thrums with excitement from the combination of her soft scent and supple body curling into mine. Oh, and the fact that she's practically twisted around the side of my body. Firm, but soft breasts press into me. A long leg tangles over mine. A warm palm falls to my chest. Okay, yeah, I could get used to this. Didn't expect the night to end with her nestled around me, but I'm not going to complain. I would do just about anything to keep her where she is. If not Ozark, then what do you want to watch?
Have you watched To All the Boys I Loved Before?
Aw, hell no. Sorry, nope. I'm not watching that high school love story. She hauls herself up and stares down at me.
How do you know it's high school?
Word on the street? I ask in question. I'm so busted.
Oh my God. You watched it.
No, I haven't. She points to the screen.
Then why is it under the row that says watch again?
It's my mom's account, I say with a smirk. Ha. Thank you, moms.
Must I remind you that we're being real with each other?
Her finger taps my chest and I groan in exasperation. Fine. Hartley and I watched it one night. I don't see what the big deal is about that Noah guy. He's just a younger version of Mark Ruffalo.
And Mark Ruffalo is the Hulk, so technically Noah Centineo is Hulk's offspring, and if I were you, I'd be kind about Hulk's offspring.
I stare at her, silently, and then turn back to the main screen. There is no validity in that argument.
Are you serious?
Yep. Now, if you would like to watch something from a neutral party, then I will consider that.
What do you consider a neutral party exactly?
She asks, her hair floating over her shoulders, framing her face, adding to her beauty by tenfold. I reach out and push her hair behind her ear, my fingers lingering on her cheek longer than they should. She doesn't seem to mind, as she stays still, waiting for me to answer. Not something super girly. Maybe something with Adam Sandler.
But you watched To All the Boys I Loved Before. That's girly.
I smirk and say, I only watch those types of things with Hartley. It's a bonding thing we do. Sorry, Mayhem. Her smirk damn near kills me.
Fine, pick an Adam Sandler movie, but can I please borrow a pair of shorts? Because the ones I'm wearing are clawing up my ass.
Can't have that. I point to my dresser. Third drawer, take what you want.
Thanks.
Her cute ass hops out of bed and she goes to my dresser, while I find an Adam Sandler movie with Jennifer Aniston. That should work. I start the movie, and then look over at Indy just in time to see her drop her shorts, revealing a black lace thong. Whoa, Indy, what are you doing?
Changing?
She answers casually.
It's just underwear.
That is not just underwear. That was anything but just underwear. That was something I never should have seen because now it's imprinted on my brain and there's no way I'll be able to focus the rest of the night. She slips on my shorts and the hem falls down to her shins, the waist loose on her, but she just lets it hang on her hips, showing off her midriff. Hell, her body is fine as fuck. Tight waist, long legs, and the perfect little bubble butt, probably from all the lunges she's done in the past. She has an athletic body, and it's one I want to climb all over and explore. She pulls a hair tie from the pocket of the shorts she just took off, and I watch as she flips her head over, gathers all her silky brown hair, and then ties it into a long ponytail at the top of her head.
There,
She says, finding her comfort level.
now if I could trust you not to be such a horn dog, I'd take my bra off too, but I think we both know that is not going to happen.
I swallow, hard, and say, I won't be a horn dog. Go ahead, take it off.
Yeah, right.
She chuckles and hops into bed next to me. Once again, she snuggles into my side, and I move my arm to embrace her.
Aren't you going to take your pants off?
Do you want me to take my pants off?
You said that's what you're going to do when I left. Don't let me stop you.
Yeah, the only reason I still have my pants still on is because they're containing my half hard-on. If I were in anything else but jeans, it would be way too noticeable. I'm good, but your attempt at getting me naked is flattering. The movie starts and we lie there together, watching, our breathing sinking. It's nice. So much better than being downstairs with a bunch of inebriated asses trying to get drunk myself. No, I'll take cuddling with Indy in my bed, as friends, over being downstairs any day. Her finger taps my chest and she says,
Deacon and I are just friends.
They better be if she's snuggled into me and watching a movie. Cool, I answer lamely. Deacon and I are just friends. So, I should be relieved by that declaration? But I actually feel confused. But it's a good thing, isn't it? She lifts up to look me in the eyes.
We've only ever been friends.
Her finger draws slow, lazy circles on my chest.
Just thought you should know.
I grip her chin with my forefinger and thumb and say, Thank you. She nods and then lies back down where she keeps her hand on my chest. It's comfortable. Feels right. Having her here in my room, in my bed, in my arms. She fits perfectly against my side, and I don't feel the need to flee or tell her to leave. In fact, it's the opposite. I'm trying to figure out a way to keep her here all night. As the movie plays, we stay silent. She chuckles here and there, and it's a cute sound that travels down my body and ends at my crotch, making it harder and harder to focus on the movie. Because I can't seem to control myself, the need to touch her is taking over my brain. I start massaging her scalp with my fingers, loving the way the silky strands feel as they filter past my fingertips. Her body melts deeper into mine, and a small moan falls out of her mouth when I move closer to her ear. Fuck. That sound. It does nothing to calm my aching cock, and I pray to Jesus Christ himself that Indy can't tell how turned on I am. I hope she hasn't noticed my shorter breaths, or how my fingers dig deeper into her scalp every time she shifts against me, her breasts pressing into my side. I honestly don't know what's going on between us. I don't know if what I'm doing is okay, or if I'm crossing a weird line from friends to semi-relationship. I have no fucking clue. All I know is that I like her right where she is, and I'll keep her here for as long as she wants to be.
I used some of the toothpaste in the bathroom,
Indy says, walking back into my room.
I hope that's okay.
I stretch my arms above my head. The sun's coming through the window, heating up the back of my body. What's mine is yours, Mayhem. While she was in the bathroom, I changed out of my jeans I wore all night and into a pair of sweats and a fresh shirt. I was the first to go to the bathroom so I wouldn't blast her with morning breath. Last night, toward the end of the movie, I felt her breathing slow and her body completely relax. She fell asleep, and I was perfectly okay with that. I turned off the TV and pulled a blanket over us. We slept like that the whole night, her resting on my chest, my arm around her. I'm a little stiff this morning from our position, but it was well worth it.
Thanks.
She takes her ponytail out, and I watch as the brown strands fall gracefully around her shoulders, only for her to gather it all back up and put it into some crazy bun.
Sorry, I fell asleep on you last night.
It's cool. You were comfortable, and I wasn't about to wake a sleeping beast.
I'm not a sleeping beast.
That's what you think. I wink, and then walk up to her where I spot a stray hair and push it behind her ear, the entire time our eyes connected. Want some breakfast?
I'm starving, so yes.
Okay, come on. I'm tempted to take her hand in mine, but think better of it. I open the door for her and catch the girl in the yellow dress from last night sneaking out of Asher's room. I stutter stop, gripping the door frame of my room, shocked. Asher had a girl stay over last night? That's new. When she hears the floorboards creak from where we're standing, she looks over her shoulder, and her face blushes, before she turns away and practically sprints down the stairs.
Whose room was that?
Indy asks. Pep's?
Pep's as in Asher Pepper's?
Yep. I chuckle. Fuck, I can't wait to hear how that happened. The dude never has girls stay over. We make our way downstairs and are greeted by whispered yelling. I grip Indy by the waist and hold her still, holding a finger to my lips, trying to listen in on who's in the kitchen.
You treat me like a child.
No, I don't. That's Hartley's voice, which means the other voice must be Alice's.
Yes, you do. I'm allowed to drink and have fun, Hartley.
Not under my roof.
Can you not hear yourself? You're acting like my father.
Yeah, well, your father asked me to look out for you, and that's what I'm doing. He lets out a large sigh and continues. Now stop fucking yelling at me because I have such a goddamn headache and your voice is making it worse.
Wow.
Something slams on the counter and Alice pops out of the kitchen, just in time to spot me and Indy. Her face goes red. That's 2 girls blushing so far this morning. Wonder if there are any more. And she gives me a short wave.
Good morning, Lincoln.
I wave back. Hey, Alice. Get a good night's sleep?
No.
She glances back at Hartley, who is now watching her from the kitchen entryway, arms crossed, his body propped up by the wall. He looks like a wreck. His hair's disheveled and he has dark circles under his eyes.
Your friend Hartley kicks in his sleep.
Speak for yourself. Maybe stop rolling every 20 goddamn minutes.
Maybe I was rolling because you kept kicking me.
I was kicking you to stop rolling, he shoots back. This could go on for hours. I was going to make waffles, I interject. Want to stay for some breakfast, Alice? Hartley cuts in before she can answer, his eyes dead set on hers. Alice was just leaving. Weren't you, Alice? She bites her bottom lip and says,
Yes, I was just going to walk home. Thank you, though, Lincoln.
Hartley grumbles in frustration. You're not walking home. Grab an Uber. Another bite to her lip.
I don't have my phone.
Jesus Christ. Hartley stomps through the living room to the entryway and grabs the keys to his SUV. Come on, I'll drive you home.
I'd rather walk.
You're not fucking walking, now come on. Hartley, not so gracefully, grabs her by the arm and guides her out to his car. When the front door shuts, Indy turns to me and says,
Oh, they are so going to fuck.
Yeah, the boys and I have a bet on when. Trust me, we already know. Those two just don't know it yet. I take her hand this time and pull her toward the kitchen. Come help me make waffles. Indy lifts herself up on the island bench, and I feel her eyes on me as I move around the kitchen, setting up the waffle maker and finding the mix in the pantry. Handing her a bowl and the ingredients, I say, make the whole box. The boys are always hungry for waffles.
We get first dibs, though, right?
First waffle is yours, Mayhem. She hops back off the counter and starts mixing everything together, just as there's a slight crash on the stairs. We both look up to find Scarlett gripping the banister, muttering swear words. Her shirt is inside out. There seems to be an article of clothing in her hand, which I'm assuming is her pants because she's wearing a pair of Hutton's sweatpants that are entirely too large on her. Her hair is sticking up on all ends, while dark makeup is smudged under her eyes.
Fucking steps,
she says just as she looks up and spots me and Indy both staring at her. But instead of a blush, she just gives us a simple, unapologetic wave.
Hey.
Talking directly to Indy, she says,
Multiple orgasms, mission accomplished. See you at the house. I chuckle next to Indy as she calls out, Want to stay for waffles? No, I need a shower. I have Hutton's tongue all over me. She motions to the two of us and adds, I do want to hear about this little sleepover, but only after I feel human again. See you at the house. And then she takes off, leaving just as quickly as she appeared. She's interesting, I say. Definitely has zero shame about anything. Indy stirs the mixture and then hands it to me. She hops back up on the counter and says, So, about last night. What about it? I ask, feeling nausea make its way up my throat. I don't want her to say something that's going to take back how great it felt to hold her, have her next to me. She smiles and briefly runs her hand through my hair as if she's trying to fix it, but has no luck. How did the movie end? Hell. I let out a deep breath and chuckle. Fuck if I know. I passed out just like you. Christ, I thought she was wanting a deep conversation, and it's too early for me to navigate through something like that, especially when I can't categorize my feelings, while she's staring at me with those clear, confident eyes of hers. Guess we'll have to try to finish it sometime. Glancing up with a smirk, I ask, Breakfast in bed? Her face lights up. What about the rest of the waffles? I'll put the batter in the fridge with a note. The boys can make their own. Sounds perfect. How are you with a knife? There are some rinsed strawberries in the fridge. I'll man the waffles if you cut some up for us. Deal. I set her up with what she needs, and just when the waffle maker is ready, Hutton appears in the kitchen, scratching his chest, looking half awake, but also concerned. Hey, did, Scarlett take off? Ah, hell. Indy and I both catch the sound of vulnerability in his voice, and we quickly exchange glances, but Indy is the one to answer. She just left. Said she needed to wash your tongue off her body. He smiles shyly, which is odd for him, and he grips the back of his neck. Did she seem happy? Oh, pathetic, man, so pathetic. But I also feel for him because I seem to be in the same boat, confused and desperate. She was very pleased with her multiple orgasms. That brings a smile to his face. Okay, cool. He then nods at the waffle maker and says, Making me some? You can make your own, I say. We're headed back upstairs in a few. Oh, yeah? Hutton wiggles his eyebrows, and I don't even bother correcting his assumption. There's no use. Instead, we gather everything we need and take it to my room, where I shut the door and prop my pillows up so we can sit against the headboard. Once we're settled, Indy says, Quite a party last night. I turn to face her in an attempt to understand what she means, but she's intent on her food. Let's see. She didn't slink away like Yellow Dress Girl, angrily race out the door like Alice, or understandably walk out with a happily sated grin like Scarlett. She willingly came back to my room just now, so she doesn't seem to regret staying. I think she's glad she stayed as well. Go in with humor, Castle. That it was. But you know, there is one thing we shouldn't do right now. I wiggle my eyebrows, loving the mischievous smile I receive in return. Don't tell the moms, we both say together, and clink our waffles in a moment of solidarity.
Chapter 11. Indy. Was that you? I ask as my character, Princess Peach, blows up from a bomb hitting her in the back. Can't be sure. Lincoln says, humor in his voice as I see Yoshi, his character, blow by me. Lincoln, I complain, nudging him with my elbow and getting Peach up and driving again. We had a truce. That was until you were annihilating me. A dude has to save his pride. We've been playing Mario Kart in Lincoln's room for the past hour, playing every tournament and sharing Chinese food that we ordered for a late lunch, early dinner. After breakfast in bed, we stayed there for a few hours, drifting in and out of sleep, me resting on his shoulder, Lincoln combing his hands through my hair. which has got to be the most erotic and relaxing feeling ever. Just knowing his talented, sexy hands are pressing into my scalp is enough to make me drool and beg for more. When we woke up, Lincoln didn't ask if I wanted to leave, but instead asked if I wanted to get some Chinese food, and since it's Sunday, my day off, I figured there was nothing wrong with spending it with Lincoln. We both took quick showers while we waited for the food. I changed into the shorts from earlier and one of his Brentwood baseball shirts, minus my bra. He changed into an outfit very similar and then teased me about being twins. After we finished our food, Lincoln brought out his Nintendo Wii, and we've been playing games ever since. It started with Tetris and has moved on. When I asked him why he had a Wii and not an Xbox like every other college guy out there, he said he was a sucker for Mario. It's why he keeps the console in his room. I thought it was an adorable answer, and it made me want to stay with him longer. "I'm in first. I swear to God, you better not shoot me with anything," he says, his body tense next to mine, concentrated on the TV. Okay," I say, just as I drive through a mystery box. When it gives me 3 green shells, I swear to the high heavens. Green shells are useless when trying to pass people. You risk shooting them off and then running into your own shell when it bounces off the side. The telltale alert of Lincoln crossing the finish line sounds through the speakers. He pumps the air with his fist, tosses his controller, then flops back on the bed. Jesus Christ, I'm sweating. I finish the race, coming in third, and toss my remote as well. I turn to him and take in the way he's lying next to me so casually, hands linked behind his head, his biceps stretching the fabric of his shirt. "I can't believe you blew me up." "Not even sorry about it." I turn toward him, making sure I'm scowling my best scowl. He scoots up the bed so he's against the headboard, ignoring said scowl. So I lean against the wall, then drape my legs over his. "You were getting a free ride and it wasn't fair." "You were getting the same ride." "Bullshit." He laughs. "You kept accidentally hitting me with shit." I smile and he points at me. "See? You know exactly what I'm talking about." It's called playing strategically. His hand falls to my knee and he gives it a squeeze, sending a lightning bolt of lust straight up my inner thigh. It's called being a liar. I'm trying not to concentrate on the feeling of his hand on my leg, or the way his thumb is slowly rubbing my kneecap. "Call it what you want, but I still beat you. You're all so aggressive with your elbows." He lifts his hand from my knee to rub his other arm. "I think I have some bruises from your combative driving." Poor baby. I reach out and rub his arm. "You hit me lower." I move my hand. "Lower?" He smiles. "Little bit lower. You actually hit me in the crotch. If you would rub that, I'd really appreciate it." "In your dreams, Castle," I say, even though I'm pretty sure that situation has been a highlight of my dreams. Knock, knock. We both look toward the door as Lincoln calls out, "Come in." The door opens and Asher pokes his head through the crack. "Oh shit, sorry. I didn't realize you had company. I'll, catch you later." "Hey, wait." Lincoln calls out before Asher can shut the door. "What's up, man?" Asher quickly looks at me, and I realize he probably wants to talk about last night, and there's no way he'll do that in front of me. The guy is way too shy and way too private. I should get back home, get ready for the school week," I say, sensing Asher's needs. "No, you don't have to do that," Asher says. "I'll just talk to Lincoln later." "No, it's good, really. Let me just gather my things and then I'll call an Uber." Lincoln settles his hand on my knee and says to Asher, "Let me drop Indy off and then I'll be back. Does that work?" He looks between us, indecisive, but finally he nods. "Yeah, that works. Take your time, no rush." He quietly shuts the door, and I turn toward Lincoln. You are so going to get the details about the girl in the yellow dress. I would love to spend more time with you, but sorry, Mayhem. This trumps that right now. I'm practically frothing at the mouth to find out what happened. I would be too. I hop off the bed and grab my folded-up clothes from last night. Let me change quickly and then you can take me home. Don't bother. Just give me back my clothes another time. I probably have enough Brentwood baseball shirts to outfit the entire women's soccer team. Okay. Lincoln stands from the bed, stretches, and then grabs my hand. Let's go, Mayhem. Surprisingly, we don't run into anyone on the way out. I was nervous about seeing Deacon while wearing Lincoln's clothes, especially the day after a party, but he was MIA, as well as the other guys. Lincoln opens the passenger side door for me and then rounds the front and hops in. He starts the engine, grabs the gear shift, and takes off. My house is pretty close, so we don't have much time in the car together. Thank you for the day. It was probably one of the most relaxing days I've had in a really long time. Me too, Lincoln says, keeping his eyes focused on the road. I had a really good time, even if you're a liar and a cheater. See it how you want, but I'm sticking to what I said. It was strategy. Brutal, Mayhem. He stops at a stop sign and then turns right. It might be a weird thing to say, but I love watching him drive. He's so casual, relaxed. One hand slung over the steering wheel, the other gripping the gear shift. His feet moving back and forth over the pedals. It's sexy. And when he offered to drive me home, I didn't even put up a fight because I wanted to see him in his Jeep again. I wanted to spend extra time with him. Are you getting excited about your first game this coming Saturday? It's a home game, right? Yeah, I'm excited. Ready. I think we still have some kinks to work out, but that's how it always is at the start of the season. I'm glad we have a fall season where we can work those kinks out before our spring season starts. Gives us a good idea of the level of play the freshmen are coming in at, too. He turns left down my street, and I see my house come into view. A shot of disappointment ricochets through my chest as he pulls into my driveway. Think Scarlett has been able to pull herself together? I shake my head. Nope. Most likely she's still incapacitated. I turn toward Lincoln and give him a soft smile. Thanks again for today. Anytime, Mayhem. Just say the word. He winks and I unbuckle my seatbelt. It's one of those moments where you're not really sure what to do. We're friends, so friends don't kiss goodbye, even though this friend would like to know what that friend's lips taste like. But just leaving feels weird too, so I lean over the console and hold my arm out. He brings me in close, hugs me, and I feel his lips press against my head. It's sweet. Not sexual at all. Definitely comforting. And when we pull away, Lincoln grips my chin like he has before and says, "See you tomorrow, Indy." I gulp, his face so close, his eyes trained on me. See you tomorrow, Lincoln. I don't want to leave. Spending time with Lincoln has been easy. Well, except when he was stroking my neck and shoulders. God, I wanted to mount him, have those fingers caressing other parts of my body. Because Lincoln's words have rattled around in my mind since he said them. I was jealous that Deacon was holding you and touching you, and I know I have no right to be jealous. Why didn't I push for more then? Why didn't I ask what he wants instead? Probably because I'm not entirely sure what I want. Before I can do something stupid, I hop out of his car and make my way inside. I shut the door and then lean against it, my dirty clothes clutched to my chest, my mind reeling with confusion and excitement. "About time you came home," Scarlett says, startling the crap out of me. Lounging on the couch, she's sporting a pair of sunglasses for God knows what reason and wearing nothing but the shirt she borrowed from Hutton. And hopefully underwear. I pray she's wearing underwear. At least she showered, which is a relief since Hutton's tongue traveled all over her body last night and probably early this morning. Jesus, you scared me. Tipping her sunglasses down, she studies me and says, "Were you just daydreaming about Lincoln?" "What? No." Maybe a little. "I wasn't expecting you to be on the couch. I thought you'd be sleeping off your fuck fest with Hutton." I tried, but it was as if his dick energized me. She waves her hand around the apartment. "I scrubbed every inch of this place and organized both our closets. You have some pretty ugly tops, so we're going to need to filter those out." I take in the apartment and notice a fresh lemony smell. There doesn't seem to be anything lying around like shoes or papers. It actually looks really good in here, which can only mean one thing. Oh my God, you like Hutton. I walk over to the couch and set my clothes on the coffee table. You like him. The only time you clean like this is when you need to think, and you just so happen to do it after spending the night with Hutton. I poke her, but she doesn't move, just stares at the muted TV. You like him. He's okay. She answers nonchalantly. He is quite talented with his penis, though. I'll give him that. Just what the doctor ordered. Scarlett, I'm being serious. You like him. She shrugs and adjusts her glasses. Tell me about your night. And that's all I'm going to get out of her. Some girls are dying to spill their guts to their bestie straight after a significant moment. But not Scarlett. When she shuts down, there's no way to get anything out of her. And right now, that's where we're at. What's going on with Lincoln? Nothing really. We just hung out. Did you sleep with him? We slept in the same bed, but we didn't do anything. Not even a kiss or grab of his dick? Nothing. She tisks. Shame. Missed opportunity, boo. She pats my leg. Did you hear me and Hutton? No. Why, were you loud? Oh, yeah. She smiles. He had me up against the wall at one point, and I swear I came from feeling my nipples graze the wall. He's something else. Talk about daydreaming. I shove her and she just smiles. Well, not that it matters. The guy is a whore and we have nothing in common. He'll be good for a night here and there. She looks off to the side, her lips twisting together, and I wonder what she's not telling me. There has to be more if she spent all day cleaning and organizing. Did he say something to her last night? Something that might have scared her? I want to ask, but I also know I won't get a straight answer. So instead I say, "Did you see Asher with that girl in the yellow dress last night?" Briefly. She was really pretty. Had this whole Jessica Day vibe that I was digging. Asher was digging it too, because he stumbled downstairs right before you did. What? Scarlett clenches her fist. Damn it. I hate that I missed it. Did she say anything to you? I shake my head. No, not really. She blushed so hard, though, it was endearing. I like her already. How cute would it be if Asher fell in love? The silent, shy guy finds a girl in a yellow dress at a party. Ugh, romance. I lean back on the couch and take Scarlett's hand in mine. We both stare at the silent TV. It was a good party. I'm glad I went. Me too, Scarlett says wistfully. It was the perfect party. Good morning, Mayhem. Lincoln's voice trails up the back of my neck, causing goosebumps to pop up on my arm. From behind me, he reaches his arm around and hands me a coffee. Here you go. I turn around and sigh as I take in his dark jeans and tight white shirt. Freaking handsome. His hair is styled and he has the lightest scruff on his jaw. giving him a dark, sultry look this morning. Desire rushes through my veins, and before I can stop myself, I bring my arm around him and press my head to his chest, giving him a much-needed hug. When his arm encases me, warmth spreads through me and flows furiously through every one of my limbs, making me feel light on my feet. Okay, so it was much-needed hug for me. Yep, I really needed this. Good morning. When I look up at him, he smiles and tugs on my ponytail. That's a greeting I enjoy. When I part from him, I hold up my coffee and say, "Thank you for this. I also got us a cinnamon bun that we can share before class." He checks his phone. "We have 10 minutes. Want to sit?" "Sure." We take a seat at a bench right outside the lecture hall. A few guys pass us and give Lincoln a bro shake, but thankfully leave us in peace. "Only got one fork, so I hope you don't mind sharing." "I think I can handle it." From his backpack, he pulls out a to-go box from the dining hall and pops the top open to reveal a massive cinnamon bun. Holding the fork out to me, he says, "You can have the first bite." Are you buttering me up for a reason, Castle? I sink the fork into the gooey pastry and then bring the fork to my mouth, letting my lips slide over the tines, taking all the icing with me. Ugh, this is so good. Did you get it from Lakeview? I open my eyes and see Lincoln staring at my mouth. Yeah. He clears his throat. They make the best cinnamon buns on campus. I hide my chuckle and hand him the fork. When I was staying in the dorms my freshman year, I allowed myself one of these a month. And I'm supposed to be eating healthy, and you're making that hard on me. He nudges me with his shoulder. Half a cinnamon bun is not going to kill you. We go back and forth, sharing the fork, and the entire time I keep thinking about how our mouths are touching, but not really touching. It's torture, almost. So, have you hit 95 yet? I ask, taking a sip of my coffee, letting the hot liquid break down the sugar in my mouth. Nah, not yet. I have time, which reminds me. If you're serious about helping me build up my legs, I'll take you up on that. Not sure if you can handle my routines. Is that a challenge? If you want it to be, it can be a challenge. I don't know. He studies me. Anytime I challenge you at something, it usually comes back to bite me in the ass. But then again, I really want to build my legs. What a conundrum. You're ridiculous. How about next Monday? Before class, we can work on some things. That works for me. He offers me the last bite of the cinnamon roll, but I turn it down and lean back on the bench, looking up at the cloudy sky. I'm glad we're back to normal. I loll my head to the side, catching that handsome smile on his face. Me too, Mayhem. It was weird there for a second. And we don't wear weird well. He shakes his head. We don't. He stands and offers his hand. I take it, only for him to spin me around and then drape his arm over my shoulders, holding me close as we make our way into the lecture hall. Every person that passes us stares at our connection, at how close we are. But I don't give a shit. I'm comfortable. I'm happy. And I think Lincoln is too. That's all that matters. You ready? I ask Scarlett, jumping up and down in the tunnel leading to the soccer field. Ready, boo. She hops as well, shaking out her arms. Does it seem louder to you? I ask, trying to peek around the corner. It does. I hope it's not fans from the other team, because that would just be humiliating on opening day on our turf. From a distance, we hear the announcer of our match say, "Now let's welcome our Brentwood women's soccer team." They play our walkout song, My Songs Know What You Did in the Dark by Fall Out Boy, and our coach gives us high fives as we sprint out onto the field. And to my absolute shock and surprise, we run out to a packed stadium and a massively loud crowd. At the epicenter of it all, I see the men's baseball team with signs and pom-poms. The baseball team loves you. Kick-ass girls. Mayhem is coming your way. The last sign is held up by the gorgeous Ken doll himself, Lincoln Castle. He has my number, 3, painted on his face and, oh dear Jesus, he's not wearing a shirt. His body is painted in black and green, and I think I just swallowed my tongue. Beside them is the football team. Hartley, Hutton, Rusty, and Deacon all decked out in paint as well. And then the men's soccer team, women's softball, and women's basketball. What on earth? Lincoln is screaming his ass off, holding the sign above his head, and Hutton starts a cheer by clapping. It feels like the entire stadium is shaking. I've never experienced anything like it, at least never while I'm on the field. I've seen the way the student population cheers for the baseball team, and this doesn't fall much short of that. Tears well in my eyes, and I try to hold it together while Scarlett comes up to me and says, "You realize this is all on your boy, right?" I glance at Hutton again, his eyes on us. I don't know. Could be your boy. Scarlett doesn't bother looking in the stands. Doesn't matter. Let's give them a show, yeah? She grips the back of my neck and presses her forehead to mine. You and me, Indy. You and me, Scar. We jog to our bench while the crowd continues to cheer. I take one more look at Lincoln, and we make eye contact. He winks and then yells, "Let's go, Brentwood!" And I swear, in this moment, Lincoln Castle just secured a piece of my heart. No one, not even my own parents, has showed this level of comprehension and respect for my love of soccer. I will always remember this moment, where Lincoln showed me what it meant to be admired, believed in. I have no doubt he's responsible for making our opening match special by filling the stands. Of course, he did it for the team. There's no doubt about that. There's also no doubt that I feel love for this man. Not over-the-top romantic love, but an appreciation that this guy is special, that no matter where our lives take us, I will always remember this moment. Him. You ready? Scarlett asks, freshly showered, her backpack slung over her shoulder. Yeah. I grab my backpack as well, fix it on my shoulders, and then pick up my phone from the locker. How's the thigh? Sore as fuck, but it was worth it. Scarlett gives me a sly smile. Taking out number 12 was a pleasure. I chuckle and follow her out of the locker room. We won, 3-1. I scored 2 goals and Scarlett scored 1, giving us a head start on our stats for the year. It felt freaking good out there. Once the game started, I completely forgot about the crowd, about Lincoln in the stands and his six-pack painted in black and green. It was just me, my team, and the field. The field that never looked clearer to me. We had a few moments we could have better capitalized on, but it's a learning game, and we saw the potential strength in the team. Number 12 was running her mouth way too much. Glad you took care of it. Was she bumping you with her boobs? I swear she used them as a weapon. And was that a turtle shell sports bra she was wearing? Something like that, I answer. Felt like protective armor. I think I almost cracked a tooth on it one time when she ran into my face chest first. Girl needs to work on her footwork. Then she wouldn't have to use her boobs as much. Could not agree more. We push through the doors that led to the parking lot and are greeted by raucous cheering. Still holding their signs, Lincoln and Hutton, with wet hair but sans body paint, cheer for us as we walk up to them. Lincoln doesn't hesitate by pulling me into a hug, picking me up and spinning me around. Damn, Mayhem, you were epic out there. He sets me down, and for the first time since I can ever remember, I feel a blush creep up my cheeks. It's one thing to tell me I played a good game. It's a whole other story when the hottest guy in school, in my opinion, picks you up and tells you you're epic. Huge difference. Thank you. I look over at Hutton and Scarlett, and they're just staring at each other, as if they're making silent promises about ripping each other's clothes off. You were hot out there, Scar, Hutton says. I especially liked it when you took out that girl like a badass. Just another day in the office, she says, shrugging off the compliment. And then I watch Hutton take Scarlett's hand. Her eyes flash up to his, her mouth slightly parted. Wanna grab something to eat? There's hidden meaning behind his question, and she reads all over it. There's food at our place. Perfect. Still holding hands, they walk down the sidewalk to the parked cars. Scarlett calling over her shoulder, "You might want to go out to dinner or something." Then she winks, and I don't need her to write it out for me. They're going to have sex, and they're going to be loud. Noted. Facing Lincoln, I say, want to grab dinner any place other than my place? He nods at my backpack. Got a spare set of clothes in there? I nod. Then why don't you come to my place? We can pick something up on the way and hang out. Sounds good to me, I say, nervous and excited butterflies flitting around in my stomach. Like he did on Monday, he takes my hand in his and walks me to his Jeep, the whole time talking about how amazing the game was. And once again, he blows me away. He watched. He cheered. He understood the game. He gets me. He was there for me. Indy, Deacon says when I walk through the door. Damn, girl, you were amazing out there. He gives me a massive hug, and then I'm picked right back up by Rusty. There's my girl. Incredible as always. Thank you, I say as he sets me down. And thank you so much for coming to our game. It meant a lot to all of us. It was all the big guy's idea. Rusty nods toward Lincoln, who's in the kitchen getting drinks. Yeah, he came barreling into the house yesterday with bags full of arts and crafts and called the house to a meeting. We spent an embarrassing amount of time on the signs, Deacon says, and then leaning in close, he adds, he really cares about you, Indy. When he pulls away, he winks and then walks into the kitchen where he pats Lincoln on the back. They exchange a few words, and honestly, I'm impressed. Normally, you'd see a pissing match from two guys when they butt heads over a girl, but not Deacon and Lincoln. They're cool with each other, and it's admirable. What's also admirable? Having someone who is not related to me care about me. My parents, for example, have never made signs for any of my games or cheered as enthusiastically like Lincoln did. It's been a long time since I've felt special to someone, and Lincoln does it effortlessly. Yeah, he might have made some signs and gathered some recruits to come to a game, but even before the game today, he's done things, said things that made me feel like I matter. I can truly say that Lincoln is becoming one of my best friends. Keep staring at him like that. It's giving me heart palpitations, Rusty whispers to me. Stop it. I playfully swat at him. I'm not looking at him any specific way. Oh, okay, he chuckles. You know, I wept in my brother's arms when he told me you guys were going to be only friends. And then when he said there might be something between you and Lincoln, I didn't believe it at first. He shakes his head slowly. Now I do. That dude last night stayed late at the table, making sure his sign was perfect. His tongue was sticking out and everything while he concentrated. Rusty reaches into his pocket and pulls out his phone. He flashes the screen to me and shows me a picture of Lincoln hunched over the table, painting the sign. Sure enough, his tongue is sticking out. He's hunkered so close to the paper that you can tell just from the picture that he took the sign-making seriously. And Rusty is right. It's adorable. He's a good guy. I'm glad both of you allowed the other into your tight circles. I know you, and I know him. This is rare for both of you. Just then, Lincoln steps up to me, plates, drinks, and food in hand. He motions toward the stairs. "Wanna go up to my room?" "Sure," I say, feeling suddenly shy. I help him with the drinks and climb the stairs, Lincoln trailing behind me. We enter his room, which is spotless, bed freshly made, and is that a mini vase of flowers? I set the drinks down, as well as my bag, and pick up the vase on his nightstand. What's this? He shuts the door and sets the plates on the bed. What does it look like? It looks like a vase of flowers. He taps the side of his head. You're very perceptive, Mayhem. But why do you have it? Did you get these yourself? He sets his bag down and kicks off his shoes. If you must know, my mom sent me a box of things every few weeks. That was in there, and my mama asked if I would put it on my nightstand and send a picture for my mom, who specifically picked it out to remind me of home. He takes the vase from me and sets it back down. We have a flower bed full of daffodils in our backyard. It's my mom's pride and joy, and she used to get me out there to weed with her on weekends. He shrugs. Thought it was nice. Dear heavens, I think my ovaries just clutched each other and then passed out. That's really sweet, Lincoln. I have my moments. Now I split the calzones, so we each... I bring my hand to his mouth, stopping him from talking, and step in front of him. I move my hands to his chest. You have more than just moments, Lincoln. You're a very compassionate and thoughtful man. I haven't truly thanked you for today. You don't have to thank me, Indy. That's what friends are for. I have friends, Link, and they've never done something like that for me. It was really special. More than you'll ever know. Thank you. He sighs and cups my jaw. It's an intimate hold. One that usually leads to kissing, and the prospect of that has me licking my lips, preparing for the press of his mouth against mine. Do I want him to kiss me? Break that friendship code? Yes. No, not just yes, but hell yes. He's been on my mind almost every day. Whether we're texting, meeting up, or seeing each other in class, I get excited when he's around. When I get a small piece of that superstar on campus who is Lincoln Castle. You're special, Indy. So you deserve special. His eyes search mine, and I swear I can see it in his pupils. How they dilate when he spots me wetting my lips again. I can hear it in the way his breath catches when I lean in. I can feel it in the way his hand holds my jaw, tilting my mouth up enough to be the perfect angle. The room seems to melt away as we stand there, next to his bed, the smell of our calzones wafting into the air, reminding us dinner's ready. But there's no urgency to eat. We're here, in each other's hold, the prospect of melding our mouths together hanging heavy in the air. I won't make the first move, though. He needs to do it. He needs to be the one who closes the space between us and captures my mouth with his. I stare at him. My hand inches up his chest, and his corded muscles twitch under my touch. Thick and sturdy. His chest provides balance for me as I navigate these whimsical and euphoric sensations that are pouring through me with every breath he takes. So special. He murmurs just before brushing his thumb over my jaw and then moving away, clearing his throat as he does. I nearly fall forward from the loss of him, but catch myself. My body thrums with need. I had no idea I needed this man this much, but here I am, desperate to return to his touch, desperate to be held by him. Like I was saying, I split the calzones so we could each try one. Is that okay? I'm facing away from him, trying to catch my breath and cool down my aroused body. After that, he wants to talk about calzones? What is wrong with this man? Plastering on a smile, I say, "Yeah, great. Awesome." He hands me a plate and then takes a seat on his bed. Sadly, I do the same, while he turns the TV on as if nothing happened. Technically, nothing did happen, but there was a possible something, an almost kiss. Want to watch that other Adam Sandler movie on Netflix? The one with David Spade? Sure, I say in a chipper tone, even though I feel anything but chipper. I'm turned on. Horny. Thank you very much, Lincoln. And feel like my entire body is on fire from being so close to him. I can still feel his strong pecs on my palm, his rapid heartbeat, the intake of his breaths. I can practically taste him on my mouth from being so close, and yet now, he feels so incredibly far away. "Do you want me to take you home?" Lincoln whispers as I shift against him in his bed. I have no idea what time it is, nor do I remember falling asleep. But I do know two things. I'm in his clothes again, and I'm under his blankets. I barely open my eyes to see Lincoln sitting up, hovering over me. "Do you want me to go home?" I ask, feeling disoriented. "Nah, you're good here. Just wanted to make sure you were okay with spending the night." "Yeah, I'm okay. Do you mind if I take my shirt off?" "Do what you want," I murmur and turn away from him, curling into one of his pillows. He shifts around on the bed and I hear his shirt drop to the floor. Then he lies back down. He didn't take his shorts off, which I can understand completely. That might be a little weird. Or would it be amazing? Can't be sure in this hazy state of dreamland I'm in. "Where are you?" I whisper. "Right here," he chuckles. "Yeah, but I can't feel you. Aren't you going to spoon me?" I mumbled. "Do you want me to spoon you?" There's hesitation in his voice, and if I wasn't so out of it, if I wasn't so tired, I'd try to understand it. But I am. So I reach behind me and grab his arm, putting it around my waist. "Don't be shy. Get in here." His chest rumbles against my back as he chuckles and then grips me tighter. "That better?" he asks, his mouth right next to my ear. "Much better," I answer. And that's the last thing I remember before I pass out completely. The sound of a door clicking shut wakes me up. My eyes pop open as I feel the sun coming through the window. I stretch my arms above my head and look at the ceiling. An unfamiliar ceiling. I look to the right, and that's when I see Lincoln, standing in nothing but a pair of boxer briefs as he sifts through his dresser. Droplets of water cling to the short strands of his hair, and from here, I can smell the soap from his shower. When he turns to face me, my heart trips at the sight of him. Carved and built, Lincoln's chest is a work of art, finely crafted by the hard work he puts into his workouts. Sculpted shoulders connect to impressive biceps and thick pecs with perfectly sized nipples. My eyes travel toward his abs, appreciating how they're stacked one on top of the other, reaching the waistband of his briefs, where the V of his hips points directly to the bulge between his legs. Oh, sweet Jesus. Morning mayhem, he says. I look away and pull the blanket over my head. God, he caught me staring. Good morning. He yanks on the comforter, pulling it down to my waist while chuckling. No need to be shy now. You already got a good eyeful. Might as well own it. Why do you make things so hard? Wiggling his eyebrows, he says, pretty sure you're the one who makes things hard. He steps into a pair of jeans and then tosses a Brentwood baseball shirt on. Leaning up on my elbows, I catch him check out my chest and then look away. Looks like I'm not the only one getting in some staring this sunny morning. I have community service this morning, so I have to leave soon. Oh shit, I'm sorry. Let me grab my things. He presses his hand on my thigh. You don't have to rush. You can stay as long as you want. No, that's okay. I should get home. I have some reading to get in for my classes. Hopefully Scarlett and Hutton are done with whatever they were doing at our house, and cleaned whatever surfaces they used to do it on. He takes my hand in his, pulling me to my feet on the bed. He circles his arms around my waist, spins me around, and then sets me on the ground. God, I love that he's so tactile. Something I'm not normally. That's one way to dismount the bed. Always try to keep things fresh. If we hurry, I can run by the burrito stand and pick us up breakfast burritos. Say no more, I say, rushing to my bag. I'll be right back. These are dangerously good. I can't believe I'm a junior at Brentwood and haven't ever tried one of these burritos. I take my last bite and then crumple up the foil the burrito came in just as Lincoln pulls into my driveway. It's a little-known secret only the douchebags know about, he teases. Well then, I'm going to hang out with the douchebags more often if they have hidden gems like this. Mayhem, you're already hanging out with the douchebags more. Fact. What time do you have to be at the school? I ask. Half hour. So you have some time? He nods. Then, can I ask you something? Uh-oh. He turns in his seat. Why do I feel like this something is serious? It's moderately serious. Okay, hit me. I turn as well and rest my hands in my lap as I lean my head against my seat. 2 people have told me that I'm lucky that you've let me into your circle. You're lucky. He teases with a grin. But when I take his hand in mine and link our fingers together, his smile fades and his expression becomes earnest. So you do have a circle, I ask. I mean, he scratches the side of his jaw. I don't really define it as that, but yeah, I don't invite many people into my life. But you invited me in. Why? He chuckles and looks out the windshield. Damn, Mayhem. Not making it easy this early in the morning, huh? You don't have to answer. I don't know, find it interesting is all. I like being your friend, and it comes with some great perks, like secret burrito places and mind-blowing cuddling. Mind-blowing cuddling, huh? First time I've ever heard that. His smile is so infectious. What makes it mind-blowing? He's deflecting. If I answer your question, will you answer mine? Seems like a fair trade. Sure. I twist his hand so the back of it is resting on my thigh. Playing with the skin of his palm, I run my finger over the distinct lines and up and down his fingers. I notice him staring at my touch, and he bites the corner of his lip before he looks back up at me. His eyes disarm me, brimmed with tenderness and passion, which makes answering his question that much harder. It feels like he can see right through my indifferent facade and straight to my soul. Mind-blowing cuddling doesn't come around very often. Or really ever, for me. I answer honestly. I've been around the block a little when it comes to cuddling. I won't lie about that. I know when a guy is doing it right and when a guy is doing it wrong. I point at him. You do all the right things like bury your head in my hair, hold me tight against every part of you, keep your arm around me at all times. And when I shift, you let me adjust, then secure yourself to me when I'm comfortable again. You make sleeping easy. Hell, I just might cry. He waves his free hand in front of his face and I poke him in the leg. Don't be a sarcastic ass. He chuckles and says, Sorry, I've never been complimented on my cuddling before. Well, glad I'm your first. Now answer my question. How did I qualify for your circle? He lets out a heavy breath and this time, he takes control of our connection, twisting our hands together. You didn't just qualify, Indy. You're firmly in place. Looking over my shoulder, not making eye contact, he says, There have been girls in and out of my life. Some cool, some in it for all the wrong reasons. But when I met you, and your only focus was to beat me at every game we played, I knew you were real. Someone else would have probably let me win, but not you. You genuinely gave me a run for my money. And then from there, it just felt right. Like you were meant to be in my life, you know? He laces our hands together and rubs his thumb over my knuckles. You make this crazy pressure of being an elite student athlete at one of the premier colleges in the country feel easy, relaxed, and fun. Not many people can do that for me. There's my boys, my moms, and you. Okay, that was a good answer. A really good answer. An answer that scares me momentarily with how good it was, how much it meant to me. Looking him in the eyes, I say, You do the same for me. Then let's make sure we keep it that way, okay? I nod. Sounds perfect to me. Get over here and give me a hug. I lean over the console and reach for him. He does the same, and he brings me in close, cupping the back of my head. The prolonged anticipation between us, of what this could possibly turn into, feels unbearable as he speaks into my ear. You're fucking awesome, Mayhem. Of course you're in my circle. He lifts away, but only a few inches, keeping our faces close, our breath mixing as he grips the sides of my face and brings his lips to my forehead. It's a soft press of his mouth, where he lingers for a second longer than expected, and when he releases me, I dream of what it would feel like if his lips pressed against mine. I sit there, desire growing like a smoldering flame, my heart pattering so hard I'm not sure if it's trying to escape or restart. We're still on for tomorrow morning, right? I gulp, my throat closing in on me, the pull to be near him intoxicating. Yeah, tomorrow morning, I'm able to choke out. Okay, see you then, Mayhem. He releases me, leaving me feeling like I'm balancing on a plank, on the edge of a mountain about to fall over. He starts his car, and that's my cue to leave, despite not wanting to leave his side. Not after his lips still feel imprinted on my forehead, or how my legs feel wobbly and unsteady, or how I literally want to crawl into his lap and ask him to hold me for the rest of the day. When I get out of his car and make my way into my house, I realize something terrifying. There's feelings brewing inside of me. Crazy, new feelings. And I'm pretty sure they're 100% lust. Lust for a man I never expected to show up in my life. And yet, here he is. And every day I have at Brentwood is brighter. because he's in it.
Chapter 12. Lincoln. You know, I was expecting you to wear something different, I say to Indy, who's wearing baggy sweatpants and an even baggier long-sleeve shirt. Hand on her hip, she asks, "And what exactly did you expect me to wear?" I lift my baseball cap and push my hand through my hair, studying her outfit. I don't know, maybe something that doesn't look like you pulled it from my dresser drawers. Something a little more form-fitting, maybe show off some cleavage for encouragement. She rolls her eyes, unleashes her hair from her ponytail, only to gather it back and tie it tighter. It's such a simple girl move, but I'm mesmerized every time she does it, unable to look away. Finished with her hair, she pulls her iPad out of her bag and sets it up in front of the cones she laid out on the turf of our weight room. When I brought her through the players' entrance of the stadium, I could sense her awe of the space. Because our team brings in a lot of money to the school, we're blessed with the best facilities in the country. A stadium with a roof so we can practice year-round, and the best turf money can buy. A locker room made for the professionals, batting cages and pitching mounds wide enough to have multiple players practicing, and a personal weight training room that is better than the one used by all other teams in the events center. And every wall is dedicated to past athletes who helped build the program and the guys who have moved on to the pros. I'm reminded every time I walk through the halls that this establishment demands greatness, 100% commitment, which is why I brought our leg training to this space.
Okay, warm up first, then we're going to blast your legs with heavy loads of weights. After one round, back to agility, then we repeat weights. We will repeat 5 times. Your legs will be noodles at the end of this, but it will build endurance.
All right, lead me through it.
We'll do ladder work first, then we'll move to the slide board for a minute. Once warm, we'll do squats, front lunges, power cleans, and deadlifts. Only 5 reps of each, but at 80% of your best weight. The goal is to make sure when you do lift number 5, it's next to impossible to make it. Then we'll jump back into agility. 1 minute rest in between each set.
I nod, and then hold my hand out for a high five. She smacks it. A direct hit. Let's do this, Mayhem. From her backpack, she pulls out a Bluetooth speaker and sets it on one of the boxes we use for box jumps.
You probably have a stereo system in here.
We do. I chuckle.
But I wasn't sure if you have access to it.
We do. I laugh some more.
Well, it doesn't matter, as I made us a workout playlist last night and I'm going to play it.
That's fucking cute. She points a finger at me.
Don't try to be charming, I'm not going easy on you.
Wouldn't expect you to. Once everything is set up, she presses play on her phone and the first song makes me smile. Okay, she means business. Sandstorm by Downright blasts through the speaker and she turns to me, removing her long-sleeve tee, leaving her in just her sports bra. Fuck. And how is that helpful for concentration? Because now all I'm going to stare at is how her sweats hang low on her hips, her bubble butt barely holding them up, and her carved abs on display, not to mention how her sports bra molds to her lush tits.
Let's go, Castle. Follow my lead on the ladder.
With ease, Indy creates pattern movements. In, out, 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 in, in. Straight hops, diagonal hops, corner to corner. Her feet swiftly move, not touching the ladder once, and I pay close attention to what I'm doing in order to maneuver my large feet through the ladder and not touch it. But my pace is nowhere near hers. Her arms pump, her concentration is so intense I'm fucking impressed. And turned on.
Grab booties for the slide board,
she says, moving quickly to the slide board, bringing the timer with us. I slip on the booties so my feet slide easily, and get into position on one side.
Ready? Go.
She starts the timer and says,
1 minute.
Together we slide back and forth, our feet hitting the sides at the same time.
You can go faster, Castle, move it.
I smile to myself, squat a little lower and push off faster, sliding faster than her now.
Faster.
She pushes, picking up her pace, and fuck, she's fast. I push harder, avoid looking at the clock, and when the timer goes off, I slide to one side and then lift up, feeling out of breath. Poking me in the chest, she says,
"That's why you aren't hitting 95. You're not pushing past your limit. You have more in you, so dig deep to find it. Let's set up the weights."
Christ, she's lethal. In every which way. Not only is she hot as fuck, but her confidence is even sexier. She's in her element. This is what she does best. Push and encourage. I could see her doing this later in life. We set up my weights, and she stands behind me as a spot while I move through the different lifts, my legs burning, my arms burning, and sweat already dripping down my back. After the last rep of the first round, I set the barbell down, reach behind my head, and peel my already soaking shirt off. I toss the garment to the side and catch the subtle once-over Indy gives me. It's not the first time I've seen her check me out, and I'm sure it won't be the last. She seems to appreciate the male form, specifically mine.
1 minute break,
she says while moving to a chair where she takes her sweatpants off, leaving her in the tiniest pair of spandex shorts I've ever seen. Aw, come on, Mayhem, I groan as she stands.
What?
I motion to her outfit. You're making things really hard over here. She chuckles and says,
And I thought this was what you wanted.
I shake my head. No, sweatpants back on, stat.
That's just my warm-up gear.
So this is what you work out in all the time?
Of course not. This is just for you.
She winks and then claps her hands.
Ladder, let's go, Castle.
4 more rounds. Why does it feel like they're going to be the longest 4 rounds of my life?
You're joking,
Indy says, looking up at me. Sweat is dripping straight into her cleavage. Her cheeks are tinted a light shade of red, and her eyes are shining with adrenaline from our workout. She's so fucking enticing right now that I have to reel back my need to reach out and touch her. What? Do you think you're going to class like that? I motion up and down her body. Sorry to say it, Mayhem, but you stink.
I do not stink.
She playfully whacks me and I laugh. Okay, you might not stink, but you will if you don't wash off.
I'm not going to wash off in the baseball locker room. I see what you're trying to do.
And what's that exactly? I ask, leaning against the wall. She flits her hand toward the locker room door.
I've heard the rumors about what happens in there. Take a girl into the locker room and they're yours forever.
I try to hold back my smile. Pretty close, Mayhem. But the legend is if a baseball player has sex with a girl in the baseball locker room, they're bound together for life and will get married within 3 years. I look her up and down. I don't know about you, but I just planned on showering.
I can run over to my locker and take a shower, smartass.
Don't be stupid. There are stalls in the shower and I won't look.
Oh, okay, she scoffs. You were staring at me every chance you got during our workout.
To make sure I had the right form. Jesus, Mayhem. False. I was staring at her tits when she was squatting, at her ass during deadlifts, her stomach during power cleans, her toned legs during lunges. I was checking her out every chance I got.
Sure.
I open the locker room door with my key card and nod inside. It's not a big deal, come on. She peeks inside and I see interest flash over her face, so I grab her hand and take her inside. She stops short just in front of the door, taking in the entire space.
You know, I had an image of what it might look like in here, but I never expected it to be this nice.
I go over to the fridge that's stocked with electrolyte drinks and hand her a bottle. You don't have large screen TVs in your locker room?
No.
She laughs, taking the drink from me.
Nor do we have a fridge with drinks or 5 couches and a table to sit at.
I rub my hand over the back of my neck. Well, this is embarrassing then. She steps forward and peruses the space.
Where's your locker?
Far corner. She walks over there and I follow her. She spots my nameplate at the top of my locker and runs her finger over it before examining the rest of my space. Her fingers sift through all the practice shirts hung up, and then she goes to my turf shoes and cleats.
No pictures. I half expected to see a heart frame with a picture of your mom's in it.
I reach above her and pull open the closed-off part of the locker. On the other side of the door is a picture of me, with my mom's outside my high school baseball field. Indy clutches her heart and then looks up at me.
Oh, God, look at you being a mama's boy.
Guilty. In the center of the locker is a shelf stacked with towels. I grab 2 for each of us and hand her a set. There's shampoo and all that stuff in each stall. You might smell a little masculine, but at least you'll be clean.
Are you really not going to look?
I won't look. I might sneak a peek, though, but she doesn't need to know that. This way, Mayhem. We pass the rest of the lockers, and when we step into the shower room, her eyes narrow at me.
These aren't full stalls.
And you're short enough so you'll be covered. You're fine, stop being such a prude.
Says the guy who only needs to cover his crotch.
I promise I won't be able to see anything. She studies the shower stalls, walks up to one, measures what it covers, and realizes that sure enough, it will cover everything that needs to be covered. See? I give her a playful shove. Now get clean. I walk over to the opposite side, step into a stall, and start stripping down and hanging my clothes on the side. I flip the shower on and let the cold water blast me in the chest, cooling off my body. I stand there for a few seconds, letting the cold seep into my skin, waking me up and also freezing the shit out of my junk. You know, just in case. When I turn around, my eyes immediately go to Indy, who is naked, fully under the water, head tilted up, letting the water run down her face and the front of her body. All I can see is the slight swell of her breasts when her arms lift. And that's all it takes. Despite the freeze-out I attempted, my cock jumps to full mast within seconds. She steps out of the water, wipes her eyes, and then meets my gaze across the shower wall.
I thought you said you weren't going to look.
My cock twitches. I can't see anything.
Despite how hard you seem to be trying.
She chuckles and puts some shampoo in her hair. I'm fucking stunned, immobile, as I watch her fingers sift through her hair, causing the soap to bubble up into suds. I can't look away. I know I should, but I can't. I watch in fascination as she washes her hair, the suds falling down her body in slow motion, over her shoulders, to the front of her chest. I ache to touch my cock, to relieve the building pressure. But there is no way I can get away with jacking off in front of her. Talk about being a goddamn creep, especially given she told me not to look. I'm over here being a fucking voyeur, unable to peel my eyes away.
No conditioner?
She asks, looking around.
I should have known. Boys don't use conditioner.
It's a shampoo-conditioner combo, I say, reaching out, and grabbing some shampoo so it looks like I'm doing something other than staring.
It will still probably take me an hour to comb my hair. I'm blaming you, Castle.
She takes some body soap and starts rubbing it all over her body. Jesus Christ.
Oh, this smells really good.
She smiles and looks up at me.
Smells like you, Link.
And that, right there, makes me fucking melt into a puddle of horny teenage boy mush. The smile, the shortening of my name, and the cute way she says it. I'm fucked. I'm totally and utterly fucked. Stupidly, I answer, I take a lot of showers here.
That's obvious.
She makes a turning motion with her fingers.
Now look away. I need to wash my private areas, and I don't need you staring at me while I do that.
Yeah, I need to wash my private areas too. I spin around and rinse the soap out of my hair. I then wash my face and wipe the water out of my eyes. From behind me, I hear the stall door shut.
I'm done and going to get changed in one of the bathrooms, just in case one of your guys comes in.
Okay, be out in a second. The minute she leaves the shower, I place one hand against the tile in front of me quickly soap up my body, and then grip my cock. I start low at the base, and then squeeze hard as I pump up toward the tip. Knowing how sound echoes in the shower room, I bite my bottom lip to keep my mouth shut. My mind falls back to the soap cascading down Indy's body, her head tipped back under the water, the swell of her breasts, the way she looked in her workout gear. Oh, fuck. My legs start to shake, and I pump faster, pressure building at the root of my cock. Her tits and how they looked like they were about to fall out of her sports bra when squatting. The groans she made when maxing out her last rep. That smile. My balls tighten and a surge of euphoria shoots through me as my cock swells in my hand, and I come in the locker room shower for the first time in my life. I pump for a few extra seconds, a few more pulses of cum falling out of me and down the drain. Fuck, I mutter softly, and then lift my head into the water, cooling my face down. I needed that, more than I thought I did. I finish rinsing the rest of my body off and then turn off the water. When I turn around, I'm relieved to see that Indy didn't catch me. That would have probably been really fucking embarrassing. What would I say? Probably the truth, like I did yesterday. That she's hot, that she turns me on, that I can't stop thinking about her, that I want her. I want her bad. Where are you headed? Hartley asks me, his eyes barely open as he makes his way to the coffee maker. Leg day with Indy, I answer, shoving the rest of my protein bar in my mouth. I've been leaving early every Monday for the last 3 weeks, man. Way to pay attention. He presses one of his palms against his eye and says, Dude, I've been dealing with my own shit. I don't even know who's coming or going anymore. Alice? I ask. He nods. Want to talk about it? Not even a little. He sighs and lifts his fresh cup of coffee to his lips. So what's going on with you and Indy? Are you guys a thing? Because it sure seems like it. Just friends, I answer, even though it feels like more than just friends, despite never getting physical. She spends the night here sometimes, and you're telling me you're just friends? Yeah, we've never done anything. Seriously? Hartley blinks a few times. You're telling me you've had Indy mayhem in your bed several times and haven't done one goddamn thing? Not even felt her up? I shake my head. Nah, man, we're not like that. I've seen you hold hands on campus. People notice that shit. I plop my baseball hat in my head and then twist it backwards. Friendly hand-holding. What about the way you look at her? You get all hard-eyed when you see her. I shrug. And territorial when other guys are around? I shrug again. You can't tell me you haven't jacked off to her image at least once. Too many times to count at this point. Hey, so Alice was here the other day and I heard rumblings in your room. What was that about, Point made. Hartley holds up his hand and then studies me. I will say this, though, you seem happier, man. She's cool. Fun to hang out with, you know? Yeah, I know what you mean. Hartley looks to the side and scratches his chest. We have a big game this weekend. I'm going to run over some plays since I'm up this early. Sounds like a good idea. I start to walk away when he calls after me. Hey, Asher said he saw you and Mayhem walking out of the baseball locker room together last week. Fucking Asher. We shower in there after working out. Just easier. Trust me, if I had sex with Indy in the locker room, you'd hear about it. He points at me. I'm holding you to that. Hartley goes back upstairs and I think about my comment. He'd hear about it? Where did that come from? I'm not some boasting dickhead who talks about his conquests. Hell, if I had sex with Indy in the locker room, I don't think I'd tell anyone. I'd keep that nugget to myself. Hold on to it tightly and savor every last morsel. Grabbing my bag and water bottle off the counter, I head to the front door just as my phone dings with a text message. I glance down at the screen. Indy. Indy. Food poisoning got me last night. Not able to make it. I'm sorry. Oh, shit. I quickly text her back. Lincoln. Are you okay? Do you need anything?
Indy, sleep. I need sleep.
I stare at the phone, and before I even have a chance to plan out the logistics, I exit the house. Destination? The nearest drugstore. Luckily, Scarlett is home and opens the door for me when I arrive. To my surprise, Hutton is lounging on their couch, shirtless and eating a bowl of cereal. As if it's normal, he nods at me and says, "What's up, man?" Hey. Bag in hand, I ask Scarlett, who's wearing Hutton's shirt, "Where's your room?"
Upstairs, second door on the right.
Thanks. I jog up the stairs and approach her door. Slowly, I open it. Her room is completely dark from her curtains, and there's a lump curled up on the side of her bed. There's a trash can on the floor and water bottles on the nightstand. "Mayhem, it's me." My eyes adjust to the darkness just enough for me to see her shirt and lift.
Link, what are you doing here?
She asks, her voice groggy. I show her my reusable bag and say, "I've got some supplies to help make you feel better." She lies back down.
I'm exhausted. Can you just come snuggle on me for now until you leave for class?
"I'm not going to class. Rusty said he'd take good notes for both of us." I take my shoes off and set the bag down near the nightstand. Before I get into bed with her, I squat down and grip the side of her cheek. "Do you still feel like you need to puke?"
No,
she says quietly.
I think everything has left my body at this point. I spent the entire night disposing of it.
Okay. Can you do me a quick favor, Indy? Can you sit up and take down some of this? I hold out one of my water bottles with one of my electrolyte tabs. It's the strawberry lemonade that you like. She barely sits up and takes a sip. After a few deep breaths, she takes another sip. That's my girl. I run my hand over her forehead, pushing her hair out of her face. One more sip and then we can lie down. She brings the bottle to her mouth, sips, and then hands it back, gingerly lying back down. I cap the bottle and set it on the nightstand. Instead of jumping into bed right away, I keep my hand on her face and rub her cheek with my thumb. Her skin is clammy, which I can only imagine is from the massive amount of vomiting she must have done throughout the night, and funnily enough, it doesn't bother me. After a few more strokes, I slip into bed with her and move my body up against hers, bringing my hand to her stomach and holding her tightly.
I'm sorry,
she whispers. I kiss her head and say, "For what?"
For missing out on leg day. I know how important it is for you to hit 95.
We'll do it when you're feeling better. For now, let's get you some rest. She sighs and melts into my hold.
I care about you, Lincoln.
Not sure where that came from, but I return the sentiment. I care about you too, Indy.
Always?
She asks. Always, Mayhem. I seriously cannot recall what life was like before I met her. Sure, I've had dozens of girls want me to hold them and fuck them, but none of them have taken the time to understand me beneath the Brentwood baseball star. None of them know that I love weeding with my mom, that I include genuine people in my small circle, that I watch chick flicks with my best friend and blame the movie watching on my mom's. She's silent for a few more seconds before she says,
I'm really glad our moms meddled. I don't know what this school year would be like without you.
Mine would be boring, that's for damn sure. She turns in my arms and I lie on my back so she can rest on my shoulder. Her hand falls to my chest, and she groans in frustration. I'm about to ask her what's wrong, but when she moves her hand under the hem of my shirt and then slides it back up to rest on my bare chest, she mutters,
Better.
And then her breathing starts to slow, and I feel her fall asleep in what feels like seconds. Not me, though. I stare at the ceiling, Indy in my arms, wondering how the hell I got into this position. A man full of crazy feelings for a girl who's turned his life upside down. What would life be like if our moms hadn't meddled? I don't even want to know, because there's one thing I know for sure. I definitely wouldn't have the same connection with Indy that I have now. A travesty. "Scarlett, over here," Hutton says, looking far too eager as he waves his arm across the dining hall. I've never seen him so consumed by a girl. And the funniest thing about it, Scarlett's so clueless. "Scarlett!" He waves even harder. "Dude, I think your penis is shrinking by the second," I say to Hutton as I lean back in my chair. He glances at me and says, "Your girl is with her." I sit up and look in the direction where Hutton is waving frantically and spot Indy, a giant smile on her face, laughing at something Scarlett just said as they approach. God, she's beautiful. Sweats, tight long-sleeve t-shirt, worn-out Adidas shoes, hair in a ponytail with a pink headband. No makeup. Yeah, she's fucking beautiful. "That's what I thought," Hutton mutters just as the girls reach the table. Without invitation, Scarlett takes a seat on Hutton's lap and reaches out and grabs one of the strawberries on his plate and plops it in her mouth. "Big Daddy with the fruit hookup." She holds one out to Indy. "Want one?" Sitting in the chair next to me, she shakes her head. "I'm good." Then she pokes my arm. "Are you going to just sit there, or are you going to say hi?" I chuckle. "Just waiting for you to sit on my lap, too." "In your dreams, Castle." She shoots back with sass, then grabs my Powerade and takes a drink from it. "Help yourself." "I will." She winks. "You haven't kissed me yet," Hutton says, squeezing Scarlett, who elbows him in the chest. "Just because I'm sitting on your lap eating your fruit doesn't mean I need to kiss you. This is a free country. We women don't have to pay up anymore. We have rights, and I'll damn well take advantage of them." Oh, shit. Hutton really has his hands full. I would not want to be in his shoes. "You can't use that I have rights shit." "Didn't seem to bother you the other night when I smacked your hand away from your cock and told you I had the right to suck your dick." "Okay," Indy says, jumping in. Thank God. "Maybe not a conversation for public, you guys." "You don't want me saying cock in the dining hall?" Scarlett asks with a grin. "Not really," Indy says, and then nudges my arm, nodding at my broccoli. "Done with that?" Laughing, I nod. "Have at it, Mayhem." She picks up my fork and helps herself. I can feel Scarlett's intense gaze on us, and I have a feeling that because she's not allowed to talk about Hutton's cock in the dining hall, she's about to direct her attention to me and Indy. "You know what Indy was boasting about last night?" Scarlett says. Yep, I was right. "What's that?" "She couldn't stop talking about how she's a better athlete than you in all respects." "Is that so?" I ask Indy with a lift to my brow. She finishes up her broccoli and says, "You already know this, don't act surprised." "I know you think that, but I wasn't aware of you smack-talking." "It wasn't smack-talking. It was laying out the evidence and being right." Chiming in, Hutton says, "You really think you're more athletic than Castle? The dude is one of the top pitching prospects in the country." "Which is awesome. He knows how to throw a ball, but that doesn't mean he's more athletic. He's already admitted to not being able to handle me on the soccer field. I know my feet are faster than his, and my endurance is stronger. I've proven myself in air hockey and basketball." "Hey, I won our basketball competition." "Barely," she scoffs. "And held my own in other challenges. When you weigh it all out, I'm clearly better." "And self-aware," I add, taking my drink from her. "You know, there's only one way to solve this," Hutton says, hand on his chin. "You have to pitch to her. If she can hit off you, then that will solidify her theory." "Oh, I would love to see her hit off me," I say on a laugh. "Then let's go." She stands from the table. "Let's go play some ball." "You're serious?" I ask, challenging her. She leans down, one hand on the back of my chair, the other on the table, her face inches from mine. "Dead serious." Oh, it is on. "Warmed up?" Asher asks, standing from a squatted position and lifting a catcher's mask off his head. I nod, rotating my arm a few times. We ran into Asher in the stadium parking lot, and when he asked what we were doing, I gave him a brief rundown, and the cocky grin I saw across his mouth indicated he had to watch. Thankfully, he's caught before, so he offered to sit behind the plate for me so Hutton didn't have to. "You're up, Indy," Asher calls out, and then puts his mask back on. We're in the pitching cages, because Disick would kill us if we were on his field. I found a helmet and bat that would work for Indy and saddled her up. While I was warming up, she was hitting balls off the tee, and I was pretty impressed with her form. She very well might be able to make contact. "Peps," I call out and motion for Asher to come to the mound. He jogs up, and just like in the games, I place my glove over my mouth as I talk quietly. "I'm going to lob some in there at first and then pick up the pace. Blow them by her." "Got it." We bump fists, and he jogs back as Hutton holds up the netting and helps Indy inside. She looks adorable in the helmet, and seeing her stand in the batter's box, ready to try and best me, it makes me want to run up to her and just fucking hug her. Hug her so damn hard. "Ready, Mayhem?"
"Oh, I'm ready."
She taps the plate.
"Bring it, Castle." "Hit him in the nuts,"
Scarlett screams from behind the cages. "Yeah, hit him in the nuts," Hutton repeats. "Dude," I say, arms wide. He shrugs. "Scar said she'd suck me off if I rooted for Indy. She gives good head."
"Good head?"
Scarlett asks, hands on her hips. "Scratch that. Fucking mind-blowing head."
"Better."
Scarlett claps her hands.
"Come on, right in the jewels, Indy."
Directing my attention to Indy, I say, "Please, don't hit me in the balls."
"You nervous, Castle?"
She asks, bat on her shoulder, determination in her stance. So irreverent. So fucking hot. "No, just making a simple request, that's all."
"Enough with the chit-chat,"
Scarlett yells.
"Let's get this over with. I have an orgasm to cash in on."
That girl is something else. "Good luck." I nod at Indy and then get into position. Like I said to Asher, I take it easy and lob one in. She connects with it, hitting it right back at me. It's not a hard hit, but it's a hit that makes Scarlett whoop it up obnoxiously.
"She owns you, Castle. Freaking owns you."
Rolling my eyes, I toss pitch after pitch, throwing them at about 50%, and Indy connects with them. Hutton whoops it up as well, and the crowd starts to grate on my nerves. It's time. I nod at Asher, and he nods back. I bring it up to about 75%. And she hits it. Okay. That was lucky. I throw another, and she makes contact with each ball. I pick up another ball and push my hand through my hair.
"Is that all you've got?"
she asks, a shake to her ass. "I was going easy on you. Settle down."
"Oh, sure, okay."
I was. I fling my arm out to the side, clearly irritated with the goading from Hutton and Scarlett in the back, egging her on. Blowjob or not, Hutton should be on my side, and Asher's too much of a damn mute to say anything. He observes, so to say my blood pressure has skyrocketed is an understatement.
"Uh-huh."
She taps the plate.
"Then give me your best stuff."
"Fine, I will," I snap. "Asher?" "All out." "Got it," he muffles from behind his mask.
"He's not going to burn anything past you,"
Scarlett yells.
"He's weak. You are by far superior."
Scarlett needs to rein it in. I set my hands, look down at the mitt, lift my leg, and press off the mound while flinging my arm forward at full speed. Then watch in horror as the ball sails straight for Indy's ass. She has zero time to move out of the way, and she gets plunked, only to send her careening to the ground, the clatter of the bat following closely behind.
"What the hell?"
she yells as I stand there, stunned.
"Charge the mound! Charge that mother-effing mound!"
Scarlett says, clinging to the net, jumping up and down.
"Oh my God, my ass, you bastard!"
Indy says, rolling over and facing me. From the ground, she army crawls toward the mound, one arm moving her forward, the other holding the spot where I hit her, and I watch as she slowly makes her way toward me.
I can't believe you hit me.
She takes a second, lifts up, and hobbles the rest of the way, then pushes at my chest. I chuckle and say, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
Yes, you did.
She pushes me again and then tries to take me down. I let her. We fall to the ground and Scarlett cheers her on. Straddling me, Indy pushes on my chest and says,
You couldn't stand that I was hitting off you, so you had to hit me? What kind of shit is that, Castle?
She's smiling, so I ease up. Let her do her thing. The ball slipped out.
Sure.
She leans down, her face close to mine.
You owe me.
I grip her hips, not caring who's watching or how Hutton's suggesting I roll her over and fuck her on the mound. Scarlett agrees with that idea and joins in on the chance. Asher stands there awkwardly, unsure of what to do. Tell me what you want, and it's yours. I smile up at her. Her eyes darken, and for a second, I think she's going to answer. That the level of intimacy we're at has sparked something inside of her. But then she pushes off my chest and she says,
I'll let you know.
And then she hobbles away. You would never be able to hit my 95 fastball. She looks over her shoulder.
Yeah, because you can't throw 95.
Ooh, burn, Hutton says, like an ass.
Indy, I'd like to cash in on what you owe me.
Lincoln, that was quick. I thought you'd take a few days to think about it, not a few hours.
Indy, I want an ass massage.
Lincoln, done. Let me get the lotion and I'll be right over.
Indy, not from you. My body is too revolting for you to touch, remember?
Lincoln, I'll take one for the team.
Indy, my glute is so stiff, and if I can't play on Saturday because your ego got the best of you, I will murder you in your sleep castle.
Lincoln, all the more reason for me to massage it.
Indy, no, it will hurt too much. How about some ice cream? Bring some over and I'll forgive you.
Lincoln, that I can do. Can I eat some with you?
Indy, meet me on the front steps. There he is, Mr. Macho Man himself.
I roll my eyes and hand her the soft serve order of ice cream she asked for, while sitting on her front steps with her. How's your ass?
I'm sitting on a cushion. You tell me.
Let me see it.
Oh, okay, nice try, Castle.
She shakes her head while scooping up ice cream onto her spoon.
You're not getting a free peep show.
I'm serious, I say. Just show me the side. I want to make sure you're treating it right.
Really?
Yes. Huffing, she sets her ice cream down, stands in front of me and pulls down the left side of her sweats, showing me her left glute. I wince when it comes into view. Shit. I reach out and, surprisingly, she lets me touch it. Tender? I ask, as I examine the black and blue spot that's already spreading on the meat of her ass.
Yeah?
Are you icing and adding compression?
How do you expect me to wrap my ass?
Huh. Creatively? I ask. She chuckles and lifts her sweats back up.
I'll be fine. I'll show our trainer tomorrow and she'll help a girl out.
She sits back down with her ice cream and I bump shoulders with her. I'm sorry, you know.
I know.
She sighs, bumping my shoulder back. I don't like that I hurt you. I barely eat my ice cream, feeling genuine remorse. I let my emotions take over, which made me lose focus.
It's okay, Link, she says, hand on my arm. It's all part of the game, and I'm tough. I can handle whatever you throw my way, even if it strikes me in the ass.
I chuckle and put my arm around her, bringing her into my chest. I press a kiss to the top of her head and hold her there for a second. So you don't hate me? When I release her, she grips my chin and shakes it.
Never, Castle. I had fun.
She winks and goes back to her ice cream.
Now, tell me, how easy were you really taking it on me?
I laugh out loud and dip my spoon into the ice cream. Let's just say if I really pitched that hard, there's no way I'd beat her at Brentwood.
Damn.
She laughs.
Well, I'm going to pretend it was full force, so when you're famous and in the big leagues one day, I can say I got a hit off Lincoln Castle. And when you're famous and drilling the soccer ball into the goal, I can say I saw her ass cheek back in college. She laughs and rests her head against my shoulder. Aren't you a gentleman? Always.
Chapter 13. Indy. I squat down, the smell of grass and sweat reaching my nose. "What a fucking game," Scarlett says, pounding me on the back and pulling me to my feet. "Girl conference champions!" She shakes me and I still feel numb, as if this is a dream. 3 years in a row. Conference champions. The crowd around us is still cheering as Coach Wilson walks off with a trophy clutched to her chest. "You're not having a heart attack, right? Are you having a heart attack? I'm going to need you to stand and tell me you're not having a heart attack." Laughing, I stand on wobbly legs and pull Scarlett into a hug. It was a hell of a game. 4-5. We squeaked out a win in the last second. It all still feels like a blur. Scarlett passing to me, finding a hole and kicking the ball to the top right corner of the goal. That was it. We won. God, that was amazing. "And did you see your boy?" Scarlett asks, pulling away. "I think he nearly jumped the fence to come down here." I look over to where Lincoln and the baseball boys are standing, still waving their signs in the air, making a huge deal out of our win, which will never get old. Unfortunately, the football team had an away game, so they couldn't make it. Earlier, Scarlett was disappointed, but she got over it quickly once we were on the field. "Think I should go say hi?" I smile. Yeah, there are no rules now. We won." I give Scarlett one more hug and then jog over to the short fence that blocks the fans in the stands from climbing over, but it's no match for me. As I approach, the boys grow louder and Lincoln, in his painted chest and my number painted on his face, comes barreling down to meet me. I hop the fence and he catches me in his arms, spinning me around, his strong arms acting like a warm blanket as he presses his mouth against my temple. Holy shit, mayhem. He pulls away to look me in the eyes. My legs are wrapped around his waist, and we're definitely drawing attention as he congratulates me. "You fucking killed it out there. Jesus, I don't think I've ever been more proud of someone." "Yeah?" I ask, feeling my insides turn to goo. "Babe, you were amazing." Babe. That's the first time he's used a term of endearment for me. The first time I've heard his deep, sultry voice call me anything other than my first or last name. Calling me something intimate. It makes me feel cherished, special, important. Thank you. I still can't believe we won. For a second there, I thought it was all over. Lincoln shakes his head. "Not me. I knew you were going to take it home for us. You're easily the best out there, but you and Scarlett are an incredible duo. The timing, how you know where the other is. Fuck." He squeezes me again. "We're celebrating tonight. Party at the baseball loft. The guys are already planning it." "Really? That sounds... Any hugs left in you for your mom?" I still in Lincoln's arms and slowly slide down his chest. Oh, crap. Slowly, very slowly, I turn to find my mom wearing a Brentwood soccer shirt, hair teased to high heaven, and a grin so wide that I'm afraid it's permanent. I can only imagine what she must be thinking right now. "Mom!" I straighten my jersey, which has some of Lincoln's body paint on it. Even if I wanted to pretend she didn't just catch me in an intimate embrace with him, the evidence is painted all over me. "I thought you and Dad couldn't make it." "Dad couldn't, but I made the drive." She opens her arms up, Come here, sweetie. I'm so proud of you. Cautiously, I step into her embrace and give her a hug, my stomach twisting with nerves, preparing myself for whatever she might say.